Chapter 101 Dangerous. Chapter 101 Dangerous. The one plan of the flower factory is a bit interesting. It seems that it should have been pondering for a long time. Indeed, they said that they have been researching for several years, but it could not be turned into reality due to the immaturity of the previous technology. I have to say that the flower factory's annual R&D funds are not in vain. I personally am very optimistic about this plan, but because this thing needs to readjust the production line and need your technical support from the boss, so. Okay. The only trouble with their design is the display screen, but it's not too difficult. I'll help them out with the design. In the laboratory, Wang Chen, who was holding a screwdriver to adjust the tension of the robot, was approached by Jin Sanxi one day. Looking at the pile of documents stuffed in his hand, Wang Chen was also very interested. This plan, numbered 1 by the flower factory, is really a bit of an idea. Was started by the flower factory 3 years ago. Its goal is to subvert the existing mobile phone market. Especially in the future where intelligence is becoming more and more important, the functions of mobile phones are becoming more and more complex. How to provide customers with easier and more convenient service has become the direction that everyone strives to break through. In addition to the software factory, we also need to make breakthroughs in hardware. So this plan was born. In the plan, the flower factory proposed a brand new mobile phone design. Directly change the existing usage by combining with glasses. This design has the feeling of sci-fi equipment in the movie. The design of Flower Factory mentioned that a new interactive device will be created based on mobile phones. It is envisaged that in the future, mobile phones will exist as spares to provide computing power support for this brand new glasses. Through the combination of artificial intelligence, all the pictures are projected on the one-piece lens of the glasses. In this way, a lot of real-time information and phone calls can be viewed without using a mobile phone. May seem like it's not very useful, but it can liberate people from the situation of bowing their heads. And also look very tangible. The reason why the flower factory did not continue its research before was mainly because the display screen and artificial intelligence were difficult to break through in a short time. And the current technology research on brain-computer interaction is still in its original stage. However, with the advancement of technology, especially after the rise of the gate of technology, the first 2 problems have been solved successively. Although the lack of brain-computer interaction technology makes the use of such glasses not completely replace mobile phones. But you can launch a concept product first. After a breakthrough in brain-computer interaction technology, the current mobile phone design can even be eliminated directly. After all, the use of glasses is far simpler and more convenient than that of mobile phones. Even in the future, all smart home appliances can be connected together. For example, you can easily view various devices at home through glasses in real time, or you can share the vision with the car camera in some blind spots while driving. These are only a small part, and the space that can be manipulated is quite large. In Wang Chen's view, this is all about developing a new generation of terminal equipment, although at present there is no way to completely replace the position of mobile phones due to the lack of brain-computer interaction. But in my opinion it is really only a matter of time. A good plan also has a high chance of success. Once successful, the impact on the existing mobile phone market can be imagined. Maybe it will reproduce the scene of Apple subverting the existing market through smartphones. That would be best. How long would it take? It must have taken time to change, but now that I have Erguzi, it will take up to a month if the drawings are published. Wang Chen thought for a while and said, "Don't look at the glasses, but to put it bluntly, it is the technology of flexible screen. Is nothing more than changing the size and changing the parameters. Even the most troublesome color adjustment work is done by the flower factory. After all, you can't make the color saturation the same as the mobile phone screen, You must weaken the background and simplify various information. Cannot affect the user's observation of the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, a set of interactive windows with high transparency is needed. How to do it depends on the flower factory itself. Wang Chen had an idea but really didn't have time to help perfect this design. Besides, the difficulty is not high, and the research and development scale of the flower factory is only time. Just a question. With Wang Chen's technical affirmation and support, Jin Sanxi also left the laboratory happily. This project will not delay Wang Chen too much time, and will also strive for enough living space for his partners. It can be said that the cost is very small and the benefits are many. This is just the flower factory. After Bide and Jai start to exert their strength, I believe a new era will come soon. The design of the display screen was handed over to Erguzi by Wang Chen. The flower factory will send a parameter, according to which matching research and development can be carried out. From the concept map, it looks a bit like the large glasses used for skiing, but it is smaller and still looks cool. For the task handed over by Wang Chen, Erguzi quickly created a file. This is a mode set to facilitate its work. Integrate all preset parameters, model pictures, etc. and analyze the goals that need to be achieved. In this way, a reasonable R&D direction can be quickly drawn. Is like a student writing an essay, you have to write an outline first. Flower Factory's actions were not concealed for too long. As a manufacturer that is very close to the door of technology, his every move has been monitored by everyone. After hearing that the Flower Factory had launched a project codenamed One, almost all the colleagues raised their vigilance. After the relevant information came out, they probably knew what it was. There were also a lot of I will go, this Flower Factory is a good idea. This is the rhythm of changing the world. To really let the Flower Factory succeed, the big guy's advantage on traditional mobile phones will be weakened a lot. I didn't expect that it was not long before the new and the old took over in the automotive field, and the mobile phone began to roll up. The most important thing is that in the face of the Flower Factory's actions, the big guy has nothing to do. Can only stare at this guy. Google in particular, after studying the entire design of the Flower Factory, immediately saw through the threat. The goal of Flower Factory is very clear, that is, to overturn the table they built, and then set up the table and play by yourself. This is the rhythm of another apple. To really let the Flower Factory play, then Google will not have much chance to target it. Especially now that many of their friends are unwilling to continue to block the market there. The differences within the semiconductor industry in Europe and the United States are also growing. In the face of this turbulent era, everyone feels that there is a word of danger on their heads. As the winners of the last wave, they know better than anyone the murderous intentions in this situation. This is about to shuffle the cards, and if you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. Chapter 100 and to assist from EMS. Chapter 100 and to assist from EMS. And on the village committee. The discussion about artificial intelligence continues all the time. Because the above has mastered this technology, it is generally difficult for the halls in Europe and the United States to accept. The most discussed during this time is the hope that the above technology can be provided. The reason is also very simple, that is, to benefit mankind. However, for this unreasonable request, the superiors simply ignore these remarks. And Bitanku, who is a partner, is also very loyal. A lot of people were speechless. But although these requirements are ignored, it is clear that no one can give up on this technology. And as time goes by, the pressure will also increase. After all, the threat of artificial intelligence to the network is quite large. Once the technology is applied to the internet, the big guy really has no secrets at all. This technology must be monitored by everyone, especially the scope of use and authorization, and must not be casual. The above is also very clear that it is just hanging them now, and it will not be too late to talk when they are a little sober. At least 2 years of development time should be given to the country. 2 years later, those who have already seized the opportunity naturally don't mind sharing this technology. Of course, it certainly won't be free, and we've already thought about it. Under the premise of ensuring that the fish will not die and the net will be broken, it will definitely extract the technology from Europe and the United States to the greatest extent. At the very least, some restrictions should be lifted, such as a lithography machine or something. Anyway, now my family has the biggest bargaining chip. If you want it, you can honestly exchange it for the benefits. If you want to be empty-handed, the white wolf will not accept it. The quarrel continued until mid-June, and nothing useful was achieved on this matter. On the other hand, domestic manufacturers are ready to make a move. The fangs that opened first were actually the most low-key Jai. In mid-June, Jai officially announced that it would acquire a 15% stake in SF Express through an equity transaction, making it the second largest shareholder of SF Express. At the same time, SF Express also obtained 8% of the shares of Jai. At the same time, the two will form a strategic partnership and cooperate with the Flower Factory and the Gate of Technology to create a new era of drone logistics. According to the grapevine, they have submitted an application for artificial intelligence to the top. The current attitude of the top is also very clear. In principle, there is no problem, but the relevant data must be subject to the control of the top. At the same time, this artificial intelligence is a lease, not a sale, and the above has all the right to interpret the artificial intelligence. To put it bluntly, you can use it but you can't use it indiscriminately. This kind of strategic stuff is definitely not controlled by people alone. And also need to wait until a year later for delivery. This is the time given by Wang Chen. Airguzi is still in the learning stage, and it will barely reach the commercial standard after a year. It will be time to create new AI by duplicating frameworks and databases. This takes time, but fortunately, they are not in a hurry. As long as it can be done, it is a good thing. It just takes time for the design of the drone and the construction of the network. The current news released by SF Express is that it will start the LAIR program in the 5 municipalities directly under the central government. After the successful trial operation, it will be gradually extended to other cities. This news has a great impact on the express delivery industry. This wave of SASE operations by SF Express made the peers stunned. Especially the crosshair holding with Jai is simply digging everyone's retreat. Originally, according to their ideas, let SF Express try it first, and once it is feasible, they will directly use the power of capital to crush it. However, now, Jai has become a strategic partner of others and holds shares. From any point of view, Jai will definitely give priority to the emotions of SF Express. Even everyone has to worry about whether Jai will be willing to accept their orders. Once Jai is unwilling to provide them with supplies, then in terms of drones, the big guys really fall behind. Although they don't know the specifics yet, they have already inquired about their attitude towards this new idea. Is no problem. But there are also many restrictions. Especially the procurement of drones is supervised by EMS. To put it bluntly, if you want to use drones to deliver mail in the country, the equipment used must pass the inspection of EMS. Once something goes wrong, the top will directly look for the trouble of EMS. I heard that EMS has already started to ponder this aspect. The requirements for drones are said to be quite high. At present, it seems that only Jai can achieve it. This trademark is a law. Even if they want to purchase drones from other homes, they are not allowed to go on the road without the permission of EMS. They will definitely not dare to ask EMS to trouble them. This is the father of all express delivery companies in China. Since the threat of capital cannot be passed, then we can only cry. There is a saying that a crying child has milk to eat. Soon, they found the boss of EMS on the grounds that SF Express planned to monopolize the market, and wanted to use the deterrent power of EMS to make Jai treat them equally. However, the complaint is a complaint, but the attitude of EMS is strange. In short, I know, but I'm very busy, everyone wait first. To put it bluntly, it means dragging. Although the boss of is very angry, he does not have the confidence to scold his mother in the face of EMS. He can only push him every 3 days. In the face of the urging of these companies, EMS will not refuse, but it just listens and does not deal with it. In this matter, the top has spoken out. Judging from the current situation, the most important thing now is to ensure that these controllable leading domestic enterprises can occupy sufficient advantages. There is a shadow of China merchants behind SF Express, and they are huddled together with Jai to keep warm. To put it bluntly, it can be regarded as a member of the alliance centered on the gate of technology and the flower factory. Although there are only a few core companies in this small group, they are all companies that are rare in China and have no foreign background. And they are all controlled by the top and belong to their own people. The express delivery industry is related to national defense and security. Before, there was no way for the top to take action, so SF Express could only do it on its own. Anyway, after death, there is still an EMS. But now, since there is this opportunity, EMS naturally does not mind helping SF Express. After all, in the express delivery industry, his family belongs to his own camp, and there is a cousin between the brothers. Compared with Stone Wonder, SF Express is naturally the one who is close. Of course, EMS doesn't want to kill the 4 links and 1 delivery. The industry needs them to maintain a balance, and all they can do is to buy some time for SF Express. This, when I think about it, Jai is also very clear that money is bound to be earned. When the advantages of SF Express are clear, Jai will naturally release the supply of 4 links and 1 delivery. As for whether other drone manufacturers will take advantage of the situation, Jai can only say that in this field, I am the father, there is no one. Chapter 103 There is something urgent at home, please take a day off. Chapter 103 There is something urgent at home, please take a day off. 93 was swallowed, and it was finally released. I need to adjust the outline a little here, and there are some things at home that need to go out to deal with it. The 4th watch will resume tomorrow, and the score will be strong next week, so you have to work hard for a wave. Hey, it's too difficult, I really don't dare to write a novel now. I really want to write a story about Big Hair fighting against Mao. This heat is so cool. It's a pity that I can't write it, so I get 404 if I do. Okay, I'll continue to change the outline here. If you have any good ideas, rumors are welcome. Chapter 104 Krypton Gold makes people stronger. Chapter 104 Krypton Gold makes people stronger. In the face of the attitude of EMS, after many times of communication, the 4 links and 1 reach also realized. This far there is not authentic, forget it. Since this is the case, then this matter has to be up to you. Although the 4 links and 1 reach are also in a state of competition internally, it seems that there is only one way to join forces in this situation. Otherwise, there is really not much chance of winning against the combination of SF Express and Xinjiang. And the first thing is to do more layout on the drone. Even if everyone knows that there is no chance of winning against Jai in a short time, this is an attitude after all. The technology and research and development of drones are not too high-end. Those technologies of Jai are not really unique in the world. The main reason is that the cost of research and development is too high, and it cannot pose a threat to the Jai market in a short period of time. Therefore, considering the risk, the drone market has always been decided by Jai itself. But the situation is not good now. Although we understand that you are playing like this in Jai, it does not mean that we will accept it. Finding a drone company is all about making a point. If you don't play with us, then we can invest money to increase research and development. Although it may not be able to win you in the civilian market, our goal is only to pass the EMS certification for our own use. Once we are here, it will not be so easy for you to sell it in Jai. EMS can only help you a little bit. It is impossible to let SF Express dominate the market. Our drones are bound to get permission as long as they meet the requirements. The initiative should be grasped as soon as possible. No, in late June, with the announcement of Seaton Yeda's plan to deploy the drone market, Jai's attitude was a bit subtle. Although they are not worried that they will grow to the point of fighting with themselves. But if you only use it yourself, it will also be a loss for yourself. The number of users of 4 links and 1 delivery is still considerable, and it is a pity for Jai to lose their orders. Seems to see Jai's hesitation, and SF Express also came to the door immediately. Regarding the actions of 4 links and 1 reach, SF Express said that they do not need to pay attention to them. As the only 2 people in the express delivery market who are able to benefit from benefits, they can make all the layouts before starting the opposite side. Even if the opposite side wants to roll in, it will take a long time to set up. As long as the technology is perfected, they can even develop overseas markets. Especially now that many major churches around the world want to get the technology of artificial intelligence. Let the superiors help. And it is definitely no problem to use technology to pry open the market. Once the overseas layout is completed, 4 links and 1 reach here, the loss is only worth a hair. And keeping them can be regarded as selling out a loophole, which will make it easier for them to enter the overseas market. After all, Jai, which is the dominant family, is worrying, and if there are several small opponents, everyone's defenses will definitely relax a lot. Jai did not respond immediately. Just tell SF Express that they will consider it at their discretion. But it is certain that the development of SF Express will still be the main focus at present, which is inevitable. Shareholding is no joke. From the moment of holding the shares, the development of SF Express is closely related to Jai's financial report. Here Jai is still pondering the solution. On the other side, the custom display screen designed by Oguzi and supervised by Wang Chen has also been sent to the flower factory. The technology is the same, but the size has changed, and it is not too difficult to design. The only thing that needs to be done is to give an open port, so that the flower factory can adjust the overall saturation and hue. And the flower factory that got the things is also in full swing to push forward the plan. Judging from the current technology, Wang Chen thought that there should be news at the end of the year. I can only hope that this can really help the flower factory out of the predicament. June 28th. Freenone Supercomputing Center Control Room. Wang Chen was sitting in front of the main console and kept typing on the computer. The supercomputing center here has been accelerated several times, and it was finally completed last week. After testing, its computing power has nearly tripled that of Fugaku, which is currently ranked first in the world. A total of 24 million PUS, with a peak computing power of nearly 1.5 million TFLOPS/s. Just looking at the data is scary. But it's normal. After all, this is a joint effort of 4 supercomputers, and each of them is basically the top 3 in the world when taken out alone. The cost of these 4 supercomputers alone is as high as $4 billion. In addition to the design of the entire headquarters building and the park, the total cost of adding a piece has cost nearly $6 billion. It is said that when Jin Sanshi gave money, his hands were shaking. In terms of cost, it must be inexpensive. Now Wang Chen can point to this building and say that it was made of red bills. And today, with the completion of the final test work, Wang Chen can finally move Oguzi. For the convenience of use, As early as the design, 6 separate optical fibers have been pulled directly into the headquarters building of the Gate of Technology. These are prepared for future remote control. Not only Wang Chen himself, but also De Gang came to join in the fun today. This product has been here for several days, mainly to check the safety of the supercomputing center. Because Wang Chen and the boss reached an agreement, the use of artificial intelligence must be under the supervision of the boss. However, Erguzi's current identity is only Wang Chen's personal assistant, and he has not yet connected to a commercial project, so the main purpose of this tracking is to protect the security of the computer room. The security of the entire supercomputing center is directly in charge of the military, and patrols are carried out with guns and live ammunition. With the input of a series of characters, through the special optical fiber, in the small supercomputer in the basement of the headquarters on the other side, Erguzi, who had been waiting for a long time, watched the passage open, and also began to move. All kinds of packaged data are quickly transferred to the hard disk of the new home through a dedicated channel. The whole process lasted for about an hour, and Erguzi's main program was officially moved in. Then it is to cover the system and get permission. I was busy until about 3 in the afternoon, when the moving work was finished. Erguzi, how are you? How do you feel? Seeing that the progress bar had finished running, Wang Chen also shouted at the screen in front of him. Soon Erguzi's dog head appeared on the big screen. Boss, all data and core data have been transferred, and the current condition is very good. How much has the computing power increased? The calculation speed is about 32 times faster than before, and the logic operation is about 4 times faster. Erguzi quickly gave the relevant data to Wang Chen. Looking at these parameters, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Can only say that it is worth so much money. The previous small supercomputing has been exhausted in terms of computing speed. But it's normal. After all, this is a center that cost 6 billion to build. Wang Chen really has to call the police if he needs to improve too little. At this speed, Wang Chen pondered that it took more than half a month to design the screen for the flower factory, and it is estimated that the picture will be produced in a day or two after putting it on it. HMM. As expected of the power of money. Chapter 105. Author, Kirin 2. Chapter 105. The blow is a bit big. Erguzi moved without any accident. After giving Erguzi a routine examination last night, Wang Chen returned to the laboratory. Relying on the small supercomputer downstairs as a transfer station, there will be no delay in remote control here. After having a new home, Wang Chen's first task for Erguzi was to start calculating the design of kinetic energy electromagnetic weapons. Related parameters and design ideas Wang Chen has already told Erguzi. What method to use, how much current to use, and what speed to achieve in the end. These theories are clear to the two dogs. Wang Chen is looking forward to what he can design. The time given by Erguzi is 5 months, and Wang Chen is not in a hurry to let it be done slowly. The point is not time but getting things done. This can be related to the security of the island in the future. In addition to moving Erguzi, Wang Chen also got the second concept drawing of the island design at the end of June. This picture is printed, and it is nearly 4 meters long when unfolded. The is densely marked with a lot of things, and the entire island is also very full. Compared with the last design, according to Wang Chen's request, this map not only has a small airport, but also builds a small town on the beach. It is expected to accommodate about 300,000 people. Of course, there won't be so many people, at most there are about 40,000 or 50,000. And this is also the main place for future island tourism. On the map, the area that can be freely visited by tourists occupies nearly 30% of the island. It's basically the most beautiful place in the island. In order to distinguish, There is also an art wall at the back of the town to isolate the company from the town. This is to remind tourists not to enter sensitive areas. In addition to the small town, there is still a lot of open space in the northwest corner of the central mountain range. According to Wang Chen, these are intended to be empty first. I am quite satisfied with the whole look. It can be seen that the communication and construction side also spent a lot of energy for this picture. Especially about the design of the central mountain range. Our headquarters will be located on the top of the mountain. And at the bottom of the mountain, almost the entire mountain range will be hollowed out. Light has currently designed as many as 12 layers. The core production technology of the future technology gate will be filled into these caves. In order to ensure safety, CCCC also specially applied for a group of professionals from its elder brother. They are all digging caves for the military in China, and they have rich experience in digging caves. Can absolutely guarantee the stability of the internal structure. It is estimated that it will take about 2 or 3 years to complete the design on the current drawing. And this requires a lot of manpower and equipment. Such a huge design, the cost is calculated to be as high as $63 billion. I heard that CCCC is worried now, for fear that the Gate of Science and Technology will give up this project. After all, this price is too expensive, even at Wang Chen's speed of making money, it is a bit difficult to find out so much money. But there is no way, this is a city with a complete system, and the price has been given a discount. The development of the island itself involves cost issues, not to mention the large project in the central mountains. This contract is really not making much money. There was also a message from above. If Wang Chen really felt that the pressure was too great, the above can allocate funds. Don't want anything from Wang Chen, after all, artificial intelligence is taking a big advantage. This is a good thing, Wang Chen will definitely not refuse, but now there is no rush, it is true that the drawings must be confirmed quickly. After thinking about it, Wang Chen directly asked CCCC to send the CAD electronic drawing, and then asked Erguzi to restore a 3D drawing based on this. This will allow you to see more clearly. Along with the drawings, there was also a general person in charge of CCCC. They stayed in the laboratory with Wang Chen for more than a week. When they left, their minds were full of Erguzi's rude operations. Is too awesome. With the participation of artificial intelligence, the general manager even came up with the absurd idea of what to use as a designer. Through the internet, Erguzi quickly absorbed a large number of designs from ancient and modern China and foreign countries, and spent less than 20 minutes self-taught about more than a dozen architectural aspects such as civil engineering, aerodynamics, and structure. Not only put forward hundreds of suggestions for the layout of the entire city, but also made a preliminary optimization of the design of the central mountain range. According to incomplete statistics, there were more than 200 optimizations in design just on the first day. Although most of these more detailed designs will be corrected by the designer. But how long did it take Erguzi to optimize such a large drawing clearly? And from the effect point of view, it is completely optimized to the point. For real expert. How can this not be shocking? The chief executive himself graduated from civil engineering, and he knows all too well the hardships in the construction industry. My decades of experience are not as good as Erguzi's hours of study. Is really a big blow. Wang Chen comforted him a few words. Erguzi is powerful in deliberating on existing designs, but don't forget, Erguzi can't simulate without so many original designers. The uncreative Erguzi is just a tool man, and the creativity of human beings is the real strength. To put it bluntly, the existence of artificial intelligence is just to liberate human beings from tedious labor. For example, the design of the structure, water supply, heating, circuit and other issues can be solved by Erguzi. But the most important design concept, the decoration style, needs people to do it in person. He can only add to the icing on the cake, and he can't do it. With Wang Chen's words, the person in charge pondered for a long time and shook his head with a wry smile. Just means that when artificial intelligence is fully distributed in the future, I hope to reach a cooperation with myself. With this thing, I am afraid that any project can be accelerated a lot. Wang Chen naturally agreed with a smile. This is the mission of artificial intelligence, and there is nothing wrong with it. Of course, that will have to wait until Erguzi's first stage of study is over. Came with a drawing, and left with an extra hard drive. With Erguzi joining in, most of the designs have been finalized this week. The direction is set, and the progress in the future will naturally be faster. Wang Chen's idea is very simple. Although his company is a high-tech enterprise, Wang Chen himself hates the indifferent style of decoration. Since it is an island, it must be enthusiastic. What Hawaiian style, island style, all toss me. What wants is an open and heroic feeling. Especially don't make me a black and white interior style in the headquarters. I'm not short of money either, don't make marbles, replace all wood for me. Follow the classmates you like. I love you all. Momo Tilda. Chapter 106 Want to run when you grow up? Chapter 106 Want to run when you grow up? Have you read the latest news? Look. Tell me what you think. I think the current situation has changed. Maybe we can also consider a new way. No, give up Google. What do you do if someone breaks your chip? We are not a flower factory and can't handle it. It used to be, but don't forget now, foreign capital really wants artificial intelligence. If they cut off my family's supply, wouldn't there be a reason for it? To put it lightly, we are foreign capital, not like a flower factory. It's a matter of choice whether the superior is willing to stand up for us. What happened to the foreign capital? It's just an excuse. We are also a local company, right? It's still a little unstable. Anyway, Google has not turned against the flower factory now, and we can still purchase goods, so why bother? The vision is just that. I'm talking about the future. You talk to me about the present. The future is not necessarily the flower factory to win. Don't forget, the gate of technology supports the tripartite confrontation. So what? By joining the flower factory, we will have more initiative. Come on, I don't know who will kill a deer, I think it's safe. Sturdy stick. Can you be a little bold? In the huge conference room, looking at the big guy who was about to quarrel, Mr. Le rubbed his forehead with a headache. This is the 6th time this matter has been discussed within Rice. Now the situation of the flower factory is improving, especially the emergence of artificial intelligence has shattered Google's original abacus. Don't you see that Google is silent now? There was no way to find it. To really let the flower factory develop, the situation in China is really hard to say. Especially the current attitude of the above, it is clear that it is to use artificial intelligence to forcibly determine the status of domestic leading enterprises. Flower Factory, TechGate, Jai, Bide, etc. These are the future leaders. The alliance they formed was to deal with the capital alliance of Europe and America. So now the top is constantly giving the green light, and the village committee is procrastinating again and again just to buy them time. It is conceivable how difficult the current situation is for Rice that is attached to Google. Maybe in order to talk about artificial intelligence, the blockade on the flower factory will be lifted step by step in the future. Without market restrictions, it is only a matter of time before the flower factory returns to the #1 mobile phone. When came out of Mr. Le was already considering the possibility of changing sides. But after all, Rice is not a one-new-word hall of his own. Can this matter be done? Let the bosses talk about it. No, we talked several times without any results. There are those who advocate changing sides, some who insist on staying still and adapting to all changes, and some who are uncertain about left and right and keep swaying. Mr. Le's eyelids jumped when he saw it. Mardan, there is still no one on the bright side in the country who jumped back, and if he jumped now, it would be a help in the snow. After all, the situation is still unclear, which is equivalent to sending favors to the flour factory. And this will naturally give rice more attention and resources. But if you drag and drop like this now, you can't make up your mind. When other manufacturers start to take action, the effect will be greatly reduced. If you want to jump, hurry up. If you don't jump, then give money to increase research and development. If you can't bear money and don't want to take risks, then sit and wait to die. Damn, when he divides money one by one, his hands and feet are faster than anyone else, and he starts to shake when something happens. When the capital does not understand, it is really a delay. In fact, according to Mr. Le, he now has the conditions for jumping back. The emergence of artificial intelligence has given everyone a great room for manipulation. Europe and the United States dare not mention anything about the blockade at this time. In line with the freedom of the market, if the rice wants to dance, they can only watch it and dare not make a move. What a great opportunity. I don't dare to take revenge for jumping against others. In the past few years, artificial intelligence has become popular, and when I want to settle accounts after the fall, the situation may be different. Mr. Le himself really wanted to get out of Google's control. Now the flour factory is constantly exerting its efforts. Once the advantages accumulated by so many R&D funds every year break out, it will be enough for me anyway. For a long time, the technological advantages of Europe and the United States have been the capital of rice against flour factories. And now that the technological advantages of Europe and the United States are gone, there is no chance at all by oneself. Furthermore, many of the profits of rice are actually divided up by these capitals. Insufficient investment in R&D is also what these people like to see. A company without R&D strength can only be a pawn and a tool for others to make money. Mr. Le definitely doesn't want to be a chess piece. He didn't have a chance before. Now that he has the opportunity, why not give it a try? Hey, looking at the directors who were still arguing around, Mr. Le couldn't help sighing. There are many people here with Google standing behind them. They don't care about the current situation of rice. In their opinion, even if rice dies, it can only die in Google's camp. Chance? Sorry, it doesn't matter much compared to Google's marketplace. Fortunately, he had a hand before himself, and the capital directly related to Google cannot add up to more than half of the shares of rice. As long as all the remaining shareholders can be united, it can suppress the opinions of Google's one party. However, this condition is also somewhat troublesome. The attitudes of the remaining capital are too scattered, and Mr. Le is not sure whether they can all be concentrated. But the current situation makes it impossible to continue the meeting like this. Flour Factory is concentrating on preparing to subvert the market, and if you don't want to do anything, you will really live and die with Google. This is not what Ray always likes to see. It seems that we can only talk to other shareholders one by one after the meeting. I hope to be able to persuade them. Even if they fail in the end, they must agree to Rice's investment in research and development. No matter what, as the helmsman, he will never allow Rice to be dragged to death when he clearly can survive. In fact, not only Rice, but many other mobile phone manufacturers in China are also considering this. Flour Factory is now holding back the big move. If the Flour Factory is successful after this big move is out, it will be fun. It's just that we encountered the same situation as Rice more or less in the discussion. A lot of people on those boards were wobbly and couldn't make the quickest decisions. And there is naturally a shadow of Google behind this. Hearing that Rice and the others were going to jump in reverse, Google was also shocked. Google also understands the ideas in their minds, and it is definitely impossible for them to achieve them easily. Just kidding, you are thinking about switching sides before I die? What a joke. As a chess piece, you have to have the consciousness of a chess piece. Even if Google really dies, you have to be buried with me. Want to change jobs? Sorry, this opportunity has been lost from the moment you accepted the infusion of funds. When capital is really charitable. Want to run when you grow up? Chapter 107 A Blockbuster. Chapter 107 A Blockbuster. 20. 30, 14, 15. No way, take a break. Boss, you can't do that, you need to practice more. Take your time, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's true, but exercise is a constant thing, boss, you can think about it. I know that, it won't take much time anyway. In the laboratory, Wang Chen is sitting and squatting with his hands outstretched. This is what Li Long suggested. Staying in the laboratory every day without exercising is not good for the body. Li Long means to take an hour tomorrow to exercise the body, relax and strengthen. This proposal Wang Chen also thinks is good. It's really not good for me to sit like this every day, I still need to move more. No, since yesterday Wang Chen has already spared a lot of time in his schedule. Li Long even took a watch for Wang Chen, trying to make the daily exercise items different to ensure that the limbs move evenly. Just finished the last squat, Wang Chen also pressed his butt on the sofa. It was a little better to eat half a jar with the Red Bull next to it. Only after exercising, did Wang Chen realize that his body was indeed pulling his hips a little, and the abdominal muscles that he still had after crossing over are now all in one. Although the abdominal muscles are not related to the aura, Wang Chen still felt the need to practice them back. After all, it's good looking, and it's great to be able to fool the little sister. After resting for 10 minutes, Wang Chen got up from the sofa. It's almost July, and the sun outside is scorching hot. I ran to the bathroom to rinse it again, and then I felt a lot more comfortable all over. Boss, then I'll go on patrol, call me if you have anything. Okay, let's go, I'm going to be busy now. Nodded, Wang Chen watched Li Long leave and then sat down at the computer desk again. Tapped the space to wake up the screen, and a running software appeared in front of him immediately. He tapped the keyboard with both hands, and soon in the corner of the laboratory, a rectangular black box suddenly moved. With a slight sound of gears, the 8 spider legs stretched out one after another, and within a few seconds they lifted their bodies in midair. This machine is what Wang Chen tossed about during this time. Although it still looks rough, it is still a semi-finished product and not all finished. But the main structure inside, including various functional systems, are already in place. Especially the floppy drive developed by Wang Chen himself, relying on Erguzi's modification and adjustment, has been able to control the daily actions of this robot very well. The convenience brought by artificial intelligence, Wang Chen has already tasted the sweetness. As for the current set of drivers, in addition to the framework that was built by myself, the entire system has been upgraded 16 times, with more than 400 modifications in total, and this is all done by Erguzi alone. Wang Chen's current job is to adjust the hardware of the robot, and after the robots are mass-produced, even this work can be handed over to them. No, from the data just calculated by the software, there are still some small problems on the No. 6 leg, which requires Wang Chen to check the internal hydraulic structure. When the robot walked to his side, Wang Chen took out 3 or 4 screwdrivers from the drawer next to him and placed them in sequence. The task this afternoon is to get this leg done, and it is estimated that it will be time for dinner. Wang Chen doesn't plan to work overtime at night. He has to go out tomorrow, so he can rest early and try to sleep in. And in the western region that Wang Chen did not know, in an immense land, a tank of a different kind was running fast on the Gobi Desert. From the appearance point of view, This should be the 99A of the rabbit family, but the strange thing is that the engine sound of this tank is very strange. It doesn't have the sturdy and heroic voice of other tanks at all, but the sound of a motor like a kitten purring. Just listening to the sound is very advanced. In addition to the wrong sound, the movement response of the entire tank is also quite fast. The forward and backward are extremely sensitive, and the turret's rotation speed is even more frightening. In an open space next to, more than a dozen white coats are sitting at the table nervously watching the various data on the display. This apparently modified tank is the result of their hard work during this time. Don't look at the appearance, it is still the same as the 99A, but the interior has already been remodeled. Drive, suspension, engine, etc. have been relayout. In order to test the new drive and engine efficiency, this test model was pulled out for a walk before all the changes were made. In addition to being able to run and turn turrets, other subsystems have not been matched. But even so, you can already see the powerful performance of this magic modified 99. Powerful power, terrifying battery life, lighter body, all kinds of performances all show their mighty might. If it wasn't for the cannon fire, these developers even wanted to celebrate with 2 rounds. This is the 6th time this experimental car has come out to run laps. Is undoubtedly much more stable than the previous one. Since there are no major problems with the power system, the remaining time has to be spent on matching and upgrading other subsystems. After all, integrating the existing electronic system is not a small project. If you count the days, it should be completed before October 1st. According to the above, I hope this new tank can appear in this year's military parade. Especially after the emergence of artificial intelligence, the attitudes of the village committees towards their own families are also different. I really need to use muscles to wake up many people. Is not only the project of electric drive tanks. It is said that this military parade will focus on displaying a batch of new generation electric drive vehicles. It can be said that almost all domestic R&D teams in this area are under great pressure. If it wasn't for Wang Chen's special status and a lot of things at hand, they would even want to call this guy over. Grafton batteries are more powerful than they expected. If you want to maximize the power of the battery, it is definitely a good choice to find Wang Chen directly. Pity. Fortunately, even if Wang Chen did not join the project, they still came up with the experimental model. And it's not much different from what I expected. Also lived up to expectations. Even they are already thinking about the days of the follow-up international tank competition. If it is a blockbuster, it is impossible to say that the orders from this foreign company will also be dizzying. Wouldn't it be nice to change the VT4 and sell it for a little more money? You can follow me if you like it, I love you so much. You can also add my female fan group 316,323,007. There are a lot of girls and a lot of benefits. Light body, soft body and long legs. Everyone who came in said yes, chat, make friends, play games, and do anything. Finally, ask for a wave of tickets. Chapter 108 Sending $10 billion. Chapter 108 sent $10 billion. The experimental data of the electric drive tank will be reported soon. The above is also very satisfied after reading it. This electric drive is indeed a good thing. After solving the battery life problem, the improvement of the existing vehicle is visible to the naked eye. It seems that this new era is really coming. But the current problem is not small. Although the electric drive is a good thing, it can't stand the power consumption of this thing. If it is only used by the military, it is no problem, but if the whole country enters the era of new energy, the electricity required is not a small amount. The grid has already made an account. If you want to comprehensively promote the reform of automobiles, assuming that the number of electric vehicles in China reaches 150 million, It will cost $735 billion for infrastructure construction alone. The overall power consumption will increase by about 20%. Even if the above has proposed to prepare new nuclear fission power plants, the number is still not enough. In order to completely solve the problem of insufficient power, the best way is to unlock nuclear fusion. But that thing doesn't mean that it is unlocked when it is unlocked. According to my original intention, nuclear fission power plants are high-risk buildings, and I don't want to do more at all. But the situation has reached this point. If we don't get the electricity of the whole country, it will not be enough. It is definitely not enough to rely on wind, fire, and water. The only way is to slow down and increase the research on nuclear fusion while adapting the number of power plants according to the growth rate of electric vehicles. This is really painful and happy. However, this only applies to civilian use, and the military will definitely complete the upgrade first. The July holiday is approaching as scheduled, and as schools across the country begin to close, the mythical beasts are also returning home one after another. The already lively internet is now even more news. As an old customer of hot searches, TechGate has kept a low profile for a while. But no matter how low-key it is useless. As the only manufacturer that has obtained the authorization of artificial intelligence, it is the focus of the world. Everyone's eyes have been watching here. Even many foreign media are already rumored that the door of technology is the top. The guise is to be able to reasonably intervene in the civilian market. For these claims, the head of Jinsanshi completely ignores them. Those media who want to find their own troubles are probably miscalculating. As a private enterprise, the gate of science and technology has the absolute right to choose whoever cooperates with and how to cooperate does not need to listen to other people's opinions. Let's make some noise, and there are a lot of pieces of meat. Compared to this, Jinsanshi was more concerned about how Wang Chen and Zhou Jian were talking. That is a big list of tens of billions. Just thinking about it is uncomfortable. To be honest, even now Jinsanshi doesn't realize that it is a suitable choice to go to the island to develop. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive and money-consuming, and there is no security guarantee. But there is no way, as the company is Wang Chen's one-word haul, the boss has no reason to refute his words. He can only find a way to handle this matter properly. Fortunately, I heard good news these days. That is, in order to repay Wang Chen, the above is ready to bear 30% of the raw material cost. Converted into US dollars, it is almost $10 billion. This is a free gift, and it relieves nearly 1/6 of the financial pressure in a matter of minutes. The meaning of is very simple. Although artificial intelligence cannot be clearly stated, the benefits that should be given must still be given. Invested in it under the pretext of cooperative development. In this way, even if Wang Chen moved to the island, from the outside world, it would still be the top spot. And it's not too far from the territorial sea, so if you want to find trouble, you have to weigh it. The navy above is no longer the rubble it used to be. Although it is not enough to support ocean-going diplomacy, there is nothing wrong with scaring people at their doorstep. Even the navy has been greeted. Not surprisingly, the surrounding area of the island in the future is the regular patrol range of its own warships. Considering the importance of Wang Chen, the superiors do not mind having their own big drive or even submarines stationed around. Anyway, you don't need to worry about supplies. The port over there can fully support the maintenance of warships. Can even be regarded as a springboard for the outside world of the own navy. This tens of billions of dollars looks like a lot, but it's not a loss. Only after deducting the tens of billions of dollars, the remaining money is still a large number. Even at the current speed of making money at the gate of technology, it is a bit tight. Wang Chen said that the construction plan of the island will be delayed until the beginning of next year at most. Breathed a long breath, and then Jinsanshi signed another document. This is a plan to increase the battery production line at the new factory. To make money, you must first learn to spend money. No matter how important the island is, the development of our own company must never stop. Especially in terms of batteries, it is still in short supply. Although most mobile phone manufacturers can get relatively good supply from this year. But if the supply is open, it is still a lot worse. And Ginsanshi is also preparing to enter the notebook market in the second half of the year. This is also a huge cake, and those big notebook manufacturers have also talked to themselves many times. Wang Chen also promised to give a design plan within a month. The newly signed battery factory is just to match this part of the customer. Judging from the current global annual shipment of nearly 250 million, even if I only eat 1/3 of it, there are nearly 80 million orders. Even if a battery is calculated at 2,000 yuan, there will be nearly 160 billion in revenue every year, and after deducting expenses, it is also nearly 50 billion in profit. Can build 1/6 of the island. The most important thing is that the incoming money is stable, and the global shipments are still increasing every year. As long as we can stably win this market, plus the income of the mobile phone market in the next 3 years, the money for building the island is considered adequate. It's ridiculous to say that he is running one of the most lucrative businesses in the world, but he still has to worry about not having enough money. Hey, I can only hope that my boss can take it easy after tossing about this project. Give the company some time to accumulate capital. Otherwise, with the current size of Zhaniu technology, there is no $100 billion in the book and 3 stones will feel uneasy. After all, the bigger the company, the faster it collapses. The thickness of capital on the book directly determines the company's ability to resist risks. Why is Apple so awesome? Isn't it just money on the books? If you want to fight against Apple, the first thing to consider is whether you can fight against other people's money bags. Otherwise, under the condition of technical equivalence, there is no chance at all unless you hang up. The gate of technology is very profitable, but the current book capital is really not enough. Spending money too fast is the achievement of technological crushing, otherwise it would be so smooth. Ask for a ticket. A ticket. A ticket. Kneeling for a ticket. Chapter 109, If I lose a big fart, I will lose it. Chapter 109. Until the end of July, the whole internet is still hot. The matter of artificial intelligence has also been roughly divided into 2 groups. Many people think that this is an epoch-making thing, and some people are skeptical about the safety of this thing. Negotiations about this technology in the village committee are still at a standstill. The fact that he wanted to drag on above also made the big guy a little helpless. Fortunately, the above did not indicate that we could not talk about it, which means that there is still a possibility to talk about this matter. The slightly grumpy Eagle Etchin has already released the wind, saying that for everyone's safety, let the boss think about it for himself. Don't force me to make some unfriendly decisions. For this kind of words, the attitude above still likes to say it as if you were friendly. Originally, the application of artificial intelligence did not consider overseas markets for the time being. Prioritizing domestic supply to complete technology accumulation is the focus now. And this sounds good, and the boss can guarantee that once he releases the restrictions, this guy will be the first to ask for his cooperation. But although it was dragged on the bright side, a list had already been drawn up above. The above is the cooperation that the above helps to achieve, and the aspects covered are basically the areas that are currently in short supply. For example, some specific equipment purchases, including equal purchase rights in terms of chips, etc. After the order was handed in, there was a quarrel between Europe and the United States. Even the number of negotiations has been reduced a lot. The attitude of the top is very clear, that is, they want to use this transaction to raise their own strength. On the West side, Although he knew that there would definitely be a lion above him, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. This is a big opening, it's just prying the big guy's floor tiles. If you want so many things, you are not afraid to kill you. Talk is definitely something to talk about, but it must not be so easy for the rabbit to achieve its goal. How to quickly force the superiors to submit and reduce the price they need to pay has become the main problem now. Seems to be intentional. Just when they were thinking about this, they were suddenly invited to visit the practical application of artificial intelligence. This is a specially transformed processing plant, where more than 30 sets of machine tools have all been connected to the network. Was operated by Urguzi remotely, who performed the control of artificial intelligence for them on the spot. From setting up the project, to drawing and then to the final product, a custom-made small globe appeared in front of their eyes. The most astounding of these is not the ability of artificial intelligence to control machines. It was Urguzi, who was directly given by the construction staff, who put forward the design requirements. Then Urguzi produced a set of fully qualified design drawings in just 10 minutes according to the on-site communication. Then they invited each of them to make a request to Urguzi, and produced a bunch of gadgets if the existing foundation allowed. This is the first time they have officially come into contact with artificial intelligence, and they were a little worried before, fearing that it was a smoke bomb released from above. But now it can be basically confirmed that this artificial intelligence is indeed worthy of the name. Judging from the current interaction ability, it seems that the requirements raised by the rabbit are not too much. And this is what the above wants to see. Good goods are not afraid of leakage. If you want to sell at a good price, you must give them a smell. I believe that after this visit, subsequent negotiations will become much easier. Sure enough, within less than a week after the visit, the originally divided voices from Europe and the United States began to disappear. Instead, began to work together to figure out how to reduce the conditions above in the list. It is impossible to promise all of them. After all, this is the accumulation of hundreds of years in Europe and the United States, so how can you just hand it over like this? But it doesn't work if you don't change it. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, the ghost knows how far the technology above will develop. These technologies will become obsolete in a decade or so. After the attitude of Europe and the United States began to soften, the top was obviously not in a hurry. The list of what I want is indeed a big opening, but it does leave some room for negotiation. But as long as you don't let go, you can slowly drag back this time. Anyway, as long as they are talking, the possibility of turning over in Europe and the United States is very low. After all, the threat of force is useless to oneself. If they can talk about it, it has already given them face. Who dares to take the risk and say something? And while the top and Europe and the United States were pulling together, Dahan Gao, who was watching the play on the side, couldn't wait any longer. Let's not talk about artificial intelligence. Even other new technologies are excluded from the outside world. And technology, the negotiation of the door has not been able to go down, which has led to Samsung being quite passive in the global market. Not only Samsung, but also companies in the entire Great Cold Country seem to be blocked by the gate of technology. Recently, even Neon's Mitsubishi has obtained a purchase contract for car batteries from BYD, but it is itself, whether it is a display screen or a battery, it has not been obtained. How can this be tolerated by Samsung, which has been dominant for a long time? Not only protested on the internet many times, but even applied for several times to have a dialogue with the superior, hoping to give a reasonable explanation for this matter. But so far, nothing has worked. The atmosphere on the internet has been noisy. Most people in the whole country are denouncing the gate of science and technology, but the problem is that people simply ignore it. On the contrary, a new statement appeared on the domestic internet that caught them off guard. Just last month, Dahan's netizens seemed to see that the gate of science and technology had not made a statement, and the tone was getting bigger and bigger. Some people even said that using your things is for your face. How dare a group of people who can't even eat tea eggs dare to pick and choose? This statement immediately aroused huge approval from the netizens in the great cold country, and it was ranked first in their hot search in just one day. For Dahan's statement, domestic netizens are also happy, saying that if you want to be awesome, don't buy it, and if you want to belittle others, you have to lick your face to buy something. Are you sick? If you have the ability, you don't need to say anything, then I can look at you highly. In the face of the contempt of domestic netizens, Dahan netizens whose self-esteem was bursting gave up. While saying that there is no trade spirit in the country, he called on Dahan companies to boycott domestic brands, especially Samsung, and asked them to refuse to use the products of the Gate of Technology. Otherwise they wouldn't buy it. Samsung is also buzzing, and his original intention was to put pressure on the door of technology through public opinion. As a result, how did this end up causing a show for myself? In the face of its own people who have been stimulated, Samsung can only say that it is beneficial to cooperate with the Gate of Technology, and everyone should not be so hostile. Let Samsung give up the door of technology. I'm afraid I won't agree if I eat too much. This has been related to the development of Samsung in many fields. It doesn't matter if you lose the hearts of the people at home. You only have a lot of people in your own family. The point is not to lose overseas markets. That is the heart of Samsung, and it is the foundation of its own foothold in the world. Chapter 110, The Younger Brother Should Take More Care. Chapter 110 The Younger Brother Should Take More Care. 102 was swallowed and is being modified. One thing to say, Samsung is quite good at appeasing netizens. Is at least much better than the PR of some small fresh meat. I immediately dealt with it after finding that my own public opinion was a bit reversed. The storm was suppressed in less than 5 days. At least on the surface, no one continues to object to Samsung's search for the Gate of Technology to purchase objects. It's just that although no one said it, the problem is still there. In the face of Samsung's cooperation, Technology Gate still selectively ignored it. Completely ignored them. Now as time goes by, Samsung's global layout in several high-tech fields is becoming more and more dangerous. The automotive field is not bad. The frustration of mobile phones, display screens, and batteries is the root of Samsung's discomfort. In addition, there is now an artificial intelligence. Looking at the attitudes of Europe and the United States, many technologies that were originally blocked may not be unlocked soon. The above-mentioned rewriting ability of Krypton Gold Dog Eye is estimated to soon start a fight with itself in the global semiconductor field. Without the technical support and advantages of the European and American Semiconductor Alliance, Samsung does not feel that it can take too much advantage in the hands of domestic companies. After all, what the company over there is best at is walking the road of others, leaving others with nowhere to go. The wave of the new era has begun to surge, but he is still excluded from the core technology circle. How can this not make people head? So, Samsung has no choice, so it is ready to let the officials from the official family discuss this matter with the superiors at the village committee. Of course, it was definitely not an official meeting but a private meeting. But the result is still not optimistic. The bosses who are pulling with Europe and America are not interested in helping them at all. And you are very familiar? Did you have a share when I was doing things before? I'm sorry, I don't have a big heart, and I hold grudges very much. If you want me to help, then you are afraid that you are looking for the wrong person. And it is also your decision that the civil market officials will not participate. I am maintaining the rules of your European and American circles. Wouldn't it be bad for the market if I made an exception? This rhetoric is impeccable, and the people of the Dahan family are numb after hearing it. Yes, this is really the rules of the international trade market. In order to prevent Tanku from interfering in the civilian market, people's unspoken rules do not allow officials to interfere in normal trade. There is nothing wrong with this excuse, even Samsung has no choice after hearing it. Yes, but fortunately I didn't expect it to work. After confirming that the above is indeed to watch the show, Samsung internally decided to change direction and rely on its own connections to solve this matter. Since this side is unwilling to help, then find a few people with enough power to talk to them. Aren't you talking about technical transactions? Based on my relationship with Samsung and Europe and the United States, it should not be difficult to write my own trade into the contract, right? No, right away, Samsung contacted the European and American countries through Tanku. As soon as they heard that Samsung asked them for help, they didn't even want to care about the tingling scalp they were pulling with the rabbit. Negotiations with the boss are already very troublesome. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome to add your crap? And there is no case where private trade is included in technical transactions between Tongku. Gate of Science and Technology is a private company, and people who disagree with it do not look at it at all. Do you really think that company is a serious state-owned enterprise? But that being said, as a close ally of the European and American Tanku, it is indeed difficult for people to come and beg me and others. After discussing it for a while, I can only say that I will talk to the other side. As for whether it can be successful or not, we cannot guarantee it. Seeing what Dahan wants to say, the people in Europe and America are also a little impatient. Tell him directly that the current situation is not quite right. The most important thing at the moment is to quickly trade the technology of artificial intelligence. If you let the rabbit continue to drag on like this, everyone will not be better in the future. We will help you with this shitty thing, but if there is no hope, we will not continue to pester there. If the other side uses this shit to make trouble, saying that we intervene in the civilian market and find an excuse to postpone the negotiations, then the matter is really a big deal. Of course, you don't have to worry, as long as artificial intelligence can trade, we will definitely take care of this matter. But for now, being a brother is to take care of the big brother. If people don't sell it, forget it, don't go looking for trouble. Forbearance and forbearance, the sea and the sky are broad, the road ahead is still long, and it is uncertain who will kill a deer. Hearing the heartfelt words of the big brother in Europe and America, Samsung almost cried. I really cry. Still waiting? What kind of situation is it now? Don't you have any pressure? Don't you see that the global semiconductor industry is preparing for the impact on the other side? How much do they have in stock? What do I have? Nothing. How can you make me resist? Laugh at them carve up the market? I can tell you, it would be hard for me, Samsung, to get down on your semiconductor alliance. Seeing that Samsung is still insisting, the big brothers in Europe and America are also angry. Can we know what you said? But what do you want me to do? I'm still being blackmailed by the other side, can't you bear it? The door of other people's technology is simply not pleasing to the eye, and it is clear that they do not want to cooperate. I will help as much as I can, and if I can't, I will find a way myself. It's still the same sentence, the big things are on my side, and you take care of the small problems yourself. Said that and drove Dahan out. The 5 good people talk about things, while idle people avoid them. After being sprayed, Samsung really has a phrase, super wear-resistant, that he wants to blurt out. The scumbags, a group of whitey-eyed wolves, just gave up on themselves? I am Samsung, the representative of Dahan. But when the chi returns to the chi, I don't dare to say anything to the European and American halls. The days are still going to pass, I can only think of a way. The best thing may be that your own R&D company successfully completes the imitation. But the embarrassing thing is that so far, let alone a successful imitation in the world, there is no one who has progressed more than 50%. The product technology content of the door of science and technology is really a bit high, and it is impossible to break through in a short time. After hitting the wall and being incompetent and furious one after another, Samsung can only continue to grind with the gate of technology while increasing its R&D expenditure. Even proposes to exchange technology for technology. Jin Sanshi still had an inaudible attitude towards this. It's useless for you to ask me about this. Who would dare to supply you if your boss doesn't open his mouth? If you want to blame it, you can only blame you for being unlucky. You bumped into this somewhat angry boss. Besides, Samsung doesn't care if he dies or not. It's better to be dead, so the free market is not a little bit. If you are lucky, your allies can benefit a lot. If you don't die, then you can do it, and there is no threat to yourself. You can click and follow if you like children's shoes. Do you love you? Ask for a ticket. Ask for a ticket. Ask for a ticket. Tilde. Chapter 111 I teach others to study myself. Chapter 111 I teach others to study myself. With the arrival of the holidays, in addition to a lot of hot news this summer, a new internet celebrity appeared at the end of July. In the past few days, a lot of videos have been circulated inside the gate of technology. The protagonist of the video is an 8-legged robot that is handsome in publication but a little silly on closer inspection. Recently, Wang Chen has started the actual test of this experimental model. Is mainly responsible for the replacement of water dispensers in the company, cleaning garbage, helping to deliver materials, taking takeaways, etc. Passing these items will have a complete test of the overall coordination of this robot. The result was caught by Jin Sanshi during the test. He watched it for a long time and thought this might be a good propaganda tool. With the continuous development of the company has been facing the dilemma of lack of people in addition to lack of money. Although the benefits within the company are high, the requirements for diplomas and experience are also leveraged. Previously, the publicity department had opened accounts in major media, and wanted to increase its competitiveness in the talent market by sharing internal working videos and benefits. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who want to come, and there are too few suitable people. And Wang Chen also put forward the idea of rejuvenation before, hoping that the company can recruit more young guys to join in. This makes the original recruitment more difficult. After all, there are so many top universities in the country, and the top students every year are delicious. The benefits of the door of science and technology are very good, but others are not necessarily worse. No, I thought about it when I saw this robot Jin Sanshi. Young people, except for welfare benefits, don't just like these high-tech things. If the company has a lot of such robots involved, it will promote the recruitment of talents. Jin Sanshi, who thought the plan was feasible, also quickly greeted Wang Chen. After confirming that this thing can be exposed, let the people from the publicity department start to take over the matter. No, in just a few days, this robot has become completely popular thanks to the fact that he already has a lot of fans. The most clicked video on the internet is the video of this little guy bringing the bucket from the first floor. In order to test the drive platform, Erguzi did not let the robot go directly to the elevator. Instead, the bottled water is slowly transported up from the fire escape through the robotic arm. The speed is not very fast but not slow, but netizens feel a little distressed when they see it. Because although this robot looks big, the bottled water behind it is not small. Feels like child labor. In addition to this video, there is also a very popular picture of this robot cleaning. The 4 robotic arms extending from the back, each holding a broom and mop, cleaned all the way from the hall to the office area. In the middle, we have to bear the offensive of the employees. The most interesting thing about is probably the interaction system of this little robot. Since it is directly controlled by Erguzi, it can be regarded as a clone of Erguzi. then it is not difficult to understand human language in this way. It can be seen from the video that the surrounding employees are giving orders directly through their lips. For example, let it carry water, or help with express delivery. The robot can not only recognize everyone's orders well, but also arrange things in an orderly manner, which has to remind people of the artificial intelligence released above. Obviously, this must be the use of the corresponding technology. After all, judging from the performance of the video, this is much stronger than the mental retardation of the Rice family. Some netizens even asked if there will be a corresponding home robot in the future. It would be even better if you could cook and do laundry. Well, this idea is really good, and it is not impossible from the current level of intelligence of this robot. Netizens also named it, "Unlucky Egg." Means that such a powerful technology is used by the gate of science and technology to change the bucket. It is really not at the right time. More netizens ridiculed, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the poor. When I am fully intelligent, it is the day when you will bow your head and be your servant. I will never be a slave. Of course these are bullshit. But since this robot is really popular, the purpose of Jinsanshi is half achieved. After all, the slogan of JG is, "Want to work with intelligent robots?" For this kind of advanced machinery, I am afraid that many young guys have little resistance in their hearts. Not to mention that the benefits of science and technology gate are already among the top in the industry. I hope this wave can absorb some more talents for myself. The company is now in a great shortage of several departments. Mr. Wang, how are you busy recently? It's alright, just say something. That's right. Didn't I say before that I would ask you to help bring people down? We're almost ready here, and we're going to tell you first. Oh? Okay, how much? When? Come here in mid-August, leave in mid-September, and talk about the remaining 15 days at the end of the year. Yes, how much? There are 6 in total. This is not much. We also know that Mr. Wang is very busy, so we are all experts in this field, so please give Mr. Wang a lot of guidance. Guidance is not really, it's all seniors. Doing more is a discussion line. Then from August 15th, I'm going to prepare. Okay, thank you. Around July 20th, Wang Chen received a call from De Gang in the laboratory. After chatting for a while, I realized that it was about teaching. Previously, Wang Chen promised to help him cultivate talents in artificial intelligence, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Originally, I thought it would be at least the end of the year, but it seemed that I was really in a hurry. But it's okay. It's easy to toss yourself early, but I don't know if my eloquence is up to the job. Teaching oneself is a complete layman, and it would be too shameful to be unfaithful at that time. No, the most important thing in life is face. Now that the time has been determined, it is still necessary to prepare. Considering that he had no experience in teaching people, Wang Chen pondered for a long time and decided to let Erguziti write a set of tutorials by himself. Arrange an idea from the core framework of artificial intelligence. When the time comes, you can start your lectures according to this idea. Anyway, Erguzi himself is the ontology of artificial intelligence, and his understanding of himself is definitely not bad. This wave is called, I teach others to study myself. Anyway, Erguzi is not emotional and will not be angry, just take more care for yourself. The father. Pay more attention to the children's shoes you like. I love you so much. Your support is my biggest motivation. The new book is not easy, I beg you all to take care of me. Thank you. Chapter 112 Master Control Center and Landmark Project. Chapter 112 Master Control Center and Landmark Project. In early August, when Wang Chen was waiting for the person above him to come. In the domestic market, JAI has begun to take SF Express to find suitable positions in the 5 municipalities directly under the central government. And the first test site was chosen in Modu. In the words of the two of them, Wang Chen stayed here, and if something really went wrong, it was easy to solve it. And Modu is also one of the few cities in China that has fully completed 5G coverage. Coupled with a large population and a busy express delivery industry, it is very suitable to test the stability of the new platform. At present, JAI has teamed up with SF Express to have a detailed plan for drone express delivery. Through discussions with EMS, the scope of drone express delivery is currently locked in light business. Means that the weight does not exceed 20 kilograms. This is actually the big head in the express delivery industry, accounting for 40% of the overall share. In terms of planning, they adopted the idea of one city, one main station, distributed connection, and serial formation. For example, Magic City will first build a huge spherical building outside the city. A large number of windows will be set up around the building, each of which is a hatch for drones to enter and exit. Some of the original deliverymen will be called back, and after training, they will resume their jobs in this general control center. Their mission is to control drones remotely through the network. Basically, this terminal can accommodate 300,000 devices. If one person controls 6, the entire center will accommodate nearly 5,000 people. And this is just the starting point. The main control center is only responsible for releasing the drone and charging and maintaining the drone. The real place for stocking is still in various inventory points in the Modu area. These stock points will be redeployed to strive for coverage maximize. It is estimated that 12 points will be set up in the Magic City, which will basically cover all the areas of the Magic City. After the coverage of the materials delivered from the whole country will still be sorted at these points. Anything that can be transported by air will be reported to the General Control Center by scanning the code. And the operators of these drones will also be divided according to the area. After receiving the order, they can let the drone take off and go directly. Is equivalent to the previous way of dispatching orders, but it is much faster and more convenient than before. And you can also replace the battery of the drone at these sites, so that you don't need to go back to the headquarters to recharge it for continuous use. In terms of drone design, JAI has come up with a feasible solution. Redesigned based on the previous agricultural drone T-40. The original Fraxis is increased to success, and a display area is added in the middle, so that objects can be placed directly in it, thus avoiding damage and emission. At the same time, a small robotic arm will be added to the left and right sides for convenience. And below the drone display area is the core of the whole set of equipment. In terms of battery, the Grafton technology can support the drone to fly continuously for 16 hours. And the surrounding sensing devices all use the latest technology of JAI. Can accurately identify surrounding obstacles. And for the first time, a 360-degree no-dead angle detection radar was mounted on the drone. The light detection range is as high as 2 kilometers. 2 systems are also used inside the entire drone, with artificial intelligence as the main aid for human control. In order to increase efficiency, in principle, one operator can control 6 drones at the same time. Because most of the route planning is in charge of the intelligent program, what the controller needs to do is to ensure that there are no problems when the drone picks up and puts out the courier. In addition to these, EMS also limits the parameters of the drone based on various data. Not only the cargo weight, speed, flight height and route are strictly controlled. The function of that radar is to ensure that the drone is always flying around the place with the least people when it is flying. In the most prosperous areas of Modu, a no-fly zone has been set up to prevent casualties from drone crashes. Anyway, the main delivery direction of drones is civilian accommodation buildings and office areas. Most of the business districts are heavy-duty materials and the quantity is not small, which is not within the matching range of drones. It is better to ensure first-hand security than for such a small number of customers. Not to mention that the drone itself undergoes a major inspection every other month. Everything is to ensure the safety of drone express delivery. Now, when Jai and the others come to Magic City, they must first find the location of the Master Control Center. A ball of this size must not be placed in the city center, and can only be found in the suburbs. Fortunately, there are many planes around Modu, and it is not too difficult to find a suitable place. After the position is determined, it will enter the stage of the actual hand. It is said that SF Express has allocated a large amount of internal funds in order to promote the express delivery business of this drone. Magic City is just the beginning, and this first control center is a model house, which must be done well. Even SF Express has already considered it. This master control center must not only be secure but also become a new local landmark. Does not seek the biggest but must look good. This will also facilitate their subsequent settlement in other cities. A landmark building, a new set of intelligent experience. Technology changes life, and the future is at hand. This is the advertisement that SF Express is going to advertise. There is also competition between cities. In order to develop many second and third tier cities, making eyeballs is definitely the best way to become famous. Landmark sounds like a big thing, but in fact, the level of cost is linked to the amount of work. For example, the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Forbidden City are both landmarks but with different values. The same reason, although I can't guarantee that I can invest an Oriental Pearl in every city. But at least a few $100 million, that is not something that ordinary buildings can compare. Even SF Express has recruited talents all over the world, just to ensure that the master control center in each city has a different appearance. This will be a very expensive plan, but the effect will certainly not be bad. Because the drone business brings not only itself and Jai, but also the 5G service of the Flower Factory. As long as you are willing to talk, some second and third tier cities are definitely willing to give some preferential policies. They are not greedy, they just need to relax their flight conditions and give more flight paths. Be aware that drones also involve an airspace issue. If you put most of the excellent corridors under your own name, then you won't be afraid even if the drones are all connected. The corridor at home is good, the delivery speed is fast, and even depending on the policy, it can be better than you in some places. This is the advantage of eating crabs first. However, the premise is that your own capital chain can keep up. Fortunately, after the crosshair holding with Jai promised to give huge discounts in drones. Although it cannot completely relieve the financial pressure, it can at least reduce the tension level a lot. You must know that the light cost of the drones designed by Jai is as high as 50,000 units. I really want to sell it at the retail price, but I can't bear it at all. Chapter 113 The Big Dog is Coming. Chapter 113 The Big Dog is Coming. And just when Jai and SF Express were hot overseas, some people also showed great interest in their project. As soon as August arrived, several big dog owners with white cloth on their heads approached SF Express and hoped to learn more about their project. Dubai's surprise visit caught Jai a little off guard. You must know that they have only put forward a concept, and the location of the first master control center has just been determined. Just a little publicity to get such a big customer? Some unbelievable SF bosses immediately chatted with these bosses and introduced the whole project from beginning to end. After listening to the introduction, the representative of this big dog can be considered to have a clearer understanding of this project. The purpose of their visit today is to know more about it. With the advent of the global new energy situation, the status of oil in the entire village committee has begun to gradually decline. Although it still has a wide range of use in industry, but the lack of the vehicle field, the importance of oil before the loss has become a foregone conclusion. Fortunately, Saudi Arabia has long expected this day. Although it is earlier than expected, the domestic layout has already begun in various fields. The oil in Dubai is relatively small compared to several other sheikhs. By selling oil before, Dubai has already completed the transformation. Now their internal pillar industry is tourism. And building a global tech city is what they want to achieve in Dubai. Simply put, Dubai is not afraid of spending money, but it is afraid that the things you buy are not the best in the world. In a city with high technology as its tourism pillar, it is indeed difficult not to be interested in this drone delivery technology. Don't say too much, it's definitely appropriate to pretend. To bring tourists services that cannot be enjoyed in other places, this is the purpose of the Big Dog. After listening to SF Express and their plan, these big dog owners have already begun to ponder the advantages that this can bring. First of all, they are the only ones in the world who can achieve this plan. Drone technology, battery technology, 5G network technology, artificial intelligence and more. Although this small team has few companies, its internal strength is extremely powerful. If you can use SF Express to open a breakthrough, one can introduce new energy vehicles, artificial intelligence, etc. into China. Then his own city is right in front of everyone. Don't think that the big dog owners are a bunch of stupid people with a lot of money. They see very clearly that many of the technologies in it will not be able to be extended to Europe and the United States at least in the next 5 years. There are technical reasons and the relationship between the halls. And the bulk of their own tourism is precisely the tourists in these areas. Can completely create a wave of differences, allowing them to experience the convenience of the new era. This can play a very good role in promoting urban publicity. I didn't say, if possible, buy it. Anyway, the site is so big that it doesn't cost much to lay it all out. The price is not expensive and the effect is good, which is a good thing. Not only to buy, but also to customize. Jai's landmark plan is in line with the hearts of these big dog owners. Landmarks are definitely not too much at home. Considering that our own tourism industry is so developed, it is natural to make a big one and look good. Not only can act as a master control center, but also as a tourist attraction. In addition to landmarks, they also hope to design drones individually. In addition to being easy to use, it must be handsome, and it must look full of science fiction. It doesn't matter if the price is expensive, it must be perfectly in line with your own identity. After saying this, the boss of the SF family looked at the fat sheep. Are these the problem? No. Landmarks are all you need to find a designer, and custom drones are completely acceptable to come to Jai. Anyway, everything is easy to say if the money is in place. According to what they mean, this project is very interesting, and they will come to check it as soon as the construction of the Magic City is completed. If not now, let's talk about the contract. During this period, I also hope that they can complete a general design plan for their own home. SF Express agreed happily. This is really sleepy. Someone sent up below. I just painted a big foreign cake for Jai before, and it turned out that someone came to send an assist in just a few days. I didn't say anything, just give the boss such a good look at you. I will definitely handle this matter properly for you. After chatting with the people from SF Express for about a day or two, the delegation from the Big Dog family flew directly to the imperial capital. They came here not only to see the drone, but also to talk about several more important things. The above has been waiting for a long time. The purpose of the Big Dog's visit has been very clear, and they have also discussed it internally several times while the Big Dog is chatting with SF Express. Although everyone's meaning is somewhat different, it is still possible to discuss in principle. It depends on how much the Big Dog owners can accept. Sure enough, after a simple reception, the big dog immediately communicated about the matter at hand. The first thing is to hope to get strong support from Bide and the Gate of Technology. According to them, the wave of technology is now inevitable. It's only a matter of time before the traditional car ends. Dubai also has the idea of developing its own top car companies. So I want to cooperate with Bide and get enough Grafton batteries from them. In exchange, they can call the shots and open up the entire UAE market. Although their locals are richer than each other, the market for mid to high-end cars in the mainland is also not low. Take Dubai itself as an example. There are less than 20% of the locals in the whole city, and the rest are ordinary people who come to work. They can't afford expensive luxury cars. So opening this market can also create a lot of income for Bide. For this matter, the above did not directly agree, but said that they would try to match this matter. After all, on the bright side, Bide is a private enterprise, and even if it has a relationship with the boss, it is impossible for others to decide. But if you want to come to Bide, you won't have any opinion. After all, it's not bad for them. The people of the big dog family don't expect the above to agree directly, as long as there is this sentence. In addition to cooperating with Bide, they also proposed the opportunity to directly cooperate with the Gate of Technology, which naturally includes artificial intelligence. Sure enough, the above was also not surprised when they heard this. These big dog owners really like artificial intelligence. But it's normal. With their current development philosophy, ignoring this is a problem. In order to achieve this goal, the big dog owners also gave generous conditions. That is to open up 5G services throughout the UAE. They promise that as long as they can get the authorization of artificial intelligence, they can hand over all the business to the flower factory to TOS. Chapter 114 Me. There is money. Chapter 114 Me. There is money. As soon as these words came out, even the top was surprised. Hey guys, is this the reverse rhythm? Even if the importance of oil is not as high as it used to be, are you sure the other side will agree? The automobile market and the communication market are all two major sectors. Is it really no problem? Seems to see the doubts above. The delegation of the big dog family also stated very directly that they have repeatedly considered the gains and losses here. First of all, oil has lost its previous status, so the importance of its own has naturally declined. Although people in Europe and the United States may be very upset by doing this, they will not say anything. I have received money from my family for so many years, and it is not just a matter of saying that I am short-handed. Furthermore, as a sovereign hall, can they still stop them from developing their own livelihood and economy? Not military development. In addition to these, there is another point that they hope to attract more domestic tourists. The tourists coming from the West have actually been relatively fixed. If you want to continue to grow and develop, it is very important to develop new sources. Take this opportunity to create a happy picture for domestic netizens, which will also facilitate their follow-up publicity. As long as it can attract domestic tourists, it is worth paying some price. This. After listening to the big dog, go above thinking about it, that seems to be the case. After all, the status of the UAE is there, and now that the status of oil is declining, it is difficult to break out conflicts without absolute interests. Is nothing more than a war of words. Nodded and figured this out. The question now is whether to agree to this matter. People came here with sincerity, and such a large market can completely promote their own companies to go global. But artificial intelligence is too important. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally put forward my own conditions. In principle, he currently does not have the idea of opening artificial intelligence authorization. I understand everything, so I won't explain much. But if you really want it, it's not impossible. The condition is very simple: we can rent an artificial intelligence to you, but we must accept our supervision. Simply put, you give us a place to build, and subsequent maintenance and data must be monitored by us. At the same time, the entire artificial intelligence cannot be applied to the military, but only to the people's livelihood. If yes, then consider renting one for your home. This condition must not be harsh, and if it is placed in other halls, I am afraid that it will not jump up immediately. Everything is under your supervision, so I bought an uncle. However, to the surprise of the above, the representative of the big dog family just nodded in agreement after thinking for a few seconds. It turns out that this group of big dog owners is also very clear. They have no idea of developing a military, and they really don't care about supervision. Anyway, the mushrooms I bought before are still being watched by this end. All they want is development, nothing else matters. No, he opened his mouth and said, as long as the top does not interfere with their normal use, then these conditions are okay. Promised to be so happy, but it left some at the top who didn't know what to say. Mommy, if everyone was as talkative as you are, I wouldn't have to fight with those couples in the village every day. Really should pull them over and let them study hard. After thinking about it for a long time, the boss finally said that it would take a few days to think about it, and let the big dog go back and wait for the news. The big dog owner knows that he needs time to discuss it with the boss. I wasn't in a hurry, but when I left, I gave him 2 big gifts. That is, if they can successfully reach a cooperation with Bide, then they will invite them to build 4 solar thermal power plants for their family. The above has already completed the construction of a solar thermal power plant in their home. Even now, this 950 megawatts CSP plant is still the largest CSP plant in the world. And now the family proposes to have 4 more seats in one breath. You must know that the cost of a power plant is as high as $5 billion, and the cost of these 4 power plants is as $20 billion. But this also shows their determination to develop new energy. Even said that as long as artificial intelligence can be successfully settled, they will also build the world's top supercomputing center. The above silently calculated, if all these projects are really achieved, then the money they spent is not a little bit. 1 drone master control center, 4 solar thermal photovoltaic power plants, 1 supercomputing center, a brand new car manufacturer, a brand new power transmission network, and a complete 5G network. You can still hear from their words, many of which are built according to landmarks, not as simple as building a square box. If you really want to get everything right, the initial investment alone will cost at least $100 billion. Now, whether these projects can be implemented or not depends on artificial intelligence. Obviously, this big dog is going to use money to smash things back alive. Touched his head with some emotion. I have to say that after so many years, the big dog is still the same big dog, rich and self-willed. Although the current top is no longer what it used to be, the chain reaction that so many projects can bring cannot be underestimated. Besides, the big dog households do not have too many violent tendencies, which is fundamentally different from other halls. Doing business with them is not really unacceptable. If he agrees, maybe it can relieve the pressure on artificial intelligence in the village. Don't they all shout that they want to swallow technology alone? That's fine, I'll sign one down for you to see. It will take a few days to discuss this matter, and the big dog owner took the time to go to Bide, the headquarters of the flower factory. Seems to be afraid that the superior will not agree, and every time he goes to a big dog house, he throws his bait out. The flower plant and Bide that I engaged in are now a little short of breath. Damn, big list. How much money will you make if you can negotiate this? But greedy is greedy, and they are not very talkative when it comes to artificial intelligence. This matter can only be decided by the top. It's a bit strange, these big dog owners have run over all the leading domestic companies, but they didn't go to the door of science and technology. Jin Sanshi, who had been waiting, was also numb. and couldn't help but wonder if something went wrong. You are the core. You find my next home. What does not find me mean? Underestimate me? No, he complained to Wang Chen during lunch. Said that he thought about how to talk to them for a few days, but this person just didn't come, which made him embarrassed. Wang Chen laughed after hearing this. Why don't people come here? They clearly see it clearly. Knowing that behind the door of science and technology is the superior, if the superior agrees to talk to us, there is no way to talk about a P. And I had already called to ask about it yesterday. Wang Chen was very succinct, saying that it is enough to give money, and sharing an artificial intelligence is not a big deal. I want to wait until the above talk is over. This big dog will definitely come to chat with them. After all, the core of the projects mentioned by the big dog lies in artificial intelligence. To put it bluntly, they just want to use artificial intelligence to build a multidimensional intelligent network. If artificial intelligence can't talk about it, everything will be in vain. Wait, if this thing can be done, it won't be long before you arrive. Chapter 115 I don't value money. Chapter 115 I don't care about money. After chatting with the boss about the contract, as Wang Chen thought, the big dog family officially sent a message to Jin Sanchi on the third day, ready to visit. The matter of artificial intelligence has been negotiated, and the next thing to do is to let the core enterprise of Technology Gate join this project. At least they can't stumble behind their backs. Although this possibility is very small, after all, they have already agreed to their own cooperation. As a supplier, the Gate of Technology will not refuse this good opportunity to expand the market as long as there is no problem. But reality is sometimes magical. For the sake of safety, and also for respect, visiting the Gate of Science and Technology is definitely inevitable. No, Jin Sanchi, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled and started to prepare when he heard that the big dog was coming. Although they and the things they signed above did not reach a direct cooperation with themselves. But in fact, the family has already eaten this wave of dividends. A lot of the money invested by this big dog has to go into his own pocket. Can already be regarded as his own god of wealth. In order to entertain the big dog family, Jin Sanchi also specially invited a chef through the gang to prepare authentic hometown dishes for these people. At the same time, I also learned about the taboo customs in the Middle East. Wang Chen also promised to come down and chat with the big dog owners in person when they came. After all, these people are walking purses, and they have to be served. 3 days later, in the afternoon, I arrived at the magic capital with a plane. This small team of 4 or 5 people officially arrived at the site of the Gate of Technology. We soon arrived at the parking lot of the Gate of Science and Technology headquarters under the pickup and drop-off of the special car. When got off the car, the leader looked around and was a little surprised. This is the first time I saw a private company protected by live ammunition at Rabbit's house. The security guards at the entrance just now had no intention of avoiding suspicion at all. The big baby was carried directly on his back, and he was wearing a black vest with a bulging body around his waist. I didn't know that. I thought it was going into the underground vault of a certain bank. Tidying up his clothes, this man also whispered a few words with his companions. The level of martial law here is too high. Everyone has to be careful, don't look around and move around. We finally got the opportunity to cooperate, so don't be misunderstood by others. Under Li Long's kind gaze, the group quickly took the elevator to the No. 1 conference hall of the headquarters, where Jin Sanchi and Wang Chen had been waiting for a long time. Entering through the opened door, Jin Sanchi immediately got up and walked over, stretched out his hand and smiled and said, "Welcome, your distinguished guests, come to the door, and you will be full of brilliance." "Hello, Mr. Kim, nice to meet you." The man-headed smiled and shook hands with Jin Sanchi, and agreed in some lame Chinese. After speaking, He bowed to Wang Chen. "Hello, Mr. Wang, I've been looking forward to you for a long time. This is something I've learned before, it's amazing." He touched his head unexpectedly, but he didn't expect that the prince could even speak his own language. At first glance, it is hard work. His Royal Highness specially learned the greetings. "If there is something wrong, please bear with me," the translator at the back quickly explained. The prince of his own family can only have these 2 sentences, and there will be no more. It's okay, my place is a bit poor, but don't dislike it." Waving his hand, Wang Chen said with a smile, "Don't dare, how many bosses around the world can't enter this conference hall if they want to? We are already honored." After listening to the translation, the prince also said modestly. After being polite to each other for a while, Jin Sanshi greeted everyone to come and sit first. Looking at the prince, Wang Chen couldn't hold back his eyes. This is the Crown Prince of Dubai and the 5th Diamond King in the world. After looking up and down for a while, I have to say that they are quite handsome. The handsome guys in the Middle East seem to grow up in the aesthetics of most people in China. At least the angular ones are much better than those small fresh pork in China. But those little fresh meats are going to be put in the Middle East. I am afraid that they will not be considered far away by M. After regaining his senses, Wang Chen nodded and signaled Jin Sanshi to start the conversation. "I am here to dominate the situation, and the negotiation still has to be led by Jin Sanshi." Familiar with the feelings in a few words, Jin Sanshi also quickly turned the rhythm to the business. After chatting, Jin Sanshi also roughly understood the main purposes of their coming. First of all, I hope that the main supplier of Technology Gate can take more care of their project. Especially in the distribution of supply, it can give some face. They will sign contracts with those manufacturers at a relatively considerable price, and they will definitely not let the big guys lose money. It's fine for this golden Threystone expression. Just yesterday, the flower factory and the others also called and said that they hoped that they would give some preferential treatment. Since there is a chance, they will open up the market for the big dog first. There is no competitive pressure in China anyway, and it can be slowed down appropriately. Jin Sanshi has no objection to this. In addition to this, the second purpose of their coming is related to artificial intelligence. To be precise, it is related to the little internet celebrity who exploded in July. It's just that they, as outsiders, don't know that artificial intelligence is Wang Chen's masterpiece. After all, only a few people in the country know about it. Now that artificial intelligence has been negotiated, they naturally want to expand the lower limit. They hope that Wang Chen can cooperate with them on intelligent robots. Specially developed several special robots for Dubai that can be adapted to the local area. They didn't think about how to do it, they just gave a general idea. Such as tour guides, patrols, hotel delivery and cleaning, etc. After all, not all high-tech cities in the movie are like this. The use of robots has penetrated into every aspect of human life. After listening to the needs of the big dog owners, Wang Chen also touched his chin. This request was really unexpected, and it turned out to be aimed at robots. I have to say that my vision is really good. However, the current research and development direction of this robot is for factory use. If you want it to be a commercial version, it is basically the same as redesigning it. Wang Chen himself still has a high-end model of robots that he has not yet started to design, so there is no time to toss them with customized products. Seeing Wang Chen's expression of embarrassment, the prince opened his mouth without waiting for Wang Chen to speak. I know this request may be too much, but we sincerely want to reach this cooperation. As long as Mr. Wang can come up with suitable products, we promise to give an order of no more than $10 billion, and please Mr. Wang for more think about it. $10 billion? At least. Is this how big dog owners negotiate contracts? Holy crap, This tone is like $100. Jin Sanchi's eyes next to also lit up. This is a lot of money. If you can get the company's book funds, you can take a big sip. Stabbed Wang Chen directly with his elbow, Jin Sanchi leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Boss, $10 billion, or dollars, how about you? Can you do it?" Facing Jin Sanchi's question, Wang Chen's mouth twitched twice. "Big brother, can you hold on tight? It's only $10 billion, and my family is not going to go bankrupt. Learn to me, don't bow down for 5 buckets of rice. You have to stick to your own attitude, understand?" After coughing, Wang Chen asked calmly, "Of course there's no problem. If you have any customization needs, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. I'm not doing this for money, I just want to make friends." Testimonials. Testimonials. This book is actually good, but it has a lot of park a little immobile. I guess it was caused by too many eunuchs before. There is nothing you can do about your own bot. But this is what I will definitely write to the end. Because if I cut my size again, it won't work. Since park can't go up, it's okay, I can start adding updates after it's on the shelves today. It is recommended that the number of words is not enough to make up. I hope everyone will support it, thank you. Chapter 116 Money is a Bastard. Chapter 116 Money is a Bastard. Jin Sanchi wanted to give Wang Chen a big eye. "My dear, can you say such a brazen thing?" The big dog owner on the opposite side was also stunned. "You were hesitant for a few seconds, but you agreed?" They really didn't think too much about what Wang Chen said. After all, from what they know, this company is really not short of money. $10 billion may be a lot for other companies, but it may be just a general business here. They are all ready to pull, and this is the result. Is it really just a friend? That would be too much for them. The key is that I don't seem to be familiar with Wang Chen either. This is the first time we meet. Or maybe Wang Chen wants to have a good relationship with himself? Laying the groundwork for future business in the Middle East. Brainstorming started unconsciously in the prince's mind. Mainly because Wang Chen agreed too happily, which was somewhat inconsistent with those he knew before. Naturally, I wonder if this product will have other ideas. But after thinking about it for a long time, it is unlikely that he has nothing but money at home. What can he figure out? Oil? If Jin Sanchi knew what the prince on the other side was thinking, he would probably have laughed out loud. How can there be so many messes? The boss of his own just came for the money. But this is also a good thing for Jin Sanchi himself. He can't say that his boss can't move. He originally thought that this business was going to be pornographic, but he didn't expect Wang Chen to agree so bluntly. Actually, Wang Chen didn't think about it that much. I know very well that the company is short of money. Especially after Aguzi was connected to the company's system, Wang Chen didn't ask anything about finance, but he always watched. The construction of the island will start next year, and he still has a lot of plans for the later stage. If he does not hurry up to make money, Wang Chen is really afraid that Jin Sanchi will give up his arms one day. The robot is a product that is very compatible with artificial intelligence. There is a huge market in the civilian area. The most important thing is that this market is still in an unexplored state. Whoever stands firm first will take the lead. Although it will waste a little time to develop products for the big dog owners, Wang Chen has already thought about it. I don't want to study humanoid robots later, I can develop several civilian versions easily. What Dubai wants to say simply is noodles. It doesn't matter if it's high-tech or not. The important thing is to have a gimmick. Of course, the most important point is that the money is in place. If you think about $1 billion procurement budget, Wang Chen doesn't care. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. The prince across from him shook his head and opened his mouth after thinking about it for a long time. No matter what, since Wang Chen agreed, it's a good thing. Anyway, he lost some of the deposit. But if Wang Chen really came up with something that met his expectations, let alone $10 billion, it would be fine to double it. It's good to say, but give me some time, at least until the end of the year. No problem? No problem, I will leave the contact information, and you can contact me at any time when the design is completed. The prince nodded and said, Okay, talk to Mr. Jin about this matter, sign a contract of intent first, and I can start work at any time after the negotiation. Okay, Mr. Jin, let's talk? Okay, let's talk. Jin Sanshi happily pushed his glasses. It's good to have a chat. You can earn money only if you have a chat. Has been talking for more than 3 hours, and Wang Chen, who is next to him, is a little tired of listening, so this matter can be regarded as a general framework. To put it simply, Dubai will first invite Wang Chen to develop 3 customized robots with a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Patrol, cleaning, guided tour, these are the 3 directions proposed by Dubai. Wang Chen touched his chin and thought for a while, but nodded and agreed. It is not difficult to develop this kind of directional robot, at least it is much simpler than what you use yourself. At that time, if you think about giving them some handsome, the money will basically be stable. In the afternoon, he had another meal in the cafeteria in the building, and Jin Sanshi sent these big dogs away for Wang Chen. It was a pleasant chat on the whole. These rich people did not have the mentality of the upstarts, and they were quite modest. It is also possible that he was frightened by his own security. But it's not important, anyway, it's almost time to talk. Wang Chen also returned to the laboratory on the top floor. After picking up a guest, he found something to do for himself, and rubbed his face. Wang Chen couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead. Money is just a bastard, and the days when I finally have time to relax have to be busy again. Forget it, maybe he is just a toiler. If you think about it, technology has changed the world. Looking back after 1,800 years, it might still be recorded in history. After all, it is the first time that Dubai has used artificial intelligence on this scale. On the internet, the news about the big dog has been on the hot search. Under the quiet push from above, most of the netizens are also aware of this matter. They all complain that this may be the world of the rich. Look at others, buy whatever you want, how good it is. And this news was quickly spread all over the world through the internet. The faces of all the halls are not very good looking. Rabbit has made it clear that he wants to use this to promote his own products. See, the big dog owners have come to us for a full service. What are you waiting for? First come, first served, large quantities are preferred, and acquaintances can get 5% off. Big guy can see clearly the little thoughts above. Isn't just out of the door of technology. NP. I just unplugged your network cable. Europe and the United States are not vegetarians, so it's impossible to get no response when it's publicized on their doorstep. No, this matter was suppressed by the big guys in a few days. Although news in this regard can still be seen on the internet, the mainstream has been directed elsewhere. However, although the topic on the internet can be transferred, the problems in front of the big guys cannot be transferred. The technology on the other side has completely affected the shelter circle built by technology. And now the phenomenon of polarization in the circle has already begun. It is impossible for the leading technology companies to bow their heads, because they are already suppliers, and they are direct competitors to the gate of technology. In the face of the ferocious wave, all they can do now is to stabilize their customers and continue to suppress them with overall interests. But the problem is that many downstream companies have begun to sit still. They belong to the buyer, and for them, the market and interests are the most important. With the emergence of artificial intelligence, European and American tanker has been unable to take the method of blocking the above. This means that rabbits companies can attack their own living space with better products. On their own side, although the gate of technology does not have the right to block purchases, but subject to the interests of the alliance as a whole, it is not easy for them to jump directly. This is a dilemma. But it won't be long after thinking about it. Under the pressure of survival, if there is no better solution, they will eventually fall to the door of technology. After all, although the interests of the alliance are very important, it is more important for the family to survive. I'm almost dying, who cares about your alliance's thoughts? Therefore, the contradictions in the European and American technology circles are getting bigger and bigger. Even if they can barely hold it down, everyone knows that there is not much time left for them. A solution must be found before the conflict erupts. Chapter 117 Mercedes-Benz voted. Chapter 117 Mercedes-Benz voted. The big dog owner went back to his home after shopping. This trip was quite rewarding. Especially being able to get the authorization of artificial intelligence is somewhat beyond my expectations. After all, this is something that even Europe and the United States have not discussed. Of course, it may also be related to their own low requirements. The European and American countries will not allow the other side to conduct comprehensive monitoring of artificial intelligence. Now the big dog owners are not in a good mood. Although this project will shrink your wallet a lot, it's okay, after all. The oil is still selling well. After chatting with the boss for more than a week, the big dog family officially announced the start of increasing oil output. And this also means that oil will usher in the first major price cut. I'm afraid it won't make headlines around the world right away. But now everyone doesn't seem to be too surprised. In Europe and America, they don't even bother to open their mouths, it's just an attitude of, I know, feel free. Although it was expected that there would not be too much public opinion on the Middle East side, when it did happen, I couldn't help but scratch my head. Sure enough, times have changed, and no one cares about oil prices anymore. Although there are some emotions, this is also a good thing for me. After all, without oil, some hauls won't take themselves too seriously. The Middle East has long been fed up with being grilled between the hauls. Anyway, I have money. As long as I don't touch other sensitive things, who in this village will not sell myself a face? Although the oil release in the Middle East did not attract much attention, it still made many industries feel cold. One of the most uncomfortable is undoubtedly the foreign car companies. The era of traditional cars is really coming to an end, but now they still haven't found their way out. There are currently two major technologies in the world. One is Grafton battery and the other is Panasonic's hydrogen power battery. Although many of them have reached a cooperation with BYD, this share is still somewhat awkward. Originally, it was a good thing for Panasonic to make efforts, but I didn't expect to be so mixed up by artificial intelligence, and everyone didn't dare to be too presumptuous to BYD. Calculate the technology accumulated behind others. Now it is not the problem of the battery. It's a whole set of tech tree backward issues. If it's just power, they don't have much problem with using hydrogen batteries. But now, the emergence of artificial intelligence and the 5G network of the Flower Factory are completely the beginning of the future intelligent field. Cars are one of the most important means of travel for human beings. If they are at a disadvantage in intelligence, how much can they make a comeback by relying on batteries alone? At that time, I am afraid that I will not be hung up and beaten when facing the integrated smart devices. And hydrogen power is really only suitable for Xiotanku. The area is not large, and there are not many sites to be laid, so the cost will not open too much difference. But if you switch to Lighthouse Country or to Mao, the land is vast and sparsely populated. Once the amount of paving is increased, the investment in the early stage will be directly pulled out by an astronomical figure. No, domestic car companies in the lighthouse have held several meetings. Although politicians hope to use hydrogen power to contain the Grafton battery of the Rabbit family, the problem is that the Capitol Hill side does not want to spend this unjust money. What a joke, the same construction of 10,000 sites will cost 40% more. Who can stand it? And although the charging speed of hydrogen power is fast, the battery life of Grafton can't be sustained for a long time. The battery life between the two is a tie. Not to mention that hydrogen power is also explosive. Compared with Grafton, hydrogen is too active. Now the lighthouse is arguing about these two systems. And car companies are also anxious now. Whether it is hydrogen power or Grafton, you have to make up your mind first. Didn't you see that the electric piles have been fully laid on the opposite side? When we are affected by the market over there, we must invest in the matching of Grafton batteries. And this will be forced by you politicians of the donkey day, saying that they do not support you. It's too tiring to run a business. The car companies in the lighthouse country are now a bit unaffordable. Transformation means that the sooner the better. If you keep dragging and transforming, it is called waiting for death. The scumbags, when you discuss it, I guess we are almost dead. Then everyone should wait for the car from the opposite hall. Until September, seeing that things didn't turn around, finally someone couldn't help it. The first one to stand up was not the car company of the lighthouse country, but the old brand of Hans Katz family, the distinguished Mercedes-Benz. This top car company that has gone through 100 years officially issued a statement on September 10. Mercedes will fully access Grafton batteries and set up a sufficient number of charging piles across the country, and is expected to complete the transformation within 5 years. At the same time, starting from next year, Mercedes-Benz will focus all its energy on the research and development of electric vehicles. Strives to provide the same high-quality service as always to all Mercedes-Benz owners. As soon as this news came out, it was no doubt that water was sprinkled on the hot oil. Although Mercedes-Benz is dubbed as a poor man in China, that is the fault of BIC, and the status of Mercedes-Benz in the international automotive field is still a lever. Coupled with the fact that they are a relatively special existence in their own halls, this negotiation basically means that Hans Katz has decided to give up hydrogen power. Not long after Mercedes-Benz released the news, BMW, another top car company in Hans Katz's family, also officially announced the next morning that it would also fully transfer to the field of Grafton batteries. Both Mercedes-Benz and BMW voted, which undoubtedly brought a few knives to the hearts of other car company bosses around the world. These two items can add up used as half a weather vane. And the other half of the vane is naturally New Marlon, which is as famous as Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Fortunately, there is no clear trend for these three companies, which means that the field of super running has not yet fallen. But the situation is not much better. After all, two of the three belong to Yeesh, one belongs to Nuniu, and the Behindersons of Lamborghini is the Volkswagen of the Hans Katz family. Now that both Mercedes-Benz and BMW have voted, although Volkswagen has not spoken, as the brand of Hans Katz family, this matter must be passed. Once the masses turn to Grafton batteries, the chain reaction will be too great. To know that there are a series of brands under the public. These brands include Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, Bugatti, Bentley, Skoda, Scania, MAN, Seat, Ducati, etc. And it's not a niche product, just pick one out and you can beat it. So it is not a joke to say that German cars account for half of the auto industry. Some people even suspect that one of the big reasons why Hans Katz chooses Grafton batteries is that they don't see eye to eye with Japanese cars. In addition, the Rabbit family has determined to fully adopt Grafton batteries as the main product in the new energy era, which has completely fallen to the door of technology. But anyway, the automotive field has been completely messed up. Chapter 118 Japanese and German. Chapter 118 Japanese and German. To be honest, Hans Kat's sudden voice not only confused his allies, but even Bide himself was a little confused. What's the situation? I haven't had much contact with German cars for more than a month, so why did I vote? This is unscientific. It stands to reason that as half of the automobile industry, choosing a faction should be very cautious. As the largest exporter of Grafton batteries at present, they will definitely discuss with their own if they really come over. After all, it brings such a big market, and no matter what, it will come to find its own benefits. But the reality is that he didn't receive much wind at all. Although I heard that Hans Kat has this idea, Bide has not yet started formal contact. According to their own plan, they should officially increase the external negotiation after next year. It's not that Bide has a big heart, the main reason is that you can't talk about it if the output doesn't come up. And the situation at home is not stable. According to the above statement, it is necessary to take the opportunity to stand in the domestic market first, and then seek development. Taking advantage of its technological advantages, it has entered the high-end field of domestic auto brands in one breath. But now Bide is a bit incomprehensible. Has the cat defected to him or did he ignore it? Although Hans Kat's family is not big, it can't stand up to other car companies. Just the Mercedes-Benz and BMW are enough to make my heart move, not to mention that there is a Volkswagen father behind. That is a great god in the auto industry. If he can really win over, it is not a matter of a word to enter the EU territory in the future. But Bide didn't have doubts for too long. Soon, news came from above. It turns out that the German car companies simply gave up negotiating with Bide, but let Tanku come forward to find the rabbit. Through various unspoken relationships, some unwritten collaborations have been completed. Among them is artificial intelligence. Although the two sides are still negotiating, Hans Kat is already showing signs of letting go. Especially now that the automotive field has become a mess, and the Hans Kat family belongs to the pillar industry in the automotive field. So we must first determine the direction. Let's not talk about artificial intelligence, but the Hans Kat in the car is definitely going to get on the rabbit's car. The reason is also very simple, they cannot lose the market here. Neither Mercedes-Benz nor BMW or Volkswagen can afford to lose the domestic market. If you let Bide continue to develop like this and you don't do anything yourself, the future losses will be heaven. So when the entire European and American halls were still arguing with each other, Hans Kat had already made a decision. The market determines the direction of development. The battlefield of the own car companies is mainly at this end, so it must cater to the development of the rabbit family. Goes hand in hand to minimize losses. In exchange, Hans Kat will open the 5G market and allow flower factories to fully settle in. This is undoubtedly a betrayal of the interests of the EU, but Hans Kat has not cared about it so much. To seize the opportunity to seize the advantage. Procrastinating like this will protect the interests of the EU, but who will guarantee their own interests? What's more, in Hans Kat's view, the opening of the EU is only a matter of time. In this case, it is better to let yourself be a good person and send a big gift to the superior. After nearly a month of secret negotiations, the two sides reached some agreements on this issue. No, when Hans Kat was officially announced, the above will notify you. Let Bide release its cooperation with German cars. Bide, who was still confused at first, then realized that it turned out that the above was negotiated. This is not a bad thing. Being able to cooperate with German cars is equivalent to tearing a big hole in the global automotive field. It is not a loss to use the domestic market share of the other party to exchange the overseas market that the company does not have. Although it may have some impact on improving the brand value of the company. But in the long run, he has temporarily controlled the lifeblood of German cars. Once you start a corporation, you will have the opportunity to absorb more than 100 years of car building experience from others. Although the future era belongs to new energy, the concept of car building is the same. If you want to enter the high-end market, the best way is to find a few big guys and then grope to climb up. Not to mention that he can sell his car to the borders of the EU. Not only his own house, but also the flower factory. When the time comes to cooperate with the 5G service of the flower factory, it will be possible to widen the gap in intelligence in one breath. Good thing, this is really good. The boss of Bide, who had figured it out, cheerfully contacted the German car company. But across the sea, Panasonic couldn't sit still. Originally thought that relying on the hydrogen power battery and the relationship between the company and the various halls, it could easily occupy the European and American markets. In the end, he didn't know that he had worked hard to negotiate with them, but he turned around and sold his house. I can only imagine how much impact the collective steering of German car companies will have on their entire layout. So you must not sit still. So on the morning of September 15th, Neon also officially announced that hydrogen power batteries will be fully implemented in China, and said that it will bring a complete set of efficient and safe processes to global car companies and Tanku. Toyota, Honda, Lexus, Mazda, Infiniti, Mitsubishi, Suzuki and other Japanese representatives also agreed, expressing their full support for the decision above. Now it gives the impression that Japanese cars and German cars are working again. Domestic netizens are also chatting about this matter. I'm going, the Japanese and Germans are fighting again. One thing to say, the public should really choose Grafton batteries. After all, the Passat is safe. You have to add a hydrogen tank to it. I doubt it can fly. BFFT, it's as if Japanese cars are safe. I choose Bide anyway, domestic cars should have stood up long ago. Then I choose the red flag. This is the Crown Prince, so he has to stand up. TSK, German cars are afraid of losing the domestic market. After all, they have been scolded a lot in recent years. If Bide and the others stay in the high-end field, I am afraid that not many people will buy them. Indeed, you can also look at the imported Mercedes-Benz and BMW. What kind of gadgets are the domestic ones? As for the public, I'm sorry, I still want to live a few more years. Japanese cars are actually not much better. There is no joke. The white low-class car is Japanese, the black high-end car is German, the gas tiger is American, and the industrial waste is big. The German Volkswagen has a Passat, doesn't the Japanese have a Civic? Not a single piece of steel in the whole car exceeds 1000 pa. You know the shit, that's called protecting pedestrians. The Japanese conscience is Mazda, but most people only know about two fields. It's better to be domestically produced. At least now many brands are using solid materials to grab the market, and Great Wall Geely is slowly standing up. The hot discussion on the internet is naturally seen by domestic car companies. They were actually a little uneasy about the addition of German cars. However, seeing many voices supporting domestic production on the internet, many bosses are still relieved. I still need to be hard to strike iron, this time I really have to show my ability to look after the house. Chapter 119 In the Name of the Red Flag. Chapter 119 In the Name of the Red Flag, tell me about the current situation. Boss, as the German car has been completely reversed, it has had a great impact on our internal situation, especially Bide is ready to release restrictions, and the German car will definitely become our biggest enemy in the future. Really, what's going on at the top? We finally got a chance. Now how can we develop with the participation of German cars? Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Volkswagen are all brands that have access to our latest technology. The idea above is not obvious. Opportunities have been created for us. If a Panasonic has not developed a hydrogen power battery, we can wait, but now, We can't really give up the international market for us, right? Actually, if you want me to say that if you have a good business in China, you can force them to open up the market through technology, but it's not impossible. Fuck off. You can do it, but you can't do it. Now is the time for us to widen the gap with the West. We have to be prepared for both soft and hard, not like a bandit. Okay, let's talk less about the things above. The most important thing at the moment is how to develop ourselves. What do you think, boss? In front of the conference room, a middle-aged man who was already a little old was sitting there quietly. After listening to the discussion of the people around him, he smiled and shook his head. There is nothing wrong with the actions of the top. After all, we are not what we used to do now, and we must focus on the overall situation. The full dumping of German cars can win the status and words of the village for the top. Right, that's a good thing. Of course, for us car companies, there will definitely be some shocks. But I don't think there is anything. The challenge has never been stopped. Even if the top is protecting us now, will it be able to protect us when we go back to the international market? In the end, it's up to you. Even Bide has no opinion. Can we still be afraid of red flags? After saying these words, the surroundings were quiet for a while. Everyone, we are here today to discuss the follow-up development, and it is better to say less about the complaints. Before Honky, we were able to become a domestic benchmark from scratch, and in the future, we will be able to take advantage of this shareholder style to fully take to the stage. It is said on the internet that we are the princes above, but I am ashamed to say that our achievements in the high-end field are very limited after so many years. Although the car has been selling better and better in recent years, it is still a sentimental product in terms of word of mouth and brand value. This time is our chance. Since we are the prince, we must support the sky. Said and patted the table. With the current shaking in the global automotive field, the original plan of Honky to develop step by step was disrupted. All managers are sitting here today just to discuss 1, 2, 3. This boss has also been in charge of Honky for more than 20 years, and he is very aware of the current changes in the domestic auto market. The era of new energy is undoubtedly the best era, not to mention that everyone has an advantage. As a leader in the domestic automobile field, he also felt that it was time for Honky to stand up and lead his family to fight. Boss, just tell me what to do, we all listen. Someone shouted immediately below. Okay, then I'll just say it briefly. The superiors have given us enough authority. From now on, the red flags must follow my instructions. If there is a problem, the superiors will come to me, so all of you must listen carefully to my request. The first point, starting today, Honky will completely abandon the traditional energy market, and stop selling traditional energy vehicles next year, but continue to provide guaranteed after-sales service to customers who have already purchased it. Second point, all R&D institutions under our company will start to develop a new generation of products from now on, targeting the high-end market. We are different from Bide and the others. As the only existence in China with a little brand value, we really have to fire the first shot of this high-end market battle. Because we are a state-owned enterprise, we can survive losses to a certain extent. What I mean is to directly restart the H9 plan. Based on this plan, it will be expanded into 3 areas with a value between 1 million and 10 million, namely supercars, sedans and SUVs. Use all our bottom-pressing techniques. The third point is to fully open up cooperation and invite domestic car companies to formally form an alliance. It is best to promote internal technology sharing, but it should be noted that those who can join must be domestic brands with roots in Maong, and joint ventures are not counted. Even if technology sharing cannot be achieved, we must promote everyone to unite. Although German cars are aggressive, we are fighting locally, but if you want to fight against so many brands, You can't just rely on one or two. We need to have a general tone, so that the top can also cooperate with us. The above is what I figured out in the past few days. If there is anything I want to add, please say it now. Barbara said a lot, and the boss took a sip from the teacup. The subordinates around you look at me and I look at you. Good guy, just give up the traditional market and aim at the high-end field in one breath. Although Hunky is indeed the only high-end brand in China that has a little face, it does not mean that it can be like a duck in water in this range. High-end means high investment, and if your own brand can't support it, you will have to pay more. Come on, a high risk. More importantly, the profit is not necessarily better than the low end. To put it bluntly, high-end cars also have to be measured. Although the German car companies have almost started from scratch, but the car logos are still there, it is all accumulation of more than 100 years. Boss, do we really want to fully invest in the high-end field? Don't make a layout for the low end and middle end? Finally someone couldn't bear it any longer and asked while rubbing his forehead. It's not that we don't do it in the low-end field, but we will slowly cover it after we gain a foothold in the high-end field. If we can't conquer the high-end field, then forget it. I'm not afraid to tell you, it's not only our Hunky family who are looking at the high-end field, but has already made a plan. Even Wuling Hongwang has begun to think about a million-level entry-level supercar. They are worse than us, but they still want to go. Why? Is it a lot of money? Of course not. The reason is very simple. Everyone knows that this will be a good opportunity to turn around, even if the probability of failure of this kind of decision is not small, but everyone is willing to gamble. Even these car companies are still like this. We Hunky have the biggest advantage. Should we go to sell 3 wheels? We are a red flag, an enterprise named after the national flag. Who dares to be a tortoise? The last sentence is already quite harsh. But there is no way. The stable life for a long time has made many people lose their fighting spirit. I have to say this myself, and it can be regarded as a reminder to them. Red flag is different from others. We have a very special status in the country. We usually enjoy privileges, and we have to go to the real world when we have something to do. Whoever dares to force lie again, don't blame me, the boss, for being merciless. Chapter 120 The market determines the direction. Chapter 120 The market determines the direction. Hunky's internal meeting was held for 2 days. I don't know exactly what the outside world was talking about, but I know that the entire Hunky's external attitude has completely changed since those 2 days. Just the second week after German cars turned to the door of technology, Hunky officially announced that it would fully enter the high-end field. This is also the first domestic car company to declare its intention to enter the high-end field. And also released a lot of wind noise. For example, we need to create our own domestic supercar brand, continue to expand our services on Hunky sedans, and at the same time develop the luxury sub-market. Although there are not many words, it is obvious that people are serious. Even Bide did not expect that the originally conservative Hunky would make such a decision to go against their ancestors in such a short period of time. Well, it was a joke. But it can also be seen that domestic car companies are somewhat surprised by Hunky's statement. Is even the prince going to end the fight himself? Now the auto industry is really going to be a mess. There are graphene batteries and hydrogen power batteries on the top of each other, and there are multiple car factions ready to fight each other. Such a chaotic situation has also given many capitalists some bold ideas. The current situation is so chaotic that it is a good time to fish in troubled waters. This battle is not only to establish the mainstream technology ranks in the future, even some old car companies may be brushed out of the first echelon due to team problems. As long as the timing is right, the next top car company will be born in its own hands. In the international market, countless capitals have already paid attention to it. The most orders received by various research institutions are to investigate the current automobile market. And this is naturally not impossible to hide the eyes of those car company bosses. This is really the rhythm of Nima being forced into lying Shan. Under the tide of the era, there is absolutely no possibility for them to escape. Since capital has already seen it, if they don't pay attention, they will die. The smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger. And in September, an even more surprising news came out. Apple officially announced that it has acquired a lesser-known domestic auto supplier. Will officially launch Apple's own car brands next year. At present, the initial investment amount is as high as $50 billion. This news made the already strong smell of gunpowder even more pungent. There have long been rumors that Apple wants to expand its own business, but I didn't expect it to come. This is not a cat or dog, but the world's stock capital. Coupled with Apple's already terrifying brand effect, ordinary people are still true when they spend money to make way can't stand it. The most troublesome thing is that although the beautiful country has not yet determined its own direction, Apple is seriously standing on the side of the gate of technology. In the field of mobile phones, they already have a cooperative relationship with this side, and now they have stated that they will access graphene battery technology in the field of automobiles. This will undoubtedly have a great impact on the attitude of the beautiful country. Panasonic regards the market here as a life-saving straw. If even Eagle Source gives up hydrogen power, they will only be able to eat some soup. So Panasonic immediately sent someone to talk to Apple after hearing the news. But the people they sent were unable to persuade Apple. In Apple's words, in addition to taking into account the previous cooperation foundation, they also value the market there. Unlike your neons, there was no such thing as car culture in Rabbit's house before. Even if he has begun to awaken now, it is still not successful. This has led to the fact that the market there is highly inclusive of global car brands. Not to mention the consumption level over there. Just looking at the market, Apple definitely wants to connect with this side, so that it can better sell goods at Rabbit House. And your family is a world of Japanese cars and has a perfect car culture. It is very difficult for us to join Apple, and the difference in market size, so after many considerations, we chose to continue to cooperate with the door of technology. In short, the market over there determines our attitude. If you have opinions, you can convince the rabbit to use your hydrogen power battery. As long as the side agrees, I can immediately sign a contract with you. But the question is, can you do this? Apple's boss said it very sincerely. If it weren't for the cooperation between Panasonic and his own, he would be lazy to pay attention to him. How big is the market for others? How big is your market? Not to mention that the German car has been reversed, which is equivalent to tearing a hole in the EU. The whole world, Japanese, German, American, British and Chinese, 2 of the 5 car series have already made a choice. And the Germans play like this, maybe the British will make a decision soon. Even if you don't, you can't decide the direction just by relying on your market. The Chinese market is something that no one can give up. The American car companies are not only Apple, who has just joined, but many bosses think so. I'm just making a start. Strictly speaking, this is already an overall decision for American cars. At least Ford has made it clear that they don't want to put a hydrogen tank in the car at all. We at Apple are just a little brother who has just joined the family. The big brother said so, and we can only follow the big army. If you have any questions, you can go to Rabbit, or negotiate with GM and Ford, then we will naturally follow. After hearing this, Panasonic's forehead almost exploded. Go talk to the Rabbit? What a joke, they won't agree unless they're out of their minds. Besides, hydrogen power is very safe, and it's not just a dynamite bag. As long as the concentration is well controlled, this thing will not explode at all. They have already done experiments and compared the characteristics of some flammable substances such as hydrogen, natural gas, gasoline, etc. in a numerical aspect. The ignition temperature of hydrogen is significantly lower than that of gasoline, and the energy generated during ignition is even lower than that of all flammable substances. Combustible substances involved in the comparison. Moreover, the density of hydrogen is only 7% of that of air. Compared with gasoline, propane and methane, it has greater buoyancy in the air and is easier to rise rapidly. Its diffusivity and rapid volatility are also significantly higher than other flammable gas. Hydrogen explosion requires a high concentration, and it generally begins to burn before the explosion, but it is difficult to explode. Moreover, hydrogen is light in weight, and the hydrogen overflowing the system will rise up quickly after it catches fire, which protects the body and passengers to a certain extent. Therefore, it is difficult to accumulate high concentrations of hydrogen in the air. If a leak occurs, the hydrogen will quickly diffuse and volatilize, and it is not easy to form an explosive aerosol. Especially in an open environment, it is easy to escape and will not stay like gasoline after volatilization. Not easy to evacuate in the air. It is precisely because of this that the family can use hydrogen power with confidence. But why does it feel like everyone thinks this thing is dangerous? We are not fools. Hey, if it was really easy to blow up, would we still develop it for so long? Damn, don't listen to Bide's foolish tricks. Chapter 121 I'm not only there. Still big. Chapter 121 I'm not only there. Still big. Goozy. What hook did you design? Isn't the boss you said, should we use the human figure as a reference? That's what I said, but I didn't ask you to include all this stuff. What's the difference? Is there no difference? Of it? Do not of it? No. Fuck off. Get rid of it for Lao Tzu. On this day, Wang Chen, who was busy in the laboratory, slapped the table angrily. On the display screen in front of him, a set of three-dimensional models that have just been built are quietly displayed on the screen. This is a humanoid robot that looks about 2 meters in size. The whole body is made of steel, and a lot of folding technology is integrated in the body, which can use a variety of supporting equipment. If you just look at the utilization of the internal space, Goozy has indeed achieved the ultimate. A lot of what should be and should not be all got on. For example, he got a big baby between the legs of the robot. To be honest, Wang Chen was numb at first sight. What I want is a robot that can completely replace humans for high-precision production, not a fucking adult doll. Such a big baby, do you want to enter the 404 market? In the face of Wang Chen's questioning, Goozy was still very aggrieved. What is Wang Chen's own request to design with reference to human shape? As far as I know on the internet, isn't this thing called a symbol of masculinity? And considering the practicality, this big baby is not an ornament. But there is a complete set of tools inside. After opening it left and right, you can see more than a dozen different types of screwdrivers. Even the main body can rotate 360 degrees, just add a head. The next words were not finished without Wang Chen interrupting. What are you kidding? 360-degree rotation. Also has a built-in screwdriver. Are you fucking kidding me? Whose robot uses that thing for screws? Also add a drill. What do you want? Sun Earth? Wang Chen couldn't help but imagine in his mind. Beside a piece of equipment, this robot can not only work with both hands, but also rotates underneath. That picture is so beautiful that Wang Chen feels like a dog when he thinks about it. It's immoral, it's too immoral. These two dogs are afraid that they are not infected with the virus, right? Is this something that the Nima people can design? That's it. Are you still selling the world? I'm afraid it wasn't the first time De Gang saw it. He could find a clip and pull out the thing below. Be good, don't say it. Seeing the light is a problem with your mind. In the face of Wang Chen's tough attitude, Erguzi could only agree to modify it, although he was deeply wronged. It's lifeless and doesn't have this function, mainly because I don't understand why Wang Chen would disagree with this design. Ask. Wang Chen didn't go into details, just asked himself to change. Damn, I don't know what's wrong, how can I file and study? In desperation, Erguzi had to continuously analyze through the built-in learning system. The final conclusion was that Wang Chen was stimulated. The reason is exciting is because the robot has this stuff. It can be inferred that the boss of his own may not allow him to design this way because he does not have it. Well, that should be it. Wang Chen wanted to know that Erguzi didn't want to send it a format every minute. I do not have. What a joke. If there is no, then the dog author does not have it. Lao Tzu not only has it, still big. Anyway, Erguzi changed this thing. A few days later, looking at the re-released design drawings, Wang Chen touched his chin with satisfaction. That's right, although there are still some things to change, but at least the direction is correct. The test of the 8-legged robot has also entered the tail end. Now this machine in his hand has been officially upgraded from the company's errand staff to the laboratory's No. 1 employee. The current priority is to test, and then continuously produce ourselves through laboratory equipment. Wang Chen plans to start the humanoid robot plan after there are 5 or 6 units. In September, in addition to continuing to study robots, Wang Chen also passed on new design drawings for the island. According to the adjustment made by Erguzi last time, the changes in the entire drawing are not small. I heard that nearly 80 people have been specially integrated within the CCCC, and their daily task is to optimize this design. Although it took a lot of time and manpower, the effect is still very good. As a whole, it is quite in line with Wang Chen's aesthetic. Anyway, after watching it for a long time, I didn't think of any more places that need to be changed. Since there is nothing wrong with the overall design, the rest is simple. Wang Chen still threw the design drawing to Erguzi, and let it perform a comprehensive calculation of the entire layout through supercomputing. Be aware that this drawing contains the approximate distribution of water and electricity. Erguzi can completely simulate the daily life and work of human beings on the entire island through this. How to better arrange water and electricity, how to adjust the setting structure of the island and the direction of the road, etc. It took nearly half a month to calculate this thing. It was not until the end of September that Erguzi handed over a list to Wang Chen. It is densely written with thousands of places that may need to be modified. With Erguzi's current judgment, it is still not 100% accurate. All it can do is aggregate all possible situations, analyze them and give recommendations. Wait until Wang Chen submits the report analyzed by Erguzi to Zhoujian. The designers at the other end of CCCC are also you look at me and I look at you. Good guy, this is the first time I have seen such a powerful party after working in the industry for so long. It stands to reason that party are generally just talks, and the professional knowledge is not clear at all. These all need to be perfected by designers. However, these analysis reports of Erguzi cannot be completely correct, but they are all reasonable. Just referring to this thing can save them a lot of time for their own modification. No wonder I kept talking about it after my chief engineer went there last time. If you want this thing to assist you, then everyone's development work will be too easy. Anyway, relying on this thing, CCCC has the confidence to release the official drawings by the end of the year. Jin Sanshi has also started to raise funds, and the current construction amount of the island is also rising again and again. The cost of nearly $60 billion, even if it is paid in installments. The first payment must be given 20% of the overall amount. That is 12 billion US dollars, equivalent to nearly 72 billion RMB. Is almost all the cash currently on the company's books. Jin Sanshi dare not let his books empty in one breath. At present, the company is still in the stage of rapid development. If there is no money in the book, it will develop a hammer. So the best way is to ask someone to borrow some first. And the richest person in the country is naturally that one. Chapter 122 A bunch of new things. Chapter 122 A bunch of new things. Wang Chen has also agreed to borrow money. Although I don't know much about business, I also know that if a company of this size has no money in the account, it's not a joke. So I called De Gang and asked Jin Sanshi to chat with him. For the fact that the Gate of Technology wants to borrow money, the above is also very happy to agree. Not to mention, the speed at which this company makes money is not at all afraid that they will not catch up. The final result was also very straightforward. With 5% of the shares of Technology Gate as collateral, 10 billion US dollars was loaned from above. Although it is mortgaged, there is no interest on it, and it has been given 10 years. After all, you don't want to earn interest at all, and the pledged shares are just a pretense, and some people in China are forced to talk about this issue. Although I don't understand why Wang Chen has to develop that island, but since it has already started, it is impossible for the Gate of Science and Technology to fall into the embarrassing ground of no money at this time. Is about to enter the era of the explosion of science and technology. If the door of science and technology makes itself out of money for this matter and affects the development, it will lose a lot of money. Not to mention 10 billion US dollars, even if it is 100 billion US dollars, Wang Chen would dare to lend them if he dared. As for what to do if you really can't afford it, the boss wished that Wang Chen could not give the money. $10 billion can be exchanged for 5% of the shares, and if $100 billion can be specified, it will be able to hold the Gate of Technology. Compared with such a big company, the mere money is just a hammer. Anyway, it's okay to lose yourself both vertically and horizontally. With the $10 billion knife that the boss agreed to lend him, Jin Sanshi breathed a sigh of relief. Wait for the money to arrive at least next year and don't worry too much about the book. You just need to give yourself some time, and your profit will definitely increase after next year. After all, even now, he has not yet achieved market saturation. The supply of batteries is still in short supply, which is all money. Not to mention that after the new year, artificial intelligence will start to show its power. Robots will inevitably become a new pillar industry of our own. And at the end of September, Jin Sanshi had already followed Wang Chen's request. Beg and Disney reached a cooperation. Directly bought the copyright of Dabai with money. Wang Chen's meaning is very simple. If you want to enter the civilian market, the robot must be good-looking and cute. Dabai of Supermarines is very popular in itself. If you use this image to promote it, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Disney is also very interested in this cooperation. As long as there is a friendship price in terms of copyright, what they hope is to use this cooperation to reach a cooperative relationship with the Gate of Science and Technology. They hope to use artificial intelligence to develop a series of doll robots that can be used in their own campuses in the future. If possible, even willing to share their own copyright with the Gate of Technology. However, Jin Sanshi did not agree to this proposal for the time being. It is useless for a high-tech company of my own to ask for so many cartoon characters, and this one is still the name of my own boss. Other animated characters are useless if they are given to themselves. Of course, although he did not agree, he did not refuse. After all, Disney is also a rich person. After the global strategic layout is completed, they can become a big customer of their own. Disney also understands it well, they are not in a hurry, and they also know that Technology Gate has no time to customize products for them now. Then wait, It's nothing more than a few years. The copyright of Dabai is a secret transaction. This matter was not announced to the public under the arrangement of Jin Sanshi, but was prepared to wait for Wang Chen to come up with the real thing before publicizing it. During the period, he also needs to build a new production base on the other side of the factory. Although Wang Chen has not sent the production line drawings, but now Jin Sanshi is very skilled. Don't worry if you don't have any drawings, first build the factory building. Is always usable. Time goes forward day by day. Finally, the National Day is here. As the second busiest festival in China, during these 7 days, the famous scenic spots in the country are basically crowded with people. Wat Chan sleeps on the toilet, Huang Shan sleeps on the stairs, that's all basic exercises. On the first day, there was a grand show that attracted the attention of the military fans. That is the annual big exhibition. Especially in the past few years, there are always new things in the exhibition every year. What new high-speed missiles, new planes, new wife guns and more. And this year, military fans are even more excited. Even before the military parade, the head of the regiment at Station B had already leaked the news, saying that there would be many new things at this year's exhibition. This will undoubtedly make military fans feel itchy. Climbed out of bed early in the morning, guarding the platform and waiting silently. Due to mythical beasts, the exhibition cannot be detailed, please understand. From 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, a full 2 hours. With the appearance of the last big baby, the entire exhibition is officially over. This year, there are indeed a lot of new things. The first one was the 699A vehicles in the first row of the tank team, which obviously sounded a little wrong. Unlike the traditional fuel engine, even a layman can hear the snoring sound very delicate. The roar of the telex easily revealed the changes in its internal structure. The world's first electric drive main battle finally officially debuted today. Although the specific performance is not clear, just listening to the roar of this motor has already made many military fans intoxicated. In addition to tanks, this year there is also a drone squadron. That is a new generation of military individual drones jointly developed by Jai and the military. Light is already quite spiffy in terms of appearance. Not to mention a small caliber machine gun under the crotch. Judging from the 4 ammunition boxes on the back, the ammunition capacity is estimated to be around 2,000. A total of 16 drones lined up in a triangular formation and flew slowly across the square. Although the size is not large, the degree of shock it brings is not low at all. Then there appeared a new generation of electric-driven military armed vehicles, electric-driven self-propelled guns, and even electric-driven drones that were towed out. From the appearance, it should be a Rainbow Six inspection and fight. However, the covers on both sides of the fuselage have been opened to reveal the Grafton electromagnetic group inside. It is obvious that this Rainbow Six has completed the magic modification, from burning oil to charging. It is conceivable that the stealth of this thing must have risen to a higher level. Not only netizens watched the entire exhibition, but also the halls in Europe and the United States watched it all in 1 second. After reading it, his face was a little ugly, and it was obvious that the Rabbit's army had begun to upgrade. Is completely ahead of everyone in the electric drive. This is not good news. Grandpa's birthday today. Today is my grandfather's birthday. I've been busy for a day, I'll update it tomorrow, I just came back from the village. Chapter 123. Chapter 123 The Chinese Academy of Sciences. The effect of the big exhibition is very good. The appearance of nearly 7 or 8 new electric vehicles has undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on other halls in the village. Anyone who knows how to do it knows how much better the electric drive is compared to the traditional drive. Now everyone is thinking about how far the Rabbit has developed in places that everyone does not know, except for these things that can be seen. Some people even suspect that the traditional submarine drive will be changed to electric drive. This effect can be achieved with the current graphene battery. And it doesn't need to spend too much money, just change the original traditional fuel engine to backup energy. It is enough to set aside an area for placing batteries, and the transformation cost is not high. Although I don't want to admit it, the reality is that the rabbit has already walked in front of everyone. The strength of the military means that the political status of a court will rise accordingly. Had a very high status at the top, and now it is in a stage of rapid development. How to face the power from above in the village committee has become a difficult point for everyone to start pondering. Politics is just a continuation of the military. Even in today's society, the big fist is still the uncle. And this is exactly what the above wants. Before October, the tone of the European and American halls in the negotiations was still relatively tough. But after this big exhibition, although we haven't talked about it yet, from what we already know, there are already signs of letting go. In addition to this matter, in the international foreign trade market, the local tyrants led by the Middle East also showed great interest in the new products of rabbit family. Although now due to oil prices, the importance of dog owners in the world has begun to plummet. But due to its internal reasons, it is not considered to be very stable. As a rich man, naturally, he needs to arm himself with various advanced weapons. The situation of relying on the protection fee was not optimistic before, not to mention that his status has declined now. And if you want to vigorously develop tourism, if you can't provide a stable environment, who will come? No, looking at the newly vacated weapon above, the big dog patted his wallet excitedly. After all, there is a big cooperation between the company and the above, so it shouldn't be a big problem to buy some new weapons, right? Especially the electric-driven large fixed-wing drone that came out above. This big baby has already played a prestige in their place. For the local tyrants who don't want to die and want stability, unmanned vehicles are definitely their first choice. Anyway, just buy it again. The military parade successfully achieved the desired result, while on the other side, in Wang Chen's laboratory, Wang Chen, who just finished his vacation, is sorting out the materials he is working on. The big guys who said they would come to study before postponed their original time to after the National Day due to some reasons. Counting the days, there are still about 2 days left. In order to facilitate learning, the above arranged accommodation directly around the company, and even built a few folding beds in a corner of the laboratory. This move also made Wang Chen's brain hurt a little. You bastard, is this the rhythm of fighting to the death with yourself? I am now his mother's healthcare person, so I can't do the work of staying up late. I hurriedly contacted Du Gang, and after listening to what Wang Chen said, this guy also smiled and said that this was all requested by those bosses, and it was not necessary for Wang Chen to stay up all night to train them. Anyway, the daily class time is from 9 AM to 6 PM, and you don't need to worry about it after that. Hearing this, Wang Chen was relieved. This is almost the same. It is impossible to stay up late anyway. Who is responsible for baldness? I'm only 23, but I don't want to unlock the most brilliant achievements. Guzi has basically completed the relevant teaching materials. From the most basic programming, to the construction of the logical thinking framework, to the deployment of the learning system construction, etc. There are more than 30 GB of data alone. These are the concentrated essence of Guzi. Wang Chen's teaching will also be arranged according to this teaching material. Take them to go through the whole process. Anyway, the artificial intelligence technology in my hands has not surpassed the times for too long. As long as there is a tutorial, even if you don't say anything, they should be able to understand it just by looking at it. More is actually teaching them how to build a safe and intelligent system. October 8th, which is the first day after the National Day. a plane stopped steadily at the airport in Modu. The 6 big men who were assigned to study have all arrived, and they rushed over quickly by car under the arrangement of Du Gang. According to the arrangement, the official start time of the study is October 10th, and coming 2 days in advance is also a space for them to prepare. Wang Chen has arranged seats in the laboratory, and has already asked Guzi to start building a simulation program for learning. The 10th will definitely be able to do well. In the afternoon, as the group settled in the dormitory next to the Gate of Science and Technology, Jin Sanshi also asked the people in the cafeteria to prepare a meal for these big bosses. Wang Chen, the protagonist, was naturally pulled down. Fortunately, most of the room was filled with scientific researchers, and there was no such thing as the smirk, hypocrisy and a lot of bullshit that Wang Chen hated. When we eat, the most talked about issues are about artificial intelligence. Basically they asked, Wang Chen answered. Du Gang was fine, but Jin Sanshi was frightened by the snack. Mom, this is a state secret, is it really okay for you to just talk on my face like this? Don't get slapped tomorrow because I know too much. Although I also know that this is looking at myself as an insider. But Jin Sanshi still feels that the less he knows about some things, the better. I am a part-time worker and cannot afford these secrets. No, after eating half of Jin Sanshi, he was very honest and slipped away under the excuse of diarrhea. After all, Wang Chen and the others have already talked about the core code of artificial intelligence. He didn't have the heart of Du Gang, and continued to sit there as if nothing happened. A meal was eaten until 7 or 8 in the evening. When the scene was over, Wang Chen called out Jin Sanshi, who had been hiding in the toilet for 4 or 5 hours. This thing runs fast, but it hurts himself. I just wanted to have a meal, but I was dragged by these big guys to chat for a few hours. They look like they would like to live in the lab tonight. From the chat, Wang Chen also had a clearer understanding of the follow-up plan above. Judging from the follow-up plans above, it is true that these big guys are so anxious. It seems that the above hopes to push artificial intelligence into the military in the shortest possible time. Once successful, this would be a huge improvement for national defense. Chapter 124 Eye of the Window. Chapter 124 The Eye of the Window. The current plan is still mainly focused on the military. One is to integrate artificial intelligence into national defense. Especially the command system, although I dare not access all of them at one time, it is still no problem to incorporate it into the conventional combat system. Such as individual combat, battlefield environment analysis, data analysis, spying, interference, etc. Especially in the aspect of command. The authority of artificial intelligence will be further enlarged, which is very dependent on the proficiency of related technologies. The second is to use artificial intelligence in scientific research institutions, and the first access is to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As the top scientific research institutions in China, the addition of artificial intelligence will definitely improve their research and development efficiency a lot. In order to meet the needs of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the above has approved the construction of a separate supercomputing center around it. The Chinese Academy of Sciences will be the first institution to access artificial intelligence. In addition to shouldering the burden of scientific research, it also needs to provide technical guarantees and security guarantees for domestic military artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence of the military in the future will all be responsible for them. It is precisely because of this that these bigwigs of the Chinese Academy of Sciences are so anxious now. The burden on their shoulders is too heavy, and they can't help it. After a day of rest, on October 10th, Wang Chen officially issued a card to each of them. This is a temporary pass to enter the laboratory, which was previously Dragon has one in his hand. In order to ensure that the relevant information will not be leaked, Du Gang is personally responsible for the security of the Gate of Technology this time. The daily task is to sit in front of the laboratory and drink tea. After a few days of running in, although Wang Chen himself is not a teaching material, fortunately, he is walking according to the progress. My task is to take them through the process of artificial intelligence, especially the safety aspect needs to be explained. 1 month is quite short, to be honest, but fortunately everyone has a complete tutorial written by Guzi. I did not fall behind by reviewing at night. But that's all there is to it. Even if these 6 people are the top leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, they are still a little powerless in the face of this new technology. Relying on the textbooks, it was the limit to keep up with Wang Chen's rhythm every day. No, from the first day they made suggestions and recorded everything Wang Chen explained every day. Then every night, I reviewed it with the information on hand, but I managed to resist the pressure. It was because the time was too tense, and the head of them joked, saying that he felt like he had returned to the college entrance examination. For this matter, Wang Chen can't do much. I have a lot of things on my hands, and being able to take them out for a month is already the limit. According to what they said, 48 days a year, after deducting this month, they still have 18 days of study time, which is arranged at the end of the year. This is already the best choice that can be given. Wait for this month to finish and then practice for a while. At the end of the year, you can use the remaining 18 days to solve the problem in a concentrated manner. And when Wang Chen was teaching these big guys a lesson. At the end of October, the mobile phone market, which has been in a slump recently, suddenly became restless again. Originally, the hot searches during this period were concentrated in the automotive field and artificial intelligence. However, at the end of October, Google took the lead in announcing that it will officially launch a new generation of operating systems on January 1 next year. And even more terrifying than the previously announced lineup. There are more than 30 supporting manufacturers of the Internet of Everything, including almost all the leading players in the furniture industry. Not only that, Google is also speeding up negotiations with foreign car companies, hoping to access its own new system section in the in-vehicle system. It's just that because everyone in the auto industry is very nervous and dare not stand in line easily, so far, except for the clear answer given by the Japanese car side, other factions are still in a wait-and-see state. After all, the decisions they are going to make now will be related to the issue of their own companies standing between the 2 camps in the future. The battle between the Flower Factory and Google can still be pushed to the East and West camps in a big way. Especially in such a sensitive period now, one wrong step can lead to a loss of opportunity, or a fall off a cliff and a sad exit. Although only Japanese cars are joining for the time being, the strength of Google is still shown. It's just that before this event was lively for 2 days, the Flower Factory also officially released a promotional video. The above content may be known to many colleagues, but for the majority of users, it is the first time they have seen it. In the short video, there is no shadow of a traditional mobile phone, but a sci-fi object similar to glasses is displayed in the center. Through wireless connection with the mobile phone, some general information is projected onto the graft and display in the lens. This initiative alone has aroused the love of countless young people. Relying on graft and batteries and graft and flexible screens, the design of the entire glasses still has a strong battery life while ensuring lightness. Especially this kind of projection screen does not need too saturated colors in most cases, which greatly reduces the energy consumption of the device during use. The 2 modes currently given by glasses are regular mode and immersive mode. The normal mode is mainly used in daily use. The projected information will be displayed around the lens, and the transparency of 40% will not affect the user's line of sight. There is already a complete demonstration in the video, not only to receive text messages, WeChat messages, the status of various smart home appliances at home, etc., but even navigation can be safely projected into the lens. And immersion mode, is generally used during breaks. It can be activated under safe conditions, and then the entire glass's screen will be directly converted to a 4K 120 fps display. You can clearly view the video and browse the web. But the Flower Factory also said that it is not recommended to use the immersive mode for a long time. After all, being too close to the eyes will also cause a lot of burden. The whole process of the demonstration of the equipment is full of high-tech feeling, at least it has the upper hand in the B category. And at the end, the Flower Factory also announced the price of this device. The device, dubbed Eye of Windows, is currently available in two models. Standard Edition, $2,499, Deluxe Edition, $3,499. May sound a bit expensive, but if you buy it with the Huachang mobile phone plan, you can get a 20% discount. Of course, when the device starts mass production, the Hongmeng system will also be synchronized to update. As long as the phone is not too old, it can support this function. The current official pre-sale time is also January 1st, and it is clear that it is to confront Google. Chapter 125. Chapter 125 Start all over again. In a dimly lit room, Mr. Le was sitting in the office with a sad face, watching the propaganda video that was continuously playing on the display screen. He was smoking Oazi one after another. Flower Factory has finally come out. Although there are not many functions currently supported, it is enough to open a new era. Just like when Apple came out, in just 1 or 2 years, it can sweep the world and gild countless big manufacturers. Although Rice did not experience the bloody storm that year, Mr. Le himself was a person who came from that era. The development of science and technology is sometimes so ruthless, 1 second may be buried in the next second. As strong as Nokia can't stop the wave, Mr. Le doesn't think his own is stronger than Nokia back then. In the past few months, I have been trying to promote the board of directors, hoping to fully transfer to the domestic camp, and with the market share occupied by my own Rice brand, I can get a very good cooperation treatment. But even if he has stated his interests many times, the board of directors still cannot make an absolute judgment. The capital of Google has been interfering in the decision-making of the board of directors, and even bluntly said to give up the idea. If that's all, that's all. The plan to increase investment in scientific research proposed by him was also rejected by these directors. The reason for is also very simple. This requires a lot of money to be invested, which will directly affect the income in the following years. The cooperation cannot be negotiated, and the investment does not give money. Now Mr. Le has basically given up the idea of persuading these shareholders. Mr. Le, would you like to go down and eat something? Just as Mr. Le was sitting in the office smoking a cigarette, a person walked in from outside the house. Old son, I can't eat it. I guess the shareholders still use that rhetoric. Mr. Le shook his head and asked with a sigh. The person who came here nodded and sat on the sofa. Currently, the total number of shareholders who support us is less than 45%, and our ideas cannot be pushed forward at all. I expected it, sorry, I thought I could persuade them. Now it seems that I think too much. Seems to have expected this result, Mr. Le sighed unsurprisingly. Mr. Le, why don't I try again? This man called Lao Sun is the second in command of Rice, and it's the first time I've seen Boss Le show this kind of expression after so many years. Said suddenly a little flustered. No, it's impossible for Google to agree, it's all the fruit I planted myself back then. If the situation didn't change, there would be no problem with this road, but I didn't expect a technology portal to directly give the domestic a live. Waved his hand, Mr. Le sighed a little helplessly. The step of introducing capital has been considered for a long time. This is indeed a move that can quickly expand Rice. Although many things will be given up, the decision of the year is completely in line with the market of that year. And he was indeed successful. I just didn't expect the market to change so fast, and the advantage becomes a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. After all, I am still limited by capital by relying on capital. Then what do we do next? People from the Google faction on the board are already dissatisfied with your proposal. Manager's son also touched his head. He is an old man of the company, so he naturally knows what Mr. Le means. However, the current situation is not only a matter of proposal, but the board of directors seems to have the intention of removing President Le. I see, they are also afraid. After all, at this critical time, our rice, as one of the leading distributors in the country, cannot be out of their control. It's better to be an obedient puppet than an outlier with too many ideas like me. Mr. Le laughed and said nonchalantly. Google should also be irritated by its own insistence again and again. Probably not, after all, Rice. Manager's son frowned slightly, trying to comfort Mr. Le but didn't know what to say. Mr. Le is indeed the founder of Rice, but Rice is not under Mr. Le's control. If the board of directors insists on replacing people, overhead mines are always just a matter of one sentence. Old son, how many years have you been with me? Suddenly, Mr. Le exhaled and looked up at manager's son, asking in a somewhat inexplicable tone. 10 years, what's wrong with Mr. Le? Manager's son thought for a while and replied a little strangely. Yeah, 10 years have passed, and I'm already in my 50s. Do you think I can start a new business? What? Mr. Le, are you serious? Manager's son was taken aback by this question and asked in disbelief. I said, do you think I can create a mobile phone brand that is the same as Rice? This time, Mr. Le made it clearer. It's not necessary. Even if Rice can't join the domestic league, Google doesn't necessarily lose. Seeing that Mr. Le didn't seem to be joking, manager's son's mouth twitched slightly and hurriedly comforted him. Really? But I think Google will lose. Even if it is still alive, the domestic alliance will inevitably become a reality in the mobile phone market. This was originally a perfect development opportunity for Rice, but now I can't use any means. Google has now made it clear that they want the Rice to live and die with them, so what do you want me to do? This is a battle between the two camps, and the odds on Google's side are high. We are subject to the inability of capital to change our attitude, which is equivalent to being roasted on the fire. The market is our lifeblood. If Google loses, there are other ways to survive. Once we lose the market, it is no different from dying. Rice was brought by me, from a small workshop all the way to the #1 in the country. I don't want Rice to be defeated in my hands, still in such an aggrieved way. I can accept failure, but not this kind of failure. Obviously there are better options, but you can only watch the advantages are lost little by little. This feels really bad. Take a look at the flower factory, then look at Nokia, Apple, which one is not striding forward? Even brands like Vivo have increased their R&D investment. And we? What is our capital doing? I can understand that the suggestion is not passed, but if we don't increase the R&D investment at this point, we really let us wait to die, right? You should also be aware that Samsung has begun to develop a new generation of products, including the kind of glasses newly vacated by the flower factory. I bet that once Samsung and the others succeed in research and development, our Rice will be forced to connect. Is this using Lao Tzu's company as a wallet? Since that's the case, it's easy to get together and break up. I did eat the dividends of their European and American capital. I admit that, since I don't want Rice like this, I start anew. I still don't believe it. I was able to get rid of so many brands back then, but now I can't do it. Is nothing more than 10 years of work, and my mother is not too old to work. Seems to want to vent his anger during this period of time, and Mr. Le said a lot almost uncontrollably. Manager's son, who was listening silently next to him, could only shake his head. My boss is still under too much pressure. he has to give up rice and start all over again. This really makes me not sure what to say. Chapter 12611130 Near Anti-Gun Electromagnetic Magic Revision. Chapter 12611130 Revision of the Electromagnetic Magic of Near Anti-Gun. Old son, just tell me, if I leave the rice, will you come? After venting, Mr. Le slowly took a few breaths to suppress his emotions and asked again. Hey, Laola, you're in your 50s, can't you be more peaceful? No matter how rice has reached this point, it's still very difficult to break down, so why take such a big risk? Manager Sun rubbed his temples with a wry smile. What you are talking about is the worst case. Normally, even if Google fails, the Android camp will not collapse because of it. People's Science and Technology Gate is a three-pronged plan. As long as this direction is in place, it will be difficult for rice to collapse. From a first rate to a third rate, tell me what's the difference between this and collapse? How did we seize the market back then, and how will it be taken away by others in the future? I can't accept that the country I worked hard for was given to me like this. Snatched. Again, if the means are exhausted and the defeat is irreversible, I will definitely stay until the day the rice goes bankrupt. But I can't stand this slow death. In that case, it would be better for me to end the rice myself. Trust my grandson, I have been thinking about this decision for a long time. Mr. Le said this very seriously, he has had enough of being limited by capital. Have you really made up your mind? Manager Sun stared at Mr. Le for a long time, and then became quiet after a while. Asked quietly. Well, I have already decided. How? Old son, do you want to come and walk with me for another 10 years? Damn. You are really my trademark, how else can I choose? I can still stay in the rice if you are indifferent. Someone will set the fire on my head when I look back. I am so old, and enjoy some blessings. It is good? Where is this going? How old is Mr. Wren, and he is still guiding the country? I am very young, and I will be fine for another 30 years. Hey, what's the matter? I'll say it first, don't blame me for cursing if your motherfucker goes bankrupt. With a long sigh, Manager Sun shrugged and said with a bit of a laugh. I have been with Mr. Le since the day I came in. If this guy really leaves, it is a certain thing that he will be excluded. It's better to go out with Mr. Le and try again. I made enough money anyway. And to be honest, I was already tired of the days of intrigue with those sand sculpture shareholders. Haha, good, with your help, it's nothing more than a restart. Mr. Le laughed, and the haze on his face finally dissipated a lot. But I have a condition. You said, do you want shares or not? What? If I come out to fight with you, you don't even plan to give some shares? That's not it. HMPH, Lao Tzu's conditions are very simple, don't look for shareholders to disgust yourself, this is the last time, if you give me a new sentence someday, I promise to beat you. Manager Sun lost his calmness at this time, pushed his glasses and threatened. This rice is not only your work, but also mine. I don't want to experience this bad feeling a second time. Don't worry, no, absolutely not. Mr. Le nodded and said decisively. Okay, what shall we do next? Simple, there will be a meeting tomorrow? Just show down and leave. I guess it will take some time to get the money for the withdrawal of shares. During this period, you will first help build the company framework, and then directly build the factory to prepare for production. Time is running out. We must catch the last train this time. Okay, I'll go get it now. But I want to ask, what will our company be called this time? I've already thought about it, it's called Rice. Poof. Why are you laughing? Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, let me laugh. You are really ha ha ha. Fuck off, get busy with your business. Salted fish technology, in the laboratory. Wang Chen is busy teaching these students. Seeing that November is coming, the course has been walking at its own pace. Although there is a lot of pressure to study every day, these big guys still survived. And it looks like he is having fun. If it wasn't for Wang Chen's requirement that they sleep for 8 hours a day, this group of people would probably be so busy that they wouldn't even bother to sleep. The body is the capital of the revolution. Wang Chen didn't want to die suddenly. These are all national treasures, the mainstay of artificial intelligence in the future. Whether you can relax in the future depends on whether they are strong enough. Therefore, Wang Chen also taught him everything in his studies, and if there was anything he didn't understand, just ask. Not only that, Wang Chen also gave them access to Erguzi. Even at night, Erguzi can help answer some questions. And just as the get out of class was about to end in the afternoon, Erguzi's voice suddenly came through the headset. Boss, the preliminary design of the electromagnetic kinetic energy weapon has been completed. Do you want to take a look? Wang Chen's eyes lit up, who was sitting on the sofa drinking water, and hurried to his desk. Sent to see. Soon, two drawn drawings appeared on his display. It can be seen from the above pattern that this is a design drawing of a large E-caliber electromagnetic weapon. According to Wang Chen's thinking, weapons of this caliber are all used to defend large targets at sea. The light caliber reached an astonishing 380 mm, equivalent to the main gun caliber of the Bismarck battleship during World War II. And it adopts a triple-pack design, which can support simultaneous firing. However, from the appearance, the entire barrel is not round, but a long octagonal muzzle. When is excited, it will be divided into two pieces from the middle, and excited by the internal high-power magnetic track, which is a bit like the cannon in Transformers. The whole system is not very complicated. It consists of 3 parts: energy source, accelerator and switch. According to the parameters expected by Wang Chen, the entire system should be able to accelerate the internal projectile to 15 times the speed of sound when the energy supply is complete, and the range is even close to 1000 kilometers. And if you use 4-5 to 6-5 degrees to projectile, although the accuracy will drop a little, the end speed will be faster, and the range will increase to about 1002. Of course, this thing is still a bit flashy at present. In addition to this, there is another drawing on the screen. If the large caliber is Wang Chen's own personal feelings and pre-research for the future, then this one is completely special for island defense. Developing is referred to as 1130 near anti-gun electromagnetic magic revision. Wang Chen believes that anyone who sees this design should praise himself as sad and sick tilde. This thing is the middle force of future island defense. Follow me if you like it. Chapter 127 Shipyard Plan. Chapter 127 Shipyard Plan. This appearance is actually somewhat similar to the 1130 close anti-aircraft gun on the current warship. However, in terms of caliber, it is only a 20 mm caliber. In Wang Chen's design, the entire electromagnetic close-in defense cannon can fire at a rate of 1,200 rounds per minute, with an effective range of about 70 kilometers, and a limit range of even 120. Unlike the large E-caliber land defense electromagnetic gun, this thing mainly relies on the barrage to cause damage. Although an electromagnetic close-in cannon can only play line defense, if dozens or even hundreds of them fire at the same time, the amount of barrage will be considerable. And the flight speed is also close to 8 times the speed of sound, basically exceeding most airborne missiles. As long as a sufficient number of close-in defense guns are arranged with a sufficiently advanced radar system, let alone a plane or even a missile can stop you. After all, the projectile flying out at this speed is already a bomb itself. The ultra-high kinetic energy will burst out extremely considerable combat power at the moment of contact with the object. as the backbone of the island's early defense is definitely enough. Anyway, he is just self-defense, and under normal circumstances, no one dares to face him. Is a pity. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to vigorously develop electromagnetic guns, but due to too many factors, he could only choose a compromise solution such as closer-range guns. After all, although the large-caliber electromagnetic gun has a very strong range and a long range, it is not a high threat to the aircraft carrier. First of all, it is impossible for an aircraft carrier to fight with you directly. They are all hiding behind and releasing carry-based aircraft. With the current combat power of the aircraft carrier, the attack radius can be extended to about 800 kilometers. If you count the tankers, it will be even farther. At this distance, it would take more than 2 minutes for the electromagnetic gun to land at the speed of nearly 15 times the speed of sound. For such a long time, at an average sailing speed of more than 30 knots, the aircraft carrier did not know where to go. Some people must say that since 2 minutes is too long, then speed up. Wang Chen didn't think about it, but after careful calculation, he found that he couldn't do it at all. There is a very simple reason. If you want the aircraft carrier to not have much room for reaction, you must at least accelerate the projectile to about 100 times the speed of sound. Let's not say how powerful a carrier is needed to do this. Even if it reaches 100 times the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to hit it. Because the Earth is round, let alone 100 times the speed of sound, about 20 or 30 times the speed of sound is enough for a projectile to float in the sky without falling down. The effect of curvature makes it impossible to add speed without limit. If you really want 100 times the speed of sound, then it's not an aircraft carrier or a satellite. Therefore, under the influence of curvature, 15 times the speed of sound is already close to the limit that the Earth's gravity can carry. And this speed is very low threat to the aircraft carrier, so naturally it can only be done as a pre-research. After all, although there are not many conditions for use on the Earth, once it enters the long universe, the power of this electromagnetic gun can be revealed. Of course, it does not mean that large-caliber electromagnetic guns are completely useless. Is really not very useful in the confrontation of the same level. But if you fight an unequal war, the lethality of this thing is still quite terrifying. Such as hitting a fixed target or something. Wang Chen himself has an idea. When the large-caliber electromagnetic gun is actually developed, he will open a shipyard on the island. This shipyard is not only building surface ships, but also preparing for subsequent spaceships. Of course, this is already a very late plan, at least it can only be considered after the infrastructure of the island is completed. And before that, he also needs to solve the energy problem. After reading the two design drawings, Wang Chen touched his chin before giving Urguzi a new order. These two design drawings can be simulated because Wang Chen gave Urguzi several formulas. Among them are not only the electromagnetic energy gathering technology of the gun barrel, but also the special alloy used to withstand the explosive force and so on. It is precisely because of the existence of these formulas that Wang Chen's electromagnetic gun can surpass those on the market in all aspects. Now that the drawings have been released and the simulation test built by Urguzi has passed, the next thing to do is to find out these alloy formulas. As long as it can pass the inspection, the development of the electromagnetic gun can be officially put on the agenda. And now there is no need for Wang Chen to do things like metal refining. Urguzi has already controlled the robot to keep copying itself. A group is expected to be formed by the end of the year. At the same time, the development of humanoid robots is also progressing very smoothly. Wang Chen can already give Urguzi full responsibility for this matter, he only needs to control the quality and general direction. To be honest, Wang Chen is really glad that he took the time to get Urguzi out. Otherwise, with all the things in hand right now, your scalp will be numb. It's like now, I still have time to go to the soy milk platform to see the young lady and gather some inspiration. Let her Guzi continue to go down as planned. Wang Chen also touched his forehead and took a sip from the glass next to him. The month-long teaching here is less than 2 weeks away, and it will be almost the end of the year when this matter is over. Wang Chen pondered, the current situation is expected to be more chaotic next year. The flour factory is ready to launch a full-scale offensive next year, and BYD has already negotiated with the German car side. In addition, Giant SF Express have also started operations, and the approval document in the field of drone express delivery was officially issued a few days ago. Naturally, they became the first company in the world to obtain relevant qualifications. Coupled with the upgrade in the arms, the excitement level next year will not be low. Even if he didn't, he had already put the island construction plan on the agenda. Although it is still in the design stage, the deposit has already been paid. The CCCC has already organized manpower to start large-scale transportation of construction vehicles and materials. I just don't know how the above is talking about artificial intelligence. Wang Chen didn't care too much about this. After all, the technology on the bright side was held by the top. And Wang Chen also believes that the above will definitely grasp the proportions in this. Said that it will take 2 years to pull the market for its own, and it will definitely be done. Anyway, the advantage is on his own side, and the above will definitely not panic. And now Damao is also standing over. They are all famous hooligans in the village, who dares to mess around. Follow your favorite classmates, I love you so much. You can also add to my fan group 316,323,007. There are a lot of benefits and a lot of girls. I can also play games with you and chat with you. Those who have money will support a money field, and those who have no money will support a personal field. Thank you, big brothers and sisters. Life is not easy. Chapter 128 New Allies. Chapter 128 New Allies. As soon as November entered, the temperature in the magic capital was already quite hip. The cold wind blew, even the weather a bit hazy. In a factory building on the outskirts of Modu, Mr. Le was constantly checking with his staff. At this time, Mr. Le is no longer the face of rice. It can even be said that it is completely deadlocked with rice. On the board of directors, the resignation of Mr. Le was also somewhat unpredictable among the major shareholders. Never thought that Ray would always make this decision when he already grasped the situation. Although it doesn't mean that the rice can't run without Lezong, but in China, Lezong is the top brand of rice, and it is quite popular. If Mr. Le is gone, the market share of this rice will drop a lot immediately. In the face of Mr. Le's resignation, the board of directors immediately retained it. Even though they already had the intention of changing the boss, they never thought of kicking Mr. Le out. According to their idea, let Mr. Le continue to be a mascot to cooperate with their publicity. However, it is useless to talk for a long time. Mr. Le's intention to leave is very firm. Even if they propose to consider increasing the R&D budget, they still can't negotiate. For this result, the faces of many people on the board are quite ugly. No one expected that the person who brought the rice to this point would choose to leave. If you just leave, it's fine. Seeing what Mr. Le means, it feels like he has to make a comeback. After working together for so many years, many shareholders also know that with Mr. Le's strength and the current turbulent situation, it is not easy to re-establish a company that is no weaker than rice. But not without a chance. I really want to let it go. I can't say that I will be a big enemy in the future. And Mr. Le sneered when he saw these ugly-looking shareholders. Even at this point, they just said that they can consider increasing the budget. What is the difference between this and farting? There was still a glimmer of hope, but now it seems that my decision is completely correct. In that case, then you take your Yangwan Road, and I will cross my single plank bridge. Mr. Le finally flashed, and left manager Sun directly. At the same time, an application for the exchange of shares was put forward at the board of directors. With the current market value of rice, if Mr. Le sold all 23% of his shares, he could immediately take away $10 billion in cash. And the board of directors of this money must be beaten by a lot. With this money, Mr. Le's road to restart does not seem to be that difficult. No, just after the showdown with the board of directors, Mr. Le took manager Sun and left the rice headquarters. Naturally, I felt a little reluctant to leave. After all, this is the crystallization of his 10-year struggle. But when he set foot on the magic capital, Mr. Le was already excited. In his words, it is like finding the passion for starting a business. You were able to make it with 100 million grains of rice back then, but now you have a full $10 billion and you're afraid that it won't work? Manager Sun has also successfully registered rice technology. Currently, the two of them are checking the production headquarters of the next rice phone. I don't have time to wait. Mr. Le is very clear that the biggest reason for him to drive out and start over is that the current mobile phone market is in great chaos. If you want to stand firm and recreate the glory, you must hurry up. No, after taking manager Sun to see the factory, Mr. Le rushed to the flour factory headquarters in a hurry. I am no longer the boss of rice. Naturally, the cooperation I negotiated in the flour factory before cannot be counted on my own head. If you want to get the battery quota, you have to talk to Mr. Ren. Compared to the door of science and technology, whether the flour factory is willing to cooperate is what Mr. Le is most concerned about. After all, the gate of technology can basically do business as long as they give money, and their family's focus as an upstream industry is not in the mobile phone market. On the other hand, the flour factory is the object that rice mobile phone needs to focus on in the future. Not only the battery, but also the Hongmeng system, as well as the supporting manufacturers of various parts of the mobile phone. Mr. Le has no doubt that his departure will inevitably be blocked by Google. Without rice, capital in Europe and the United States naturally doesn't mind going down the drain. Let alone continue to purchase supplies from abroad. I am afraid that you will not be able to buy even chips. And only with the help of the flour factory can I revive the entire production line. Just to face the old fox, Mr. Ren, Mr. Le didn't have much confidence in his heart. The rice before has always regarded the flour factory as an imaginary enemy. As a former enemy, he ran to beg the enemy to help him. To be honest, even if Mr. Ren really rejected him, he would have nothing to say. But no matter what, the flour factory itself must go there. On the flour factory side, Mr. Ren is also scratching his head a little at the arrival of Mr. Le. To be honest, I have no opinion on rice. Even after the most beautiful years, he was suppressed by himself. If it weren't for the severe blockade in Europe and the United States, this country would not let rice be taken away by anything. Now, Mr. Le has left the rice and started a new business. In principle, there is no reason for him to refuse. After all, as the helmsman of rice, there is no need to question Mr. Le's strength. Even if you don't cooperate, others can still negotiate with the gate of technology. Based on what he knew about Wang Chen, that guy would not be stingy in helping Mr. Le. After all, he will be his own person from now on, so helping is not just a matter of words. So since this is the case, it is better to let yourself be this good person. If Rice can do it, then it means that he has an additional powerful ally, which can completely alleviate the situation of fighting alone in the country. Can even deter those second and third tier mobile phone manufacturers. And if Rice fails, that's fine, anyway, the cooperation itself has nothing to lose. A business with a steady profit and no loss, plus Mr. Ren thought about it for a while and made a decision in his heart. Since Mr. Le wants to break away from European and American capital and start anew, then as one of the leaders of the domestic industry, if he has no capacity to connect and accept, Then what can he talk about to become bigger and stronger, and go to the world? Exhaled slowly, and then Mr. Wren pressed the landline on the table. Cheng Gong, you represent the technical department and I go to see Mr. Le, and you have to talk to him about the technical support. On the other side, Cheng Gong, who was busy with his work, couldn't help touching his head when he heard Mr. Wren's words. Mr. Wren, is this about cooperation? As long as Mr. Le is willing to miss us, we can cooperate, and there is no loss. Okay, then I'm going to prepare. Do I need to talk to the Gate of Technology? It's not necessary. The mobile phone field is our own territory. It would be too embarrassing to ask others about everything. We can decide for ourselves. Oh, got it. Also, get ready, I'm going to touch the rice battery contract. That's not good. It's not now, I'll let you prepare first, and wait until the contract expires at the end of the year. Yes, I understand. Well, let's do it from now. Mr. Le will be there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, don't be late. Chapter 129 Everything Can Be Expected. Chapter 129 Everything Can Be Expected. Negotiations with Mr. Wren were easier than Mr. Le thought. After a meal, basically everything was settled. From the beginning of next year, you will be able to get the purchase contract for Grafton batteries, and you will also have the right to use the latest Hongmeng. In addition to these, if you want, the flour factory can also provide a supply of flexible screens. As for others, such as chips, Mr. Wren also promised to communicate with Qualcomm and open up procurement channels for himself. After all, although Europe and the United States have loosened restrictions, it will take time for their own Kirin chips to resume supply. In particular, the flour factory itself is not enough, and there is no way to allocate more output to allies for the time being. Of course, Mr. Wren also agreed. As long as the output comes up, he will definitely open the purchasing authority to Mr. Le. For now, let's use Qualcomm's generals first. As for the camera, it is somewhat impossible to ask us to help customize it now, but it is possible to purchase the same source as them. When the rice is ready and there is enough market, you can talk to us yourself. Almost solved almost all the difficulties for Mr. Le. Even Mr. Le himself did not expect that Mr. Wren would be willing to give such a great effort to help. I thought that Mr. Wren would be willing to do business with me because of the lack of alliances. But this kind of support is completely treating himself as a core ally. It is definitely a lie to say that you are not moved. The channels that Wang Yue factory can provide are already the top source of goods in the world. With these sources of goods, the difficulty of making a comeback has also dropped a lot. It can even be said that although the rice phone is still just an empty shell, the resources it currently possesses are no worse than rice. And Mr. Wren had a good chat for a while. By the time Mr. Le returned to the module factory, Mr. Sun had already formed the team. This speed is also quite fast. After a round of inspection, Mr. Le suddenly found a problem. That is, many people in the team know themselves. Old Sun, what's going on? Touched his head strangely, and Mr. Le couldn't help turning his head and asked. What's going on? These people resigned themselves. I didn't expect you to be so attractive, Mr. Le, Manager Sun said with a smile. This is really not his credit. In the past few days, people have been calling to ask about Mr. Le. After knowing that Mr. Le wanted to start anew, many people directly expressed that they would come over and continue to follow Mr. Le. Many of them are the backbone talents in rice, including technical department, publicity department, finance and other aspects. Manager Sun felt that he had no reason to refuse. Many of these are old acquaintances, and they know the basics of various abilities. The old team doesn't need to be used for new people. So Manager Sun simply took them all in. However, only 7 or 8 people joined at the beginning, and as the news continued to spread, more and more rice backbones left collectively. By the time Mr. Le came back, the entire team had gathered more than 30 people, most of whom came from Rice. Mr. Le, you're not funny. You called an old grandson when you came out to start a business. Do you think we are unworthy? Seeing that Mr. Le was a little shocked, one of the people around came out and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Lee, what's the matter? Most of you have a family. Can I tell you, if you are in Chengdu, at least the salary is very high, so why come to me to endure hardship?" Mr. Le quickly waved his hand and explained. This was the boss of the Rice Technical Department before. The flour factory offered a huge salary to poach him away. In order to keep him, he also paid a lot of salary before. And now I want to start a business, but I can't give such a high salary for a while. So I didn't call him. You think I've never been bad at 2 months' salary? Mr. Le, we are also old acquaintances. Although I came late, it has been 7 or 8 years. This rice was brought out by you, Mr. Le, and I followed the rice to this position step by step. To tell the truth, I will serve you one of the whole rice, Mr. Le. The others are not worthy. And although I usually don't say anything, I can see it very clearly. The board of directors has no intention of increasing the budget at all. After you leave, the R&D department of Rice is afraid that it will not exist in name only. Since that's the case, what's the point of me being the boss of the technical department? Might as well come to you to start a new one. Or, Mr. Le, do you despise us old guys? Chief Engineer Lee squinted his eyes and said in a mocking and serious manner. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Mr. Le smiled dryly and waved his hand. Stop, stop, don't say such things. Do you all mean this? Of course, we will go wherever Mr. Le goes. Rice is very good, but it's only a matter of time before Mr. Le falls apart. That's right, those sub-shareholders know how to operate with a hammer. Don't talk about Mr. Le, we will follow you. If you want us or not, we will all go to the flour factory to work. BFFT. Don't mention it, the flour factory really contacted me before. Listening to the chatter of a group of old guys around, Mr. Le was stunned for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up and he said, "Okay. It would be great to have your help, okay, if that's the case, then we old guys will make another run. Kwang, don't stand still, get ready to work. I have already negotiated the purchase contract. Before the end of the year, I must come up with an accurate plan. Lao Li, since you are here, I will hand over the important task of developing new mobile phones to you. I hope to see it in the middle of next year. To the sample machine available. Don't worry, there's no problem." Old Lee nodded with a relaxed expression on his face. The old guys around also said okay, and then they all started to prepare. Looking at the factory that has become busy, Mr. Le's smiling eyes are filled with ambitions that can no longer be contained. Yes, I am not alone. With the help of these old guys, everything can be expected. In mid-November, although he was extremely reluctant, Wang Chen still managed to send these bigwigs back to the imperial capital. These guys, as time draws near, pester themselves to ask questions every day. It's hard for me to say anything. After all, I pretended to say, "You can ask yourself any questions," before. The result is good. I haven't done anything in the last few days, and I have been patronizing to answer their questions. Fortunately, the ending was good. All the processes related to artificial intelligence have pulled them all through. The rest will be answered after they go back to experiment and have new questions. Anyway, there are still 18 days at the end of the year, and Wang Chen doesn't think these bigwigs will forget about it. Looking at their laboratory that had been vacated again, Wang Chen couldn't help yawning. Second dog, tell Li Long to have someone come up and clean it up. Chapter 130 Wang Jiang Yuo. Chapter 130 Wang Jiang Yuo. Sent off the noisy bosses, and Wang Chen could finally concentrate on the robot. Before that, little guy had successfully copied 5 of himself during this time. There are a total of 6 robots, except for 2 that continue to replicate themselves. The remaining 4 are already on the 2nd floor of the laboratory to prepare for the development of humanoid robots. According to Wang Chen's design ideas, the humanoid robot designed by Oguzi looks no different from a human as a whole. However, because Wang Chen couldn't accept the mechanical head, he changed the head to a rectangular object. Said what it was, and it looked a little awkward, and I always felt that that thing was going to get out of control at any time. In terms of material selection, in addition to the extensive use of carbon fiber composite materials for the outer shell, a large amount of Grafton technology is also used inside. For example, the Grafton highly conductive cable, that appeared for the first time, and the Grafton flexible colloid, used for structural parts. One is used for the internal circuit of the robot, and the other is used in the structural part to facilitate the robot to simulate various actions of the human body. This is also another cool thing about Grafton. The possibility that Grafton can be used in biology has been proposed a long time ago. Grafton is much more stable in the body than things like tungsten or silicon due to its flexibility, biocompatibility, and electrical conductivity. For example, Grafton oxide is very effective in inhibiting the growth of E. coli without harming to human cells. Of course, now Wang Chen has no idea of entering the biological side, and the application in this area is limited to the robot side. Relies on its own flexibility to improve the flexibility of the robot joints. No, there are already 2 fresh objects on Wang Chen's table. One is a black material with a mysterious texture, and the other is a translucent soft gelatinous object. These are all processed by Oguzi-controlled robots through the equipment upstairs. Black is naturally carbon fiber review material. This thing is actually not too high-end technology. A lot of supercars boast a full set of carbon fiber gimmicks. Just because the price is a bit expensive, the scope of application is still relatively limited. In order to reduce the cost, what Wang Chen uses here is not a traditional carbon fiber reinforced thermosetting composite material, but a convenient and recyclable carbon fiber composite material. The thermoplastic resin matrix is directly used to replace the thermosetting resin matrix. This thermoplastic resin matrix is different from the thermosetting resin matrix and has the basic conditions of recyclability and secondary use. The cost can also be reduced by about 40% compared to the traditional one. Originally, Wang Chen had considered using the steel structure directly, but after pondering for a long time, he decided to forget it. Although the steel structure is very cheap, it is still too stretched for the crotch compared to carbon fiber in all aspects. Take our own carbon fiber as an example. Its strength is 6 times that of traditional steel, and its weight is less than 1/5. It has excellent heat resistance, can endure high temperatures of more than 2000 degrees, and also has excellent thermal shock resistance. The low thermal expansion coefficient is also very small, not easy to deform, and has better corrosion resistance and radiation resistance than steel. The most important thing is to have a certain stretching ability, which is too important for a robot that is mainly flexible. Is like a human muscle. If it is too hard, it will be very inconvenient to move. Wang Chen asked Oguzi to make a comparison. For robots with the same specifications, the difference between 2 different materials is almost 80%. This is definitely intolerable for Wang Chen, who has always pursued high-end perfection. The more expensive it is, the more expensive it is. Anyway, the family has money, and the robot is more expensive and has the advantage of being more expensive. The 2 materials have already passed Wang Chen's eye, and even a robot's thigh on the roof is about to complete the internal structure. is currently doing various movements under the control of Urguzi to test its flexibility and wear resistance. Wang Chen didn't intervene in this process, and the robots wouldn't make mistakes anyway if there were drawings. I have to think about it now is the order from the big dog. This end, Disney's big white copyright has been obtained. Wang Chen himself meant to apply the design of the home robot to Dabai. That shape is really naive and very suitable for the promotion of home robots. After all, if there are children at home, there is basically no resistance to toys of this shape. And the design idea of Dabai is also quite good. Soft, who can refuse a bear hug from a cute creature? It can be worth the fare even if you let the child sleep in your arms at night. But Wang Chen's idea is definitely not limited to diagnosing the body for people. It would be too wasteful of artificial intelligence. From housework, to cooking, and even health, grass and flowers, etc. can be filled in. In this way, we can take into account the requirements of tour guides and hotel services for large dog families. As for the patrolman, Wang Chen is planning to change his own humanoid robot. Do something coquettish with some non-lethal weapons. Anyway, the big dog is fairly stable, and the biggest rigid requirement is to be tough. To let people see at a glance that this thing is expensive, high-end, and handsome. Well, let's start with Dabai first. The design can only be done by myself. After the idea is right, I will give it to Urguzi to modify it. Took out the brush, and after thinking about it, Wang Chen also turned on the PS and prepared to toss and toss. While there is still some time at the end of the year, push things forward as much as possible. The money of the big dog owners still has to be earned quickly. There are not many such customers, and they must be served. Just when Wang Chen started to design robots for the big dog, on the other side, there was an underground research room in the imperial capital. A group of people are busy. After the first stage of training, the command from above came down. Requires them to understand Wang Chen's technology as soon as possible, and then come up with an intelligent program that they can fully control. This base is the experimental point for artificial intelligence research for a long time to come. A supercomputing center has also been connected round, and its computing power can fully support the activation of artificial intelligence. At present, the development team with the 6 big men as the core has begun to build the bottom-level framework. This framework is copied from Urguzi. Belongs to the most primitive system. Before you fully understand this technology, crossing the river by touching Wang Chen is definitely the safest choice. This is not for security reasons. The entire base has been disconnected from the network. Even if there is a problem with artificial intelligence, there is no need to worry about causing damage to the external network. They even thought about the name of the artificial intelligence, so they called it Wang Jiang Yuo. Fuck, 30 chapters of my old book were swallowed in one breath. I was so frightened that I hurried to look at the outline. Chapter 131 Joint Plan. Chapter 131 Joint Plan. So, Ray is always sure to set up his own business, right? Yes, the flour factory has already negotiated the contract, plus the shares withdrawn from the rice. There is no shortage of money or anything. TSK, so brave. Since that's the case, we can also help a gang appropriately. I know this, as long as they have needs, I will pull them within a reasonable range. Well, what do other domestic manufacturers say? Mr. Le jumped backwards, and they are still going to hold back? After all, there are very few people who have this courage, and they don't even understand the operation of their own brands. Even if they come back to the street again, the possibility is not small. After all, everyone who despises is Mr. Le, and their vision determines the upper limit. That's true. That's fine. Since it's my own, I'll take care of it later. Just entering December, Wang Chen, who was busy in the laboratory, was chatting with Jin Sanchi while checking the documents. The inside and outside of the words are all related to the newly created rice by Mr. Le. This matter has caused a lot of discussion in the country. After all, Mr. Le is also an internet celebrity boss, and the song, "Are You OK?" is very popular at Station B. Such a legendary boss left rice, many netizens are discussing, there may be some hidden secrets. In particular, Mr. Le also took away a lot of the backbone of rice, which is even more curious. However, regarding this matter, Mr. Le, who was interviewed by the media recently, said that this is his own choice, so everyone should stop thinking about it. In the future, I wish rice can go further and further. As for the rice phone that I will launch next, it is not convenient to reveal too much now, but it will definitely satisfy the fans. By the way, how long do you think it will take you to fix the big dog? My factory has already begun to build. After chatting about Mr. Le's side for a while, Jin Sanshi pushed his glasses and shifted the topic to his own business. Especially the business of the big dog family, Jin Sanshi, is very concerned now. If it can be a hit, the global share will make people drool just thinking about it. It will take some time for the humanoid type, but the production drawings of this 8-legged robot can be given to you first, at the end of the year. Touched his chin, Wang Chen thought for a while and said, "Alright, then I'll start organizing production after you send the drawings." Well, this thing is related to our future production model, so we can directly build more and more. It is best to save 10,000 units before the end of next year. Nodded, Wang Chen reminded. The highly intelligent production mode when you go by yourself, these little guys are all future employees. After the research on humanoid robots is completed, almost all of the factory positions in the company will face an update. Jin Sanshi is also aware of this, and it is precisely because of this that the current expansion of his own company has slowed down a bit. After all, once these robots start to be put into the factory, the family can change the production mode to a 24-hour system. In addition to the production efficiency of the robot, Jin Sanshi conservatively estimates that it can increase the current production capacity by 80%. I can only say my best about this. After all, I can't guarantee that there will be no problems without reference. It's okay, try to come, anyway, it will take some time over the island. Yes, let's do this first. After chatting casually again, Jin Sanshi got up to leave and return to his office. As soon as he entered the door, before he could sit down, he saw a man hurriedly walked in with a document in his hand. "Mr. Jin, it has something to do with you. I should have called you and didn't get through just now, so I sent the information to me." Handed over the thing in his hand, and this person also explained it. "Oh? Let me see." Jin Sanshi rubbed his forehead and nodded. "There is something set up in the laboratory upstairs, unless it is a specific phone, it cannot receive a signal." Took the file and opened it, Jin Sanshi couldn't help frowning slightly. The thing was sent by the boss of Bide, and it was a joint plan between their family and the flower factory. It seems that stimulated by the recent mobile phone market, or worried that the addition of German cars will make the situation too complicated. Here Bide has negotiated with most domestic brands. The main purpose of is to allow everyone to fully access the Hongmeng system of the flower factory. It doesn't mean that you want to control something, but mainly because of the next era of intelligence. Due to the addition of artificial intelligence, many things must be monitored from above. Especially in China, the flower factory, as the No One system on the bright side, will definitely be vigorously promoted by the top. And the flower factory also promised that he has begun to talk about artificial intelligence with the Gate of Technology. And promise that he must be the first manufacturer to get the authorization. At that time, all manufacturers who have access to the Hongmeng system will enjoy this treatment for the first time. Of course, Bide and the flower factory do not mean to monopolize everyone's control system. Instead, open ports on their respective systems, which is equivalent to accessing a plugin with higher authority. Through this plugin, you can also communicate with the mobile phone of the Flower Factory and the latest glasses. This is a mutually beneficial cooperation. Naturally, most manufacturers agreed very happily. As long as it doesn't overwrite their system. Now that the German car is coming, if you can't do some tricks in other areas, there is not much chance of winning a head-on confrontation. And I is their best trump card so far. After all, this thing itself is a high-tech product, which is very helpful to enhance the brand. No, it is just an notification to Jin Sanshi, hoping to carry out further cooperation on artificial intelligence. And the preferred pilot city is also in Modu. Huachang will step up to enhance the 5G network in this Modu area, and strive to have stable access to signals in all underground garages. At the same time, it will also build the first supercomputer room in Modu, which is specially used to provide intelligent services for mobile phones and in-vehicle systems. Flower Factory and Bide System can make breakthroughs in artificial intelligence next year, and it is best to start using them. There is not much time left for them. This can be seen from the fact that the Flower Factory directly started to lay out the supercomputing center in advance. They are really in a hurry now. 2 years have passed for almost half a year, and the pressure from above is also increasing. If we can't open the gap at this time, it will be a little troublesome to try to ride a horse and run wild in the future. After all, foreign capital is not vegetarian. After reading the entire document, Jin Sanshi also rubbed his forehead with some headache. Artificial intelligence is indeed a good thing, but the problem is that this thing can't be the master at all. And let alone civilians, even the military has not yet connected. The ghost knows whether it can be released to them next year. This thing can only be found by Wang Chen and let him negotiate with the boss. Yeah, this ass has to go up again before 2 minutes of sitting. After all, it was a request from his main ally, so it would be better to reply quickly. Chapter 130 To There Are No Doors. Chapter 130 To There Are No Doors. In the end, Wang Chen said that he would try his best to provide them with civil support before the middle of next year. Of course, this is not guaranteed, but I will definitely hurry up. But they are in a hurry, and Wang Chen is also in a hurry. But in addition to myself, I also need to wait for the above to nod. At the very least, you need to have a certain level of control over the technology before you agree. But it's coming soon. The above is very clear about the huge role of this thing in civilian use. It is also one of their layouts to release it in advance to improve the competitiveness of the civilian market. It's really not possible. You can also let Herguzi access it first, and it's not too late to separate an artificial intelligence when you go back and agree. Do the math. It seems that there are quite a lot of projects waiting for now. The first is the Big Dog family, then the automobile and mobile phone fields headed by Flower Factories, and the unmanned express delivery field that is being laid out intensively. Something interesting is that whether it is express delivery or car, the preferred city is set in the magic capital. This trademark is going to find his own rhythm when he has a problem. I even heard that the headquarters of the Artificial Intelligence Supervision Unit that the above is going to set up will also be set up in the magic capital. Go ahead, it's really the Pearl of the Orient. The core city of the future world. Beyond New York is just around the corner. Wait. The end of the year is almost here. As usual, the company has already started to prepare for the annual meeting in advance. Wang Chen also received a speech at the annual meeting carefully compiled by Jin Sanshi. There are 2 pages in total, and the various words are a bit nerve-wracking. Anyway, Wang Chen feels that as a boss, although chicken soup is a compulsory course, the most important thing is to let employees see the actual benefits. This is as real as 100 bowls of chicken soup. No, some time ago, Wang Chen heard that domestic factories are starting to have difficulty recruiting people again, and he has also pointed the finger at the takeaway industry. In fact, everyone who understands it understands. Why is the electronics factory not popular now? Is it because today's young people can't endure hardship? Not at all. Delivering food is not necessarily easier than going to work. At least the electronics factory is air-conditioned. You can try to deliver food outside in dog days, you won't be exhausted. The point is that most electronics factories give too little money, so it is really difficult to do things for them with that amount of money. Since they are all working hard, why should they feel wronged? Instead of improving his welfare, he complains every day that young people are not grateful, and if they can recruit people, there will be ghosts. Take a look at my own business. 2 people left last year, but they had to leave because of something at home. I was always tangled when I left. After all, everyone else came here with such good benefits. This speaks volumes. After all, it's not the 1970s and 1980s anymore. With the younger generation becoming the main force in society, making money for the ecu will only make more people resist. Manufacturers that rely on squeezing bottom-level employees to make profits are doomed to not be able to sustain for a long time. No, in terms of year-end rewards, Wang Chen generously increased Jin Sanxi by 20% according to the standard of previous years. Mainly focuses on the prizes, and the total value of the gifts distributed is as high as 1.5 billion. In terms of salary, 1 year's salary is also directly paid. Earn more prizes, this is Wang Chen's philosophy as a boss. While Jin Sanxi was busy preparing for the annual meeting, Du Gang called Wang Chen again. The above decided to let the 6 big bosses come over again at the last moment at the end of the year. Although the time is not long, there are still some problems in my hands. Based on the principle of not wasting, I plan to come and use the last 18 days. As for the 1-a-month deadline for next year, the above preparations are scheduled for April or May, and the specific time is subject to their progress. Rubbed his head, and Wang Chen agreed. Anyway, this matter cannot be avoided, and for the sake of their own strategic arrangements, the smoother the projects these people have, the faster they will be able to promote civilian artificial intelligence. Can also be regarded as working hard for oneself. The end of the year is approaching. Just as the new year is approaching, there has been a sudden denunciation of Apple in Europe and the United States. This happened very suddenly, and in just 2 days, it swept the major entertainment sections in Europe and the United States. In this sudden storm, Apple was rendered as a market-destroying thief. As a well-known high-tech company in Europe and the United States, in the face of the current situation, instead of playing its due role, it is constantly introducing foreign technology to squeeze the market of local enterprises. This approach is simply putting the interests of European and American officials at their feet. In the face of this practice, netizens in Europe and the United States should stand up and boycott Apple's products. At the same time, I also hope that Apple can take on its responsibilities as a high-tech company and give up a series of cooperation with the gate of technology. The sudden rhythm also caught Apple a little off guard. Recently, they are all busy with the Apple car. Who knows why someone suddenly attacked them? But as an internet giant, Apple's publicity agency is not vegetarian. Although it is not clear who is behind it for the time being, but such a large-scale navy does not need to look at it to know that there is capital behind it. Since this is the case, first stabilize the situation of public opinion, and then deal with it in a targeted manner until 1, 2, or 3 are found above. Soon, Apple executives found out who was behind it. This thing is not difficult to check, after all, with the size of Apple's, it is difficult to hide anything from them. However, when the small group behind it was found out, Apple's directors felt a little tricky. Judging from what we know so far, The main person who has shot himself is the auto industry in Europe and the United States, and then there are many semiconductor manufacturers that have nothing to do with him. These guys formed a so-called anti-Apple coalition, the purpose of which is to get themselves to give up their cooperation with TechGate. Don't think about it, it must be a counterattack against Apple's entry into the automotive field. And the goal is not to let the door of science and technology use Apple's hand, and let the flower factory and them directly set up their home in the back garden. Especially in the field of artificial intelligence, Apple itself is not short of money and reputation. If you add technical advantages, the pressure on automakers in Europe and the United States will be too great. Not to mention that Eagle source has not been confirmed yet. Which technology to use? Once Apple brings Grafton batteries into the country and cooks cooked rice with raw ice, it will not be so easy to do anything in the future. Even some politicians got involved. At this important juncture in the negotiation with Rabbit, they don't want the opponent to have more and more chips. In short, the people who do things are not small, and now they are still standing on the high point of morality. For a while, Apple was a little unsure how to fight back. But one thing is certain. That is to make Apple give up its cooperation with TechGate. There are no doors. Even if Lao Tzu is dead outside, the bankrupt you are targeting, and jumping from the upstairs, Lao Tzu will not give up. Chapter 133 Confidence in Diversified Industries. Chapter 133 Confidence in Diversified Industries. In the face of the fast-paced internet, Apple's main countermeasure now is to drag it first. Since the capital behind these public opinions is not a good thing, the best solution is to see if it can be taken down from the source through internal channels. However, after communicating with the people over there for a while, Apple found that these guys were determined to force themselves to submit. What is inside and outside the words, "I don't want to do this, but there is no way, the market forces us to do it," and I hope Apple can take their feelings into consideration. Apple's brain hurts to listen to this bullshit. Although everyone is quite shameless, but in this matter you have one. But I'm sorry, if I understand your difficulties, who will understand my difficulties? How important is the market of Rabbit's family to you? Do you people have no idea? It is not impossible to give up the cooperation with the gate of technology, but the premise is that there are comparable technologies in Europe and the United States. If you don't have anything, you just want me to give you face, I bar. Also, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. It is said to be aimed at Apple mobile phones, but in fact, the target is not its own newly expanded automobile field. You yourself are tied to politics, and you can't make a decision between Panasonic and TechGate for a long time. Instead, you blamed me for ruining your good deeds. Really, what if I don't have any connections at Apple? Seeing that these guys are really coming, Apple is no longer hiding inside. Directly use your own personal network to start full-scale public relations. The internet also divides civil contracts and politics. Called this act of kidnapping the conflict between commercial behavior and the tongue as an immoral act. My family is just making money according to the rules, not robbing or stealing. The flower factory was still a little worried, so they called specifically. After all, Apple is a very important ally of its own. At least this guy is one of the few people who understand. Perhaps many people don't know that Apple is the most obedient large-scale foreign-funded company in China. Let's put it this way, in order to make money safely and steadily in China, all data information, binding data, etc. have all been handed in. And most of the time when Europe and the United States are targeting China, they are pretending to be deaf and dumb. Even if you can't hide, you can't move your mouth. It is precisely because of this that the attitude towards Apple has always been good. Apple is so obedient, this is the best reasoning. If they are blocked, wouldn't that tell foreign capital that even if you are obedient, you will be unlucky? The final result was seen by many people. The current domestic market is the father of Apple. Whoever dares to let Apple give up the domestic market, then Apple will definitely take the lead and trouble them first. After all, if you really lose the market for flower growers, it's really no different from dying for Apple today. In the face of the flower factory's inquiries, Apple's side is relatively stable. Said with a smile that this is a small problem and does not affect it. I was able to resist it so hard back then, how could it be possible to withdraw now? I'm not stupid. Apple, which is fighting for capital, is not afraid. In fact, Apple is really not bragging. As Apple's network of people began to operate, the first thing was that the wind on the internet changed rapidly. A large number of Apple fans started a series of anti-public opinion activities under the guidance of the Navy. So far the battle looks good. In terms of politics, Apple also stands behind a large number of semiconductors enterprises. They all rely on apples to eat. With the cry of Apple, the entire capital chain moved. As a capital society, the consequence of these big capitals' efforts is that at the meeting, the discussion on Apple stagnated. Although it can't directly turn the tide of the battle, it can bring things to a stalemate. And this is exactly what Apple wants to see. You continue to discuss yours, I continue to toss mine. Wait until Lotz's side is almost done, and the raw rice is cooked and cooked, it will be useless for anyone to come. Not only Apple, Nokia also rarely sided with Apple when public opinion was fermenting. Has been bombarded with a lot of things about contracts on the web. After all, the relationship between Apple and the gate of technology can be regarded as an indirect reduction of their own pressure. Otherwise, it's not necessarily true that one family alone can withstand the European and American semiconductor alliance. Therefore, Apple must not retreat, otherwise the next unlucky person may be himself. For a while, the forums in Europe and America were full of quarrels. But things are slowly stabilizing. On the eve of New Year's Day, Wang Chen also sent these 6 bigwigs back to the imperial capital on the last day. After the last 18 days of communication at the end of the year, they basically had a clear understanding of the overall operation of artificial intelligence. It is estimated that he will not come to find himself in a few months. In the past 2 weeks, in addition to the annual meeting, Wang Chen was also concerned about the farce on Apple's side. But after watching it for a few days, I lost interest in watching it. Although the public opinion is very strong, it is still unrealistic to want to pull Apple. Is it a joke that people are worth trillions? Sure enough, it was just New Year's Day, and Apple had already stabilized the situation. And once this thing is pulled, it is basically yellow. But this also reminded Wang Chen. It can be seen from this incident that Europe and the United States are still in a stage of intense struggle. Especially in terms of energy, it is estimated that there is a high probability that graphene batteries will not be selected. Otherwise, with artificial intelligence, it is equivalent to the software and hardware being pinched by the top. This is absolutely intolerable for their kind. Even if it is troublesome, avoid this from happening. If it really goes that far, the future of the automotive field will really be polarized. In the future, those large car manufacturers are estimated to have to toss 2 sets of production lines. Of course, this did not have much impact on Wang Chen. Anyway, they don't manufacture cars at home, and as a supplier, they never thought they would be able to fully occupy the market. Is more or less a fate. Anyway, the current market ratio has been able to bring enough profits to itself. This is also the confidence of a diversified industry. There are many industries, just don't panic. Follow the classmates you like. I love you so much. You can also add my fan group. 316,323,007. There are a lot of benefits for girls. Chapter 134 Tell me who took the money. Chapter 134 Tell me who took the money. As the bells of New Year's Day rang, the time quietly came to 2024. Counting the days, this is the 4th year that I have passed through. Sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of tea and looking at the dim twilight outside the window, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel that the years were passing by. In the blink of an eye, he has become the world's top richest man and the central figure of the Domestic Technology Alliance. Thinking about it is still a bit tongue-in-cheek. It's a pity, even now, I haven't talked about my girlfriend. I don't know what the girl who suits me is doing now. Has she eaten, and does she need to heat water? Although he is rich, Wang Chen himself is not a fool. I rarely go to nightclubs, but most of the time it is no different from an otaku. Although he does not deny that he is a good-looking party, Wang Chen still feels that good looks are important, but an interesting soul is more important. It may be love at first sight if you take care of both. It depends on fate. I hope Yu Lao has not forgotten himself. But before New Year's Day, Li Long was really ready to let himself go on a blind date. Said to be the girl of the compound. The absolute cabbage. Looking at the photo, it is indeed very beautiful, but Wang Chen always felt that this girl was too heroic. Eyebrows, the queen's true colors are displayed between them. Well, anyway, Wang Chen didn't believe what Li Long said in his mouth. The bird is like a man, gentle as jade. In the end, this matter is over. In fact, there is another reason that Wang Chen felt that this thing still depends on fate. The top seems to be deliberately worrying about his marriage, which makes Wang Chen somewhat vigilant. Damn, don't you think the plot in the novel will appear on you? Anyway, Wang Chen knew that he was an absolute freedom of marriage, and he didn't have any good feelings for this thing. Also seemed to see Wang Chen's resistance. Anyway, Li Long stopped a little at these points, and didn't talk about the girls he knew. It was like this until mid-January. As usual, the company officially took a holiday on January 20th, and did not go to work until February 15th. A full 26 days of vacation is definitely a conscience. At the end of January, Wang Chen had another major event, which was to prepare to move. The huge manor I bought in the suburbs is finally finished. According to his own requirements, it has been transformed into a manor with a very conspicuous wooden style. Wang Chen also took the time to watch it before, and the effect was very good. The Roman pillars were all covered with stone bricks, and the exterior was turned back and forth with wood. Even Wang Chen felt that the appearance of the house had changed a bit. It was only later that I learned that Li Long directly asked the people who were commissioned to deal with the house. Relying on the relationship is also to make Wang Chen more comfortable, and the appearance has indeed been changed. Of course, there must be complete procedures, and it is very easy to establish a relationship. The garden outside the manor is filled with vines according to Wang Chen's intention, and there is even a small cherry blossom forest. It's really good looking. Li Long also joked that this house is just the decoration. Find a girl to pull to the cherry blossom forest by the side of the room, and then pull out a million ring to propose. No one can stand it. Wang Chen also agreed with this. It was Jin Sanshi who looked at the bill with some doubts. A $1 billion house costs $300 million to renovate. Are the floor tiles at home made of gold, or are the walls inlaid with diamonds? $300 million. How did you pretend this? If it wasn't for the job of handover construction, Jin Sanshi would have wondered if his boss was being tricked by others. For this, Wang Chen has also learned about it in detail. When I heard this price for the first time, I was also taken aback. But fortunately, Li Long quickly introduced various things that he did not know. After listening to it, Wang Chen understood. This manor can no longer be called a manor. Don't look at the appearance that has not changed, but the interior has been changed beyond recognition. For example, the gate of the manor is a double-leafed alloy gate. Looks unremarkable, with a thickness of only 30 centimeters. If it is defensive, any ordinary bobbin can be ignored. Proper vault level. Not to mention the surrounding glass and various miscellaneous objects installed. There are 3 tunnels just underground. One of them is connected to a small villa on the edge of the community, where another security team will be stationed. The other one is directly connected to the mountain behind. The last one is even more outrageous. It is said that it was received into a surrounding river and can be evacuated directly by water. After listening to these, Wang Chen can be considered to understand. That's all? Not to mention 300 million, 500 million seems to be fine. Wang Chen was very curious, how did they dig the tunnel without being discovered? Also, do you really need this level of security when you live in a country? This is the magic capital. Is it necessary? The answer given by Li Long is that the purpose of security is to prepare as much as possible when conditions permit. Anyway, Wang Chen is not short of money, and this investment is nothing compared to his own life. It's not bad money. Wang Chen was a little speechless by this remark. Co-authoring is because it is not bad, so you worked hard for me to make it? Tell me, how much rebate did Zhou Jian give you? I don't cherish the boss's wallet at all, I will let Du Gang replace him. As a result, Li Long was not afraid at all after listening to it, and told Wang Chen directly that according to Boss Du's intention, he originally wanted to add a few backup plans, but unfortunately it was cancelled because it took too long. When he left, he complained that it would be nice if the house could be rebuilt and rebuilt, so that you can live safely and sleep soundly. Got. The case is solved. It turns out that the problem is Du Gang. Good guy, do you want to tear it down and rebuild it? Are you going to stuff a rocket in your home? If something goes wrong, just shoot Lao Tzu out. Forget it, for the sake of the decoration, Wang Chen was lazy to care about them. After all, to put it bluntly, it is also for your own safety, so spend more money to recognize it. The moving time is set at 9 AM on February 2nd. Li Long asked Baidu about this time, saying it was very auspicious. On the day, a few cars pulled the things and Wang Chen moved into the manor smoothly. In the evening, he also called Gin Sanchi's family over to open fire and have a meal. Don't say it, sit in this courtyard, the open-air barbecue is a bit of a decadent life. It's just that I'm missing some girls. When the weather gets warmer, I can find a few younger sisters to have a pool party. Otherwise, you will be blind to this year-round constant temperature swimming pool. Damn Li Long, he spent millions of dollars just to break the pond, and he said that it can still be used as a hot spring. Damn it, after following him for so long, Wang Chen doesn't believe that this guy doesn't know he's half a land duck, and he's not good at swimming. As for why I didn't settle the account with Li Long, the main thing is that this product said that various micro-elements can be added to the pool, which is very suitable for health preservation, and even soaking too much has an enhancement effect on some indescribable places. Hearing this, Wang Chen gave up his desire to hack this guy to death. Chapter 135 Flower Factory Mail. Chapter 135 Flower Factory Mail. Lying on the big bed in the new home, looking at the pile of red lanterns hanging in the yard outside the window. The time has come to the 8th day of February. Not many things happened during the Chinese New Year this year. After resting comfortably at home for several days, the Spring Festival is coming to an end. All the things in the apartment have been moved over before, and have been connected to the small supercomputing center at the headquarters by means of a dedicated network cable. During the few days of rest, Wang Chen also let her Guzi access all the smart devices at home. From the peripheral cameras, to the interior curtains, toilets, as long as they can be connected in parallel, they are all included in the monitoring of her Guzi. This evening, in the outdoor pool, there were various unknown objects floating in the pale pool. Although it was very comfortable, Wang Chen always felt like he was being stewed. Feeling the restless enthusiasm in his body, Wang Chen leaned against the pool and sighed lazily. Is this the life of capital? It's really rotten. Boss, let me tell you, this pot of soup is really not cheap. On the opposite side, Li Long, who also got into the water, said with a contented expression. Wang Chen glanced at this guy with some contempt and complained, "What, are you going to drink or what? That's not the case. There are also such pools for recuperation in the army, but they shouldn't be as advanced as you." Li Long waved his hands and smiled. You are not someone who has never seen the world. Do you really think this thing is rare? Hey, the problem is not this, but the person taking the bath. To be honest, I really think there is a problem with taking a bath with a big man like you. What's the problem? Isn't that the case with the Northeast bathhouse? Should I rub your back? Fuck off. TSK. At first glance you haven't been to the bathhouse. TNTN sister paper. Are you reaching puberty? Rolled his eyes and asked Li Long speechlessly. Lao Tzu introduced you to a girl but you are missing, and now complain to me about this. You are not targeting Lao Tzu. My mother passed her puberty early, but I just feel that it is a pity that people lack a beauty in their lives. Wang Chen said casually. Translation. I don't understand. Master is lonely. I know Bao Yi, should I call you? Touched his chin, Li Long asked tentatively. Widened his eyes, and Wang Chen also looked at Li Long in disbelief. Good guy, keep it hidden. I don't remember you fucking have a girlfriend? What does this have to do with my girlfriend? I have everything to do with the 3 religions and 9 ranks, otherwise what do you think the special forces are for? I really didn't know that the special forces were also part-time pimps. Go away, someone like me who goes deep behind enemy lines, let alone pimping, you have to do it even if you're pulling big shit. Only those who can do thousands of people and thousands of faces are called masters. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and Li Long explained with a smile. Oh, you ordered. What? You have a clock. Wang Chen squinted at Li Long and said word by word. What are you doing? Humph, the dog days are showing affection in front of Lao Tzu. I tell you, if you want to feed me dog food again, Lao Tzu will send a message to your sister, saying that you are past the clock. There are still a few more. Poof. Li Long, who was lying across from him, couldn't hold back, and looked at Wang Chen in shock. Good guy, so revenge? Also, what does it mean to show affection in front of you? That was a call from my sister. I'll deal with it a little bit. You screwed my head for more than a minute. Boss, you can't talk nonsense. It will kill people. Really? Before you tell me that the girls in the compound are very gentle and considerate. Now is the time to prove it. This boss, be merciful, or I'll rub your back. Roll. Dash the spring breeze blows in February. Although I haven't felt the spring, but the sun for several days has also brought the temperature back up a lot. Wang Chen, who was racing the sun at home today, received a package. I opened it and saw that it was sent by a flower factory. Inside is a small black square box. There is no fancy pattern, just a flower factory's logo printed on it. Opening the box, Wang Chen saw a pair of black and white glasses inside. The shape looks quite siffy, and it seems to have some improvements compared to the previous flower factory propaganda. The front integrated lens is dark and not very transparent, and it is quite light when you hold it in your hand. It can be seen that the flower factory is quite particular about the choice of materials. This should be some kind of new composite material. There is also a mobile phone from a flower factory under the box, which is a popular product on the market, but after it is turned on, the latest Hongmeng system and a supporting software have been pre-installed. Did the sample come out so soon? Wang Chen looked around and muttered in surprise. Obviously, this is the new interactive product advertised by the flower factory before. Relying on the screen designed by our own help, after this period of development, we have been able to come up with a preliminary test model. Putting his eyes on his head, Wang Chen couldn't help raising his eyebrows as he looked at the dim light around him. It really takes into account the effect of sunglasses. Took out the phone, followed the instructions to open the software, and then pulled it on a small paddle on the left side of the glasses. Soon, the glasses worn by Wang Chen were detected in the software. Entered the initial pairing password, 123,456, and after a few seconds, the Flower Factory's logo will be displayed on the left lens. As a progress bar fills up, a lot of information pops up on the left side. There are unread text messages and the current phone status. Even Wang Chen felt that the brightness of his surroundings had changed. Is like being able to adjust the dilution ratio of sunglasses to sunlight. This lens. Sure enough, it's adjustable. I took off my glasses and took a closer look. Wang Chen soon found out. This display should be a multi-layer structure. The outermost sunglasses lens seems to be powered on because it should be passive, and can be adjusted to a certain extent according to the program. No accident because it is the black technology of the Flower Factory. It doesn't seem to be cheap. Putting on the sunglasses again, Wang Chen unlocked the immersive experience of the screen through the software. Not to mention, although it feels a little weird, the clarity of watching movies through this thing is really good. But Wang Chen also found a problem, although during daily use, due to the desalination process, the surrounding people cannot see the displayed information on the glasses clearly. But in the case of an immersive experience, it can be seen. This seems to be the cause of the high saturation, and the image cannot be completely erased even after processing. But it doesn't seem to be a big problem. There is not much time for immersive experiences. Most of the time I can only use it during breaks. Follow me and love you. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The battle will start. I experienced the things sent by the Flower Factory, and the overall effect is still very good. Especially when dealing with official business, the information of DingDing, WeChat, QQ and other communication software can be seen immediately. Although there are many flaws, it is still very good as a new product. If most of the smart homes in China can be associated with it as expected, at least in Wang Chen's view, there is no problem in driving a new trend. As the development becomes more and more in-depth in the future, the functions will naturally become more complete. Is almost done playing, Wang Chen also put away the things. This thing will have to be tried by Jin Sanchi later. After all, as a steward, the follow-up cooperation must be judged by Jin Sanchi. But Wang Chen is quite satisfied. These allies are finally going to stand up. This is definitely good news for the development of the family. Only the strength of an alliance can face any threat. Only by Wang Chen alone, it's still somewhat difficult to support alone. When the domestic alliance is fully developed, it will not be so easy for foreign capital to control the market recklessly. Didn't you see that Mr. Le started to start over? As time goes by, there will only be more and more people. In mid-February, the Gate of Science and Technology, which had been suspended for more than half a month, finally started the film industry. Kim Sanchi heard the news on his first day at work. In the automotive field, the top is preparing to make drastic improvements this year. Starting from the Magic Capital, 30% of the gas stations on the market have been changed to the first batch of high-voltage charging stations. And this is just the beginning. As there are more and more trams, the improvement of gas stations will be gradually pushed forward. Not only the reconstruction of gas stations, but also various preferential policies for the purchase of new energy vehicles will be fully implemented in the middle of this year. According to the above plan, it is hoped that by 2030, domestic new energy vehicles will account for 80% of the total ownership. This promotion is not too big. The manufacturers such as BYD who received the wind have not had a good year, and they have been operating continuously like chicken blood. As the flower factory fired the first shot in the field of mobile phones, it is finally time to speak in the field of automobiles. At present, led by BYD, Great Wall, Haval, Honky, etc. have formed an alliance. In order to be able to take advantage of German cars in the domestic market, especially in the field of high-end cars, the reputation of German cars for many years has already established a firm foothold in the market. If you want to grab the market in the hands of these guys, it is definitely not possible to rely on one family or two. Only by uniting can we have a chance. After all, German cars are not fighting alone. According to the plan, the domestic car manufacturers are ready to start a publicity campaign in March. Let's all take action together and take out all the things at the bottom of the box. At the same time, the flower factory will also give the greatest support in the network, and will give sufficient support from the mobile phone field. With such a big move, it is naturally impossible for the gate of technology as a supplier to be invisible. The above will be so vigorously promoted that it is naturally ready to open up artificial intelligence. And the Magic Capital is the first test site for the civilianization of artificial intelligence. Although there is no clear approval, everyone knows that this is just a matter of time. Seeing that the situation was a little urgent, Jin Sanchi pondered for a while and pushed the current affairs a little, ready to concentrate on this matter first. This battle has gathered the efforts of countless domestic companies, and it will definitely be an instant hit. Such a big move in the domestic automotive field is naturally not hidden from overseas manufacturers. In addition to the manufacturers of the German car camp, the car companies of several other factions are also nervous. The market of Rabbit's house is too important. Although everyone doesn't say it, they all understand it in their hearts. Now, Rabbit is determined to promote Grafton batteries as the main product in the new energy era. Then these sellers will inevitably be affected by the market. However, in the international market, there has been no discussion on whether to use Grafton batteries as the main product. Especially the car companies on the North American side are even more anxious now. Those goddamn politicians are still fighting back and forth between the two. Waiting for them to discuss, I am afraid that the daylily is not cold. However, although they are angry, there is really no way to quickly push the resolution. The energy of Japanese capital is also not to be underestimated, and the Congress is indeed swaying fiercely. In this case, there is only one way. No matter what, the market on the other side cannot be placed. What is certain now is that Grafton batteries must be fully promoted in the Rabbit's house. In this case, it is troublesome, whether it is Grafton or hydrogen power, both production lines are ready. Although most of the technologies here are not the same, this is the best way at present. Even if a lot of money will be wasted, they can't help but continue to struggle with it now. If we don't catch up with this wave and let the domestic car companies stand up, then it will really be a loss to my grandma's house. As a result, a strange situation has appeared in the automotive circle in Europe and the United States. Although there is still a quarrel between the Hall and Mouth, the private capital has been unable to sit still. It's not yet March, and most of the car companies in the Guangme series have announced that they will open to research lines at the same time to facilitate the wave of the new energy era. In particular, the field of Grafton batteries has been listed as a key research and development object. The goal of is to expand our own site as firmly as possible when we implement the new energy era in China. For a while, the domestic market is about to come, although manufacturers such as BYD have long been prepared, but looking at this situation, they can't help but sweat on their foreheads. This is really a bayonet fight. The competition in the market is always the most cruel, and once it starts, it will be an endless situation. But they have no choice now. The research and development of the low-end market has long been in a stalemate, and it is difficult to have more development except for involution space. If they want to go out of the country and face the world, high-end is a transformation they must go through. And this will undoubtedly touch the interests of foreign capital. This time, with the help of technological innovation, it is the best chance to easily force them to join the war. As for whether you can achieve the goals set in your hearts, you can only see your own abilities. Although it is an alliance, the market is so big that some people will eventually be eliminated. Everyone's strength can only barely protect themselves, and if you give others a helping hand, you may be lost. Therefore, I can only pray that it is not my allies who are eliminated. Like classmates can click to follow and love you. Syllabus. Revision outline. Began to swallow again. I will adjust it, and the following things need to be modified. Some of the following plots will be blurred, otherwise who can stand it? Chapter 137. Be fast, be accurate, be ruthless. Chapter 137. Be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Compared with the boiling market, Wang Chen's small life was obviously much easier. After resting at home for the Spring Festival, Wang Chen, who returned to the laboratory, also focused his energy on the research and development of humanoid robots. During their holiday, although there was no one in the laboratory, the work of the robots did not stop. The 24/7 job market keeps the progress of the entire project stable. No, only half of the legs were made before the Chinese New Year. But now the entire robot's limbs are almost finished. Even building the core components inside the chest drive. After a long period of testing, from the current parameters, the sensitivity of the light torso has fully met Wang Chen's requirements. Although there is definitely a gap compared with people, it is already within the tolerable range. For example, it only takes 1 second for a person to bend over to pick up something. Then a robot may take 1.5 seconds. Although it may sound a bit slower, considering the working time and accuracy of the robot, this is already a rather terrifying achievement. In the past few days, Wang Chen has also been working on optimizing the development of floppy drives based on humanoid robots. You don't need to worry too much about hardware, only the floppy drive is half a weakness. The development of this piece still needs Wang Chen to provide ideas, and this is the defect without creativity. No, in order to make the floppy drive system of the robot more coordinated, Wang Chen also purchased a large number of test parameters through the channel. Most of them are pre-researches on robots over the years. Especially the data from various motion captures. Only if these parameters are enough can the driving operation be more accurate. The information in Wang Chen's hands was collected by various high-precision equipment. The size of the light file is close to 100 T, and it is full of various node data. These will be analyzed by Erguzzi and then sorted through big data. The walking of the humanoid robot is definitely to simulate the human itself, and these databases will be continuously adjusted and upgraded with the use of the equipment. This is a long-term project, which is similar to the evolution of artificial intelligence. In addition to optimizing the algorithm and accessing data, Wang Chen also made a preliminary design for the commercial version of the humanoid robot. Although I have already thought about using the appearance of Dabai, there must be a lot of changes. Dabai in the movie is a product of fantasy after all, and if you want to actually create it, you will inevitably have to make various magical changes. But fortunately, the current technology has already supported this design. Otherwise, Wang Chen has to find a way to mention it first. Research can only be continued after upgrading the technology level. No, on the secondary display next to it, the design drawings of Dabai are being perfected little by little. Boss, there is news from above that we are going to officially open artificial intelligence in March. Among the first batch of selected companies are us, Huachang, Bide, Jai and other 8 companies. One day in February, as soon as Wang Chen entered the laboratory, Jin Sanshi handed over a document. This was sent by Du Gang himself, saying that it was for Wang Chen to prepare. As the current leader of artificial intelligence in China, he has taken risks to open up the whole, and naturally he does not want problems in practical application. Especially in the 2 major sectors of the mobile phone field and the automotive field, there must be enough advantages. Looking at this document, Wang Chen couldn't help but rubbed his forehead. So fast. There's not much time left for me. It's normal, it's an emerging field, and it's not a military to civilian field. In addition, there is so much pressure from the outside world. All kinds of decisions have to be made now, and there's not enough time on top, so naturally you can't run away. Seeing Wang Chen finish reading, Jin Sanshi also explained with a smile. Originally meant to catch the ducks on the shelves. Of course, it still depends on Wang Chen's thoughts. Although the top wants to promote the arrival of a new era, everything must be based on Wang Chen's safety. TSK, that's right. Okay, I know, I'll be quicker. Nodded, and Wang Chen could only shrug his shoulders in agreement. There is no way, the market is like a battlefield, and the opportunity is also very important. Besides, the current situation was driven by myself, and at this time, I can only bite the bullet. The news of our opening spreads quickly. Although it is currently only open on a small scale, this opening means that it is basically only a matter of time before covering all walks of life. Many bosses are also taking their hearts up now. How much impact artificial intelligence will have on the modern industrial system, no one can tell at present. But what we can know is that the water here is very deep and the waves are big. As the small boss on the current wave, he has become the object of observation by countless business owners. Since you don't know how to fight this battle, let's watch the operation of the boss first, and watch and learn from the sidelines. On the internet, this incident also quickly reached the headlines of Baidu's hot search. Many netizens have made rumors below, carrying out various so-called rational analyses of the future development of the world. Many editors are also working overtime, and various comments and remarks are emerging one after another. The sources are even more varied. What flower manufacturers are mopping the floor? The gatekeeper at the gate of science and technology, the grandson of the seventh aunt, the eighth aunt, etc. have all come out. The purpose of is to let more people see his reports. However, where everyone can't see it, those bigwigs who are on the horns can't laugh at all. Whether they are domestic or foreign, they are basically tense. The impact of this first wave of artificial intelligence is aimed at the 3 major industries of mobile phones, automobiles and express delivery. Not to mention express delivery, cars and mobile phones are the heart of the European and American Semiconductor Alliance. Even though the overall market is still clearly divided and each has its own territory, no one can guarantee that they will be able to stand in the middle of this stage in the next few years. Even as one of the initiators of this battle, Huachang, Bide and the others are still nervous at this time. The gate of science and technology is biased towards its own people, but it will not give up foreign markets for them. In addition to some companies in the country, there are basically foreign companies that have not been rejected. To put it bluntly, their so-called technological advantages are actually not obvious. After all, you have others, and others have brand advantages that have been run for so many years. The latter is something that cannot be exchanged for money. And the emergence of artificial intelligence is an unequal opportunity for the market. Forcibly pulled out 2 years of development space for the family by intervening from above. A short-term technological advantage is bound to be converted into substantial progress within this period. Be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Otherwise, once this opportunity is wasted, it will not be so simple to widen the gap again in the future. Chapter 138 The Car with the Flag. Chapter 138 The Car with the Flag. The temperature of global trade began to rise sharply just after the new year. It's not even March yet. The golden three stones are. It was announced that the initial experiment of artificial intelligence will be carried out in the magic capital. It happens that the flower factory and Jai have already prepared the supercomputing center. Although it is not too big, it can fully meet the needs of a city. Moreover, although the notification was given only by the above, in fact, last year, the candidates and addresses of the relevant supervision units have been finalized. However, due to the rush of time, the Network Supervision Bureau is directly asked to take over the preliminary data security work first. With the Network Supervision Bureau backplane, the authority of this matter is also guaranteed. No, at the end of February, Wang Chen officially authorized Erguzi to place avatars in the two supercomputing centers. It is said to be a clone. In fact, it is to copy the underlying framework of Erguzi, limit some permissions, and connect to Erguzi's database. Although it does not have as much authority as Erguzi, the actual application experience and computing power will not be much compromised. Flower Factory has also started to bind its own software with artificial intelligence. The new Hongmeng system has already been developed and is waiting to be shipped here. On the Jai side, looking at the authority that has been released, the corners of the mouths of myself and SF Express are also split. Although the drone distribution center in Modja has not yet been built, the commercialization of artificial intelligence still gives them a sigh of relief. Even if the above has promised to implement the civil problems of artificial intelligence as soon as possible. But the ghost knows if it will be stranded for some irresistible reason. If you put it on hold for a year or two, all the investment in the early stage will be wasted. Fortunately, the promotion of this matter is not only without problems, but also faster. The resolution, which was originally thought to come down in the middle of the year, has already passed the draft in March. The action on the side of the Gate of Science and Technology was also very fast. The front foot passed the back foot and the authority was handed over, which naturally made them overjoyed. The teammates are indeed powerful enough, so let's see how you operate. Just entered March, and before everyone can take a breath, BYD has officially released a promotional video for a new generation of energy vehicles. As you can see from the picture, this time BYD directly launched 3 models. One is an SUV with a price of 200,000 yuan, with a battery life of 3,500 kilometers. The space is large enough and the shape is very cool, and it supports power transfer, which is very suitable for home travel. The other is a car with a price of about 300,000 yuan and a battery life of 4,000 yuan. Although the space is not large enough, the interior materials are quite sufficient. The front seat is a seamless curved large screen, and the rear seat is also equipped with 2 smaller entertainment screens. Full leather seats, high-quality surround sound, and equipped with a bunch of black technology that is full of comfort. Especially in the shape of the vehicle, after the chief designer of Audi's headlights was dug for a lot of money, the headlights were completely grasped by BYD. At least Wang Chen said he liked it after watching it. And the last one is an entry-level trot with a price tag of 1.3 million. Scissor door, mid-mounted battery, 4-wheel drive 2-seater, 100 km per hour acceleration of 3.8 seconds, and comes with a large rear spoiler. The pure black shape and the angular design are a bit Lamborghini's shadow. And with BYD's specially designed hump logo, the style is very strong. In addition to these, all 3 cars have introduced the supporting use of artificial intelligence. Among them are the various permissions that are possessed by the Flower Factory mobile phone. For example, a graphed and flexible screen is used in the front window of the car. Although only the supercar uses a full coverage flexible screen, even if only half of it is still full of technology. When driving, The central control in the car will transmit various data to the surrounding of the front windshield in real time, such as speed, destination distance, minimap, orientation, etc. After connecting to the mobile phone, you can even project SMS, WeChat and other information. At the same time, due to the existence of artificial intelligence, it can also reply to these messages by voice. And all kinds of smart home information at home can also be seen in real time. In this way, it is convenient for users to understand various situations at the first time. I have to say, just watching the video, this car is really well designed. Not only includes the traditional low-end field, but also intervenes in the high-end market. Although there are still many people mocking on the internet, many people have expressed a lot of interest. Especially in the days after the video was released, the number of inquiry calls in BYD's major offline stores increased significantly, and there were many people asking about the entry-level sports car. This undoubtedly increases BYD's confidence a lot. It's right to think about it. After all, it's 2024, and the national consciousness in China has already awakened a lot. Many people have long abandoned the absurd idea that foreign cars must be good. As long as you do it well and pry open the market step by step, then the high-end field in the future will definitely have its own place. There are other car companies in China who also hold this idea. As BYD took the lead in releasing the promotional video, after getting a good response, Honky and other manufacturers also followed suit. From $300,000 to $1 million luxury cars, it has everything. In particular, Honky is the first to launch a top luxury car with a unit price of over $10 million. This time, it is not a luxury car with a political bias like the previous L5, but a real general-purpose supercoupe. It is said that the craftsmanship inside is exactly the same as that of Rolls-Royce. Like what Starry Skytop, the technology of silent holster has long been broken by Honky. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the red flag also wants to tell everyone that we also have those top technologies, and they are not bad. It is said that Honky has also played tricks on the new car. Why was L5 able to overwhelm the pack in the Aura? Not just because a small flag can be hung on the car. At present, the only one in China who can have this authority seems to be their family. Now, it is said that if there is no accident, this luxury car will become the second model in Honky that can hang a small flag on a civilian car. Rich people, don't just try to be a force. Young people may still think it's nothing, but for those rich bosses, this is status and face. It just seems that the L5 can hang too and this car can only be hung on one side. Of course, this is normal. After all, the L5 is half an official car, and there must be a distinction. But even so, this treatment is the only one in China. The point is not how many sides, but whether there are. No, as soon as the news got out, I heard about Shuangma, and Mr. Ren expressed great interest in these. I can't buy L5, so it's no problem to buy a new car. Even the boss of BYD said that it was too much for Honky to do this. How could he play like this? But the red flag also said that this is just a gift, not a sale. Don't think too much. Chapter 139 I am missing a doll. Chapter 139 I am missing a doll. Recently, Wang Chen registered an account on Station B. Sometimes I will share some small videos on it when I have nothing to do. Not only the daily work of Erguzi, but also the pictures of various robots currently under development. Although they are all half concealed, they are still popular in Station B. As a well-known figure in the world, Station B immediately gave the cover a big push after confirming Wang Chen's identity. In addition, Erguzi was really lovable, and soon Wang Chen's number of fans exceeded the 2 million mark. This fan growth rate is already terrifying. Especially these few days, when Wang Chen was busy. He let his 8-legged little robots do a tap dance. Although the movements are a bit clumsy, for many male compatriots at Station B, The charm of machinery is nothing less than that. Many people are asking when will they be able to enjoy the services of robots. Wang Chen can only express this: please don't worry. He is already doing it. As for some guys' inquiries about adult dolls, Wang Chen selectively ignored them. Pocky, what kind of people are these people? Every day they have legs and chests. Can you be a little bit ambitious? What does robot wife mean? Find the truth. Anyway, I have no idea of entering the adult market, not now, and in the future. I will talk about it later. After all, what Wang Chen doesn't do is done by others. The doll market is also a big cake. Not to mention, watching the comments of these sand sculpture netizens every day, Wang Chen feels that his mood can be much better. Lots of interesting comments showing exactly what a 9-year obligation slips through the net. It was like this until March 18th, which is a memorable day. On this day, in Wang Chen's laboratory, a humanoid robot without a head finally successfully stood up. Although he doesn't have a head yet, he can also run normally with Erguzi's computing power by relying on the network cable. Under the dark shell is the looming carbon fiber skeleton, and the unique pattern makes the whole mecha dazzling. In Cantonese, this is at least a beautiful boy. The shape is no problem, and the movement is not a big problem. Even if he walks very slowly, the floppy drive compiled with Erguzi's powerful computing power is not a vegetarian. Perfect interpretation of what is called slow and steady. Strolled around the lab a few times like an old man in the park. Also completed some test actions. Are all pulled out by Erguzi from the fitness movements. What squats, left and right squats, push-ups, burpees, and even company completed a two-handed upper bar in the gym. The whole set of tests is fairly smooth, but there are still some problems. Fortunately, it is not a big problem. Erguzi has recorded the problems exposed during the test, and will definitely increase the optimization in this area in the next few days. Wang Chen himself was quite satisfied with this Xingtian. There is no big problem, the appearance is good enough, and the most important thing is that it is not too expensive. The cost of just such a set of equipment is about 200,000 yuan, and if mass-produced, it can be reduced to 180,000 or even 160,000. But the work it can participate in is quite comprehensive. It is as small as mopping the floor and dumping garbage, or welding and assembling on the road. As long as it can be done by humans, in theory, it can be done. Is nothing more than that Erguzi needs to learn first. Take welding as an example, a skill that an old welder can master for at least 10 years. Erguzi only needs to understand the theory and can use it when conditions permit. This kind of progress is really scary for the improvement of productivity. Even Wang Chen was thinking that this thing would not be able to be pushed into the factory in a short time. Once a large area enters the factory, it is bound to cause a large area of unemployment. The boss doesn't care about this. Even if Wang Chen sells it for 250,000 at a price of 180,000, it is estimated that they are all willing to buy a batch. After all, if a worker assumes 6,000 a month, that's more than 70,000 a year, and 250,000 is just 3.5 years' worth of wages. But the efficiency of robots is completely unmatched by humans. At least until a solution to the unemployment rate is found, this thing cannot be rolled out on a large scale. Of course, you can enter the family without entering the factory. Many people can't afford a babysitter, but they can hire a full-time robot to fill the role. There is no problem with cooking and cleaning. Combined with military use, at least Wang Chen himself doesn't have to worry about too few orders. It's just that if you want to promote it to the family, the price must be lowered. A big white must not sell for 200,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be nice to hire a nanny with that money? Wang Chen did not hide it from everyone when he tested the robot. Many people in the company saw the relevant test in the gym. The company did not stop everyone from filming, and soon these videos were posted on the internet. Watching the headless robot move back and forth on the horizontal bar, many foreign netizens also complained and envy. Obviously, the research in robotics has been ahead of the world. I can buy karma. This fluency. I can't imagine how they did it. Be vigilant. The smart crisis is not far away. This is the technology of our great cold Netherland. We strongly protest the despicable behavior of the gate of technology. Even Neon can't find a robot of this level, right? It's scary. Indeed, obviously this is not for family use. If it is equipped with weapons, this is a proper future war. Flexible and convenient, smart and simple. I just want to ask when I can buy it. I need a bodyguard. Don't think about it, this is a customized product of a big dog owner. Even if you buy it, we will definitely modify it. Everything is said on the internet, and if there is soundness, it will be leaked. The publicity department of Science and Technology Gate also cooperated generally, and in the next few days, they accidentally released a few relatively vague videos. In the picture, you can see that the robot is busy on the stove. Although it is a bit clumsy, it finally made a bowl of egg fried rice. In addition to this, there are also video footage of patrolling the company with weapons. When he sees people, he will salute stupidly, and even help female colleagues carry buckets up and down the stairs. The functionality and intelligence here have refreshed everyone's views. In the end, I can only sigh with emotion. It is indeed artificial intelligence, and other robots are really incomparable. And Mr. Le, who was busy in the new factory, also saw these videos, and after watching it back and forth several times, he touched his chin. This robot is fierce enough, but I don't know what the gate of technology thinks. If Wang Chen really intends to enter the family market, this is not an opportunity. Chapter 143 Ways. Chapter 143 Ways. At present, the research and development of Rice Phone is still in full swing. Although the company's R&D department still has some, he pulled his hips, but at least he was walking step by step according to Mr. Le's own thoughts. In addition, the various upstream channels for manufacturing mobile phones have basically been opened, and now Mr. Le is already looking forward to the time when the Rice mobile phone will be launched for the first time. Seeing that the Rice began to go on the right track step by step, Mr. Le's eyes naturally began to look forward. Judging from the current situation, mobile phones have tended to be more terminal services. In addition to making calls, it is more like a set of personal-based service equipment. Now is not the era of better cameras and better sound quality. Now we are comparing who is more intelligent and who has more supporting manufacturers. Mr. Le's biggest regret was that he was unable to vigorously develop Rice's own system because it was foreign-owned. If I were the same as President Tren, maybe now the big kill is the Rice family system. But there is no if in reality. It is impossible to take all the good things to yourself. Besides, I have left the Rice now. No matter how hard I worked before, it has nothing to do with me now. And Mr. Le has no idea of developing a system now. It's not that I don't have money, it's mainly that it takes too long. The development of the system is never completed in a short time. This is why Mr. Le decided to connect to Hong Meng. He is very clear about his position, whether it is before or now, whether it is Rice or Rice. I am just a traditional assembler. What needs is to combine the strengths of hundreds of schools with oneself, and deploy products that are enough to compete with any peers. It is precisely because of this that I have not been on the same path with Mr. Ren and the others from the very beginning. Although it is a pity, this is my choice. Although he gave up the system, Mr. Le still wanted to take part in the smart home. Especially the intelligent robot, although it is not known whether the flower factory has reached an agreement with the Gate of Technology. But that doesn't stop him from talking to TechGate about it. If you can get the relevant technical authorization, even if you are a supporting manufacturer, you can occupy a large share. And relying on his own intuition for many years, judging from his eyes, neither Jin Sanchi nor Wang Chen are the kind of people who are particularly easy to get along with. To put it bluntly, these two guys are also typical businessmen. Especially Jin Sanchi, it is clear that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Whether it is the tripartite confrontation in the system or various cooperation in other aspects, a stable word is highlighted. If we can reach a cooperation then. Just when Mr. Le was thinking about the possibility, Lao Sun suddenly hurried up from downstairs. Mr. Le, something happened. Huh? What's the matter? Talk slowly. Seeing that his partner's expression was not very good, Mr. Le hurriedly asked for no reason. Qualcomm has regretted it. When our people went to them to sign the purchase agreement, they couldn't sign it. After sighing, Lao Sun said slowly. What? Mr. Le frowned and couldn't believe it. They found Qualcomm to purchase from the flower factory. They have already talked about it. Now you tell me that the contract cannot be signed? Walking back and forth in the office for a few times, Mr. Le rubbed his temples and said angrily, it must be Google, damn it, it's a good trick. What now? Continue to talk with Qualcomm? Lao Sun nodded and asked. You don't need to guess to know that it's the ghost of Google. I thought it was all right, but I didn't expect to give myself another shot at a critical time. It's probably useless. Before, the flower factory helped lead it. Now people are willing to risk offending the flower factory and reject us. To put it bluntly, it has already made a decision. Mr. Le waved his hand with a wry smile. Then go to the flower factory? No way. Although the flower factory helped us, it was because we joined the Domestic Technology Alliance, and even if they didn't help us, we could still get the products of the Gate of Technology, so it was just a favor. Don't forget, we were the sworn enemies of the flower factory before. Maybe people are still happy now. After all, there is one less opponent. Sitting on the sofa, Mr. Le thought about it for a long time before speaking. Business warfare is just like that, there are no eternal friends. Besides, his power has plummeted after he broke away from the rice, and it is already his duty that others are willing to help, and it is impossible for him to force more. Essentially, peers are still enemies, and it would be nice if they didn't fall into the trap. What do we do now? Without a chip, a mobile phone cannot be built. Old Sun naturally understands the twists and turns here. But now is not the time to say that. Rice mobile phone is on the line, R&D is on the right track, but now it has been announced that it cannot purchase chips. This blow is not an ordinary big one. Do we want us to make our own chips? Anyway, now Europe and the United States will not restrict us from going to foreign factories to place orders. No, the chip is more troublesome than the system. That thing needs money and time. We don't have any of these three things, so we can only purchase finished products. Hey, Julio Plane is being bullied by dogs. Without a market, it's not even a fart. Lezong rubbed his face and couldn't help but complain. This is reality, fuck it. Almost think about it. After more than 10 minutes, Mr. Le raised his head and gave the order, this way, we will take 3 steps. The first step is to find a domestic chip manufacturer. They should not refuse to provide us with chips, but in that case, we want to enter the mid to high-end field. I'm afraid it will be delayed a lot. But after all, it can solve the problem of existence first. As for the quality, let's take it slowly. Second point, fly yourself to Apple headquarters to see if you can get the authorization of their chip. To say that who else has chips that can compete with Qualcomm and flower factories, it is estimated that only Apple is the only one. Third, I will go to a flower factory. Since I know that Qualcomm is impossible to supply, I will check with the flour manufacturer to see if I can purchase their chips. But this is unlikely to happen. Although their chips have begun to resume supply, they have only just been unsealed, and they are not enough for their own use. It is estimated that it is difficult to provide them to us. Furthermore, we are still competitive in nature, who would use their own advantages to help their enemies. There are a lot of mobile phone manufacturers in China. It doesn't matter if there are one or two less. They have already done it on the contrary. 3 o'clock, 3 directions. After Mr. Le finished speaking, Lao Sun nodded after thinking about it. Although the possibility of getting chips from Apple and Flower Factory is not high, it is a road after all, and you have to go before you know if it is impossible. Hey, if we can't get high-end chips, we will have a big disadvantage by relying on domestic chips alone. We may have to go to the gate of science and technology later, but this is the last resort. If there is no new way out, I will consider going. Look to TechGate for help. With a long sigh, Mr. Les said helplessly. Looking for the door of technology was the first thing that came to his mind, but after thinking about it, let it go. They don't currently produce chips, so they can't force the Flower Factory to supply them for themselves, right? Let's not say anything else. I don't have such a big face. As for Qualcomm, can you still not allow others to sell it? Free market and free trade, they are not strong enough to let TechGate lose their attitude to help themselves. To put it bluntly, rice is still too weak. Unless it is bigger and stronger, this kind of thing will not be less in the future. It's just that we haven't reached a dead end yet, and Mr. Le also wants to rely on himself to see if he can solve this problem first. Chapter 141 60 billion. Chapter 141 60 billion. There is no problem with the drawing, so let's do it like this. Okay, then we will officially start construction, and we will try our best to control it within 3 years. This is definitely the sooner the better. I hope to build a central main body and my small house first. It doesn't matter if the rest is slow. Yes. The first stage is to complete all the supporting facilities of the headquarters first, and the subsequent towns and even the seaside amusement park will be put in the back. Well, then there's no problem. Lao Jin has already called you for the money. I've already called. That's fine, I'll trouble you about this. No trouble, no trouble. This is a good project, and I have to thank Mr. Wang for that. On the phone, Wang Chenxing communicated with the project leader of CCCC. After several months of revisions, the overall design of the island has been basically completed. 3 times of communication with Erguzi, Wang Chen formally confirmed the design plan 3 days ago in the afternoon. After learning that Wang Chen agreed, Jin Sanshi flew directly to the CCCC headquarters. It took all afternoon to sign all the contracts. Today's call from CCCC is considered to be the last communication with Wang Chen before the start of construction. Is mainly to determine the overall design style and the division of the area. These are very troublesome once you start to do it and then want to change it. Now that there is no problem with the design of the main body, the next thing to do is to start the construction and let everyone start thinking about the subsequent soft decoration and so on. And there are already a lot of building materials and equipment on the island, which must be worked quickly, and the port that was built before is about to be depleted. In order to catch up with the schedule, CCCC has dispatched a total of 30,000 people this time. Doesn't sound like much, but investing 30,000 on a project is already an exaggerated human effort. Just to raise so many people, CCCC has borrowed a group of talents from several other colleagues to barely make enough. After all, as Party A, Wang Chen is very open in many aspects, but only has high requirements in the construction period. Originally, according to Wang Chen's intention, he wanted the island will be built inside. But after making the calculations, this time point is basically impossible under normal circumstances. Can't hand over all the manpower from other areas for this project. After several discussions, the time frame was reluctantly set within 3 years. But even 3 years is pretty tight. This island is not small, and it also involves the development of mountains. Anyway, it is very troublesome. The date for the official start of construction on the island is set for March 20th. It will be possible to assemble all the manpower on this day. And this day is also an auspicious day of the zodiac, which is very suitable for worshipping the sky and breaking the ground. Wang Chen also promised to come over for the next shovel this day. In addition to this incident, in early March, the factory that Jin Sanshi had tossed around before has also been built. Take the current 8-legged robot as an example. 5 complete production lines have been completed. It is estimated that the monthly output will be about 5,000 units after the production is expected to fully start construction in June, which means that the family is finally entering the era of artificial intelligence taking over production. Although the investment of robots will have a great impact on the current market, a bad one will even lead to mass unemployment. But if you only use it at home, then there will be no problem. As the top technology company in China, Wang Chen naturally wants to make himself ahead of everyone. Only in this way can we maintain the advantage that we have finally gained. Speaking of unemployment, although the robot project is steadily advancing, he has the same views on this thing as Wang Chen. Based on the current situation, it is basically impossible to promote it to factories on a large scale. However, it is possible to increase foreign trade, accumulate funds by selling to other tanku, and then keep iterating and updating. The unemployment problem of other people's family has nothing to do with me. When the solution to deal with unemployment is found above, it will naturally push the update on a large scale. High-quality customers like dog owners can develop as many as possible. Wang Chen also understands it very well. If it is said above, it is naturally open to sell. With the current progress, the design drawings needed by the big dog owners can be completed next month. As long as this order can be signed, the foreign market will be opened. You can also have one more pillar industry. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt that Jin Sanshi had to continue to build the factory. In the future, the demand for this robot will only be more or less. Just to maintain such a huge production chain, an extremely large robot team is required. March 20th, the weather is clear and cloudless. Wang Chen, who took a helicopter back to the island, also looked out the window with some emotion. It has been 3 years since the last time I landed on the island. The island below is still so beautiful, like a diamond set on the ocean. This is its own site and the headquarters of the future company. In order to achieve his earliest predetermined goal, Wang Chen has had a very hard 3 years. But all the effort is worth it. Looking at the mountains of various supplies in the port below, as well as a large number of simple dormitories built along the mountains, Wang Chen also touched his chin a little excited. Jin Sanshi, who was sitting next to him, was also looking at the scenery below with interest. Although I have been here several times before to investigate the island, I feel a little weird every time I come here. How did such a big island fall into Wang Chen's hands? On this area, this scenery, whether it is of tourism value or military value, is extremely impressive. Turned out to be a private territory. Lao Jin, this will be the company's headquarters from now on. How do you feel? It's alright. I feel distressed when I think that the company needs to spend nearly $60 billion for this place. You're a bastard who spends all your money and earns it again. Besides, it's a lot of face to spread such a big island as the headquarters. Yeah, more than $60 billion. Can you not save face? Apple's headquarters is only a few billion. Can you forget about it? 60 billion a day. I don't feel bad for my money. What are you talking about? After chatting a few words with Jin Sanshi, Wang Chen complained with some disgust. I only know 60 billion. Can we talk about something meaningful? Boss, you don't know how tired you are if you are not at home. Today is a big day. Let's change the subject. Rolled his eyes, and Ginsanshi also said speechlessly. That's right, change one. Well, let's talk about the boss. How do you plan to make these 60 billion back? Fuck off. Chapter 142 Chapter Dog Big Family Coming. Chapter 142. Went to the island to live for 2 days. When the construction started, Wang Chen and Ginsanshi each held a pickaxe and took a shovel together with the heads of the Jiadon Construction Company Limited. This means that the development of the island is officially on track. Opening the mountain, building roads and building bridges, these 2 days, Wang Chen's ears were full of all kinds of rumbling sounds. Especially the various large vehicles docked at the port. It was almost like a noise emitter when it moved. Originally, Wang Chen planned to rest and relax at the beach. As a result, after staying for 2 days, I couldn't take it anymore. In order to meet the construction period, CCCC adopted 3 shifts. That is, if Wang Chen gave enough money, CCCC can naturally offer enough price. The money is enough, and the power on the entire construction site is still quite abundant. As a result, Wang Chen didn't sleep well at night. From time to time, there are artillery battles that are blown up. When left, Wang Chen also repeatedly instructed not to pollute the coral area of Condao. This is one's own heart and flesh, and absolutely no pollution is allowed. Even in order to protect this area, Wang Chen specially asked Ginsanshi to invite a team to monitor the condition of the coral area in real time. The general manager of the project also patted his chest and said there was no problem. This matter is, to put it bluntly, a matter of money. As long as the money is in place, it's okay. What did they say? They have contacted more than a dozen cargo ships, which are specially responsible for transporting all kinds of garbage. It is guaranteed that there will be no impact on the coral colony after the construction is completed. What wastewater, garbage, all kinds of messes will be transported away by cargo ships. That is, the cost is a bit high. After all, the island is not close to the mainland, so it costs a lot to go back and forth. In other words, Wang Chen is rich, and it is estimated that he would not dare to play like this. Although the groundbreaking ceremony was very lively, Wang Chen did not invite the media over. Just let someone record a video and put it on Station B. By the time Wang Chen returned to the lab, the number of views of this video had exceeded 2 million. Is basically discussing Wang Chen's new home worth more than $60 billion. Some people have even given Wang Chen the title of island owner. Well, I like the name, Wang.Su, and I also changed the name of Weibo. Speaking of Weibo, in order to let Erguzi have a stronger logical thinking, Wang Chen also licensed this product to surf the internet for 3 hours a day. Erguzi also has his own account on Weibo, and his name is Erguzi of Wang Chen's family. The head portrait of is a husky head with a toothy smile that Wang Chen chose for him. At first glance, it feels full of wisdom. After having Weibo, Erguzi will exchange ideas with netizens when he has nothing to do. Use all kinds of poisonous chicken soup from Baidu to conduct so-called reassuring counseling. For example, someone asked Erguzi, "What should I do if I stay up late and hurt my body?" Erguzi said directly, "Since staying up late hurts your health, let's stay all night." Someone else asked, "I'm single, and Wang Chen is also single, do you know what that means?" Erguzi's answer was straightforward, "This means that you are both ugly people." There are even more such as, "What should I do if I have a fat physique that grows fat even after drinking water?" Erguzi replied, "You don't have a fat-prone physique that grows fat after drinking water. You just ate fried chicken, chocolate, cheese, pudding, milk tea, and cola. You forgot all in a blink of an eye. You just thought your confidant drank a few sips of water. Well, although Wang Chen thinks this product is very demanding, but I have to say that the speed of fan growth is a bit exaggerated. As the world's first artificial intelligence, it has already attracted much attention. Now he even feeds poisonous chicken soup. Where can I find such interesting things? Don't you pay attention now? Has nearly 40 million fans since opening the account. Is comparable to a lot of water-filled fresh meat. And most of them are still active users. Jin Sanchi was actually a little worried, afraid that Erguzi's nonsense on the internet would easily affect his high-tech image. But Wang Chen said it was not so exaggerated. Artificial intelligence is meant to serve human beings, and it does not belong to any high-profile thing. The artificial intelligence that can be integrated into the society and accepted by everyone is a good artificial intelligence. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the emotion simulation plugin that I have used so much to do? Isn't it just to be grounded? I have to be as stern as above, not serious. Then how do you make money? Standing at the door to ward off evil spirits. Just when Erguzi showed signs of developing into a national internet celebrity. The delegation from the dog family came again at the end of March. This time, Wang Chen invited them to come and see the design drawings. A 3D rendering of the robot design for their home has been completed. Now we need to ask the client's opinion on some details. Was still led by the prince, and the big dog came very quickly. Arrived in the magic capital almost on the third day after Wang Chen issued the invitation. After a night of rest, I met with Wang Chen in the laboratory. As for why it is a laboratory, Wang Chen intends to show them a similar humanoid robot that has been debugged. Although this product is not a custom product sold to them, it can give a glimpse of the leopard. Lest these big dog owners make some demands on themselves that they cannot understand. His Royal Highness, we meet again. Is the journey going smoothly? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as Li Long brought people in, Wang Chen, who was almost ready, hurried to the door and stretched out his hand to ask with a smile. Politely shook hands with Wang Chen, the prince also smiled and said, Mr. Wang, we meet again. Yes, the prince is still so handsome after not seeing him for a few days. Come in and sit and talk. Made a gesture of please, Wang Chen greeted the group and entered the laboratory. As soon as he sat down, Wang Chen shouted to the surroundings, Erguzi, watch the wine. After a few seconds, a dark humanoid robot came over with a tray in hand. There is a bottle of whiskey specially bought by Jin Sanchi for Wang Chen to support the facade. As the golden liquor was poured into the cup, the prince was also looking at the device with a burning gaze. Mr. Wang, is this your robot? This is a mass-produced model. Your Royal Highness can take a look first. If you have any ideas, you can tell me. After reading it, I will show you the special design drawings of your home. Wang Chen snapped his fingers and explained. Then beckoned and let Erguzi control the robot to stand in the middle. With the rotation of the gears, the originally covered shell slowly opened to reveal the interior design. You can follow me if you like it, or you can add my fan group 316,323,007. Duo has a lot of benefits, many of them are cute little sisters. Can accompany you to sing, play games, etc. Proper VIP treatment. One last wave of tickets. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Feel free. Look, everyone, this is the inner space of the robot. Many empty spaces can be designed to allow the robot to have more diverse functions. Pointing to the inner space exposed by the robot, Wang Chen explained with a smile. Although it is not clear whether His Royal Highness understands, but it can still be seen that this guy is listening seriously. After almost introducing the robot, Wang Chen turned on the oversized TV hanging on the wall next to him. Snapped his fingers, and 2 design drawings appeared on the display. Everyone, this is how I designed 2 robots for you, one for hotels and services, and one for patrol guides. It can be seen that the model used for the hotel service is based on the Disney Dabai model, which has been improved and upgraded through our own design. Not only has a cute appearance, but also has more functions inside. In addition to sweeping the floor and wiping the table, it can also clean up the room, take children, trim flowers and the like. In general, it will be a very suitable robot for home use. We even added a foldable Google to indent into a box like an animation. In addition to this, we improved the robot for patrol based on that experimental model. The shape is more angular, referring to the design of some sledgehammers in now, and you can feel the power of it just by looking at it. With firearms and various weapons, it can easily complete various security tasks. Even this thing can be directly used for military purposes, as long as someone is remotely controlled in the rear. After saying this, the eyes of the prince on the opposite side were obviously brighter. The whole person stood up and stuck it in front of the display. That's good. How many weapons can you carry? At present, 6 weapon hanging points are designed, which can carry 2 rifles, 2 pistols, a machine gun or a Gatling, or a single soldier air defense canister. In terms of defense, due to the use of special alloys, the overall is able to defend against 12.7 bullets below caliber. Seeing that His Royal Highness was very interested, Wang Chen naturally tried his best to explain more. This mecha, which looks like a simple sledgehammer, was specially modified by Erguzi during this period of time by Wang Chen. A few days ago, Wang Chen was always thinking about what was missing in this design. It was only after that I realized that the lack of deterrence was not. It's not enough to look like a human, the point is to look like a god of war. The first thing ordinary people see is to just run. No, let Erguzi change it to what it is now according to the original design. Added more armor and weapon hardpoints. Some people may want to ask, isn't this thing just military equipment? Strictly speaking, it really is. After all, patrolling requires a certain amount of force. As for whether it will be too awesome, don't worry about it. First of all, due to the current control problem, even if you use 5G, there will be a little delay in it. Not to mention that the display alone is a bit awkward to control. Although it can avoid casualties, it is definitely not as flexible as a real person. Of course, it may be a bit tasteless for those lobby entrances, but it is definitely the best choice for big dog owners. After all, the village has an excellent matching mechanism, and the combat power in the Middle East is still very harmonious. Even a few thorns did not show an overwhelming advantage. After chatting with His Royal Highness the Prince for several hours, Dabai, who was serving the service, did not have much opinion, and mainly focused on this patrol robot. After chatting for a long time, Wang Chen summed up a few points about the opinions of the big dog owners. First of all, the big dog wants to be able to mount more weapons and have a stronger defense. The second is to hope that there can be more golden decorations on the shape. The appearance of the robot Wang Chen is designing now is pure black, which is very suitable for night battles, but this thing will also be a facade of the dog family in the future. The decorations that should be there are still there. Although I don't use gold, I still hope to have more decorative stripes. In the end, I hope that Wang Chen can make a real product as soon as possible, so that they can provide suggestions based on the actual effect. The first and the third are not a big problem, mainly because the second one gave Wang Chen a headache. Heck, this is a killing machine, not a stage actor. Are you afraid that this thing is not conspicuous enough? To be honest, even if the electric drive is used, such a large mecha is still quite moving. Our various designs are to enhance the survivability of the equipment as much as possible. Now it's better, the customer takes the initiative to ask for some special effects. Would you like to install a special KTV lantern for you? Make sure you become the most beautiful cubs on the battlefield. It can only be said that Wang Chen cannot understand the brain circuit of the big dog. However, since this was the client's request, Wang Chen could only agree after the communication was fruitless. It is estimated that they are the only ones in the world who can make such a strange demand. If this is left in the rabbit's house, it is estimated that whoever proposes it will be stared at by the leader's death the next day. Even this big dog has come up with an idea. That is, though it is impossible to use gold on a large scale to decorate the mecha. But you can form a small golden mecha on a guard. This team does not need to participate in the battle, but mainly receives the bosses of other halls to show their identity. Wang Chen doesn't care about their proposal. It wasn't my money anyway, so feel free. Although this price will be very expensive, it is really a toy price for large dog owners. No way. We cannot understand the thinking of the rich. Fortunately, apart from this bizarre requirement, the big dog owners don't have much ideas in other aspects. I rubbed it as usual in the evening, and waited until the next day for Wang Chen to let Jin Sanshi send the goods away. The prince was not in a hurry to go back, but planned to lead the team to continue to observe inside other companies. Especially for the other companies in this project. The Gate of Technology has given design drawings. Should you show me yours too? The top side has begun to send construction teams to Dubai, and the preliminary renovation work will begin soon. If there is a leak in this supply, it will affect the entire plan of the company. Fortunately, I went to the flower factory. Jai and the others wandered round. Although most of the real objects have not yet been made, basically the design drawings are already available. Is a drawing of the pie. In order to ensure that these families can hand over their things on time, the prince specially reserved a few people to watch the progress when he left. Time is money, and Dubai has been ahead of everyone in the technological field. This is also an advantage of Xiaotanku, as long as you have the money to do it quickly. It is estimated that by the time all the churches around the world slowly enter a new era, they have already completed the upgrade. Chapter 144, Ternary Extrusion Explosive. Chapter 144 Ternary Extrusion Explosive. The request of the big dog was handed over by Wang Chen to Erguzi to handle. It's just some minor changes, not too difficult. And with the current humanoid robot has entered the second half of the test. Wang Chen is now 80 to 90% complete on the robot-related work. The subsequent tests only need Wang Chen to stare at it, and now Wang Chen has thought about it for a while and feels that the research on electromagnetic weapons can be put on the agenda. Wang Chen did not tell the above about this plan, mainly because this thing is more sensitive. If the above knew about it, he would not have to pester him every day. It's better to let them know after you have researched it yourself. At present, the theoretical research of the two electromagnetic weapons has been almost completed. In particular, several new synthetic formulas involved have already had samples available. Erguzi reported that there is not much difference between the special alloys purified so far and the index pre-input by Wang Chen. Although the price is a little expensive, the durability is still very good. These ordinary recipes do not need Wang Chen to worry about it. Now what Wang Chen is going to toss with is a formula specially used for electromagnetic weapon projectiles. Theoretically, the electromagnetic gun is a kinetic energy weapon. Inflicts great damage on targets with unparalleled speed. However, due to the influence of the curvature of the Earth, Wang Chen has no way to unrestrictedly increase the speed in the ball. So if you want to increase the damage of the shells, you can only play with the material of the shells. And now what Wang Chen wants to dump is a special alloy called Ternary Extrusion Explosive. It is said to be an alloy, but in fact it is more like a stable explosive. In the information Wang Chen knew, this alloy was considered a good choice for electromagnetic weapons before the technology was not much improved. It can not only resist acceleration of less than 80 times, but also has a very tough structure. But the most surprising thing is not how many times the acceleration this thing can resist, but the alloy of this material is usually very stable, but once it hits at a speed of more than 5 times the speed of sound, it will cause fission in the internal structure, so that the entire projectile detonates upon impact. The power of the explosion, Wang Chen calculated, assuming a 380mm caliber main gun hits the target at 15 times the speed of sound, the explosion that can be produced is almost equivalent to the same volume of howitzer X-5. That is to say, this shot is equivalent to being hit by 5 traditional shells of the 380 main gun of World War II. This power is already quite terrifying. You must know that when Bismarck fired 380, he eliminated Judd and directly reimbursed the main battle line of this new family. And now aircraft carriers and expulsions are generally thin-skinned pie. Not to mention the defense compared to those battle lines of World War II, even compared to cruisers. As far as the defense of these battleships is concerned, once they are detonated twice, the damage caused is terrible. In addition to this, the anti-aircraft rapid-fire electromagnetic weapon can also activate a special projectile of 20mm. Is equivalent to a C-4 bomb whizzing past. What kind of aircraft missile, as long as it hits, you can say goodbye. Probably the only certainty is that it is expensive. Compared with traditional kinetic energy projectiles, the cost of this special alloy projectile is ridiculously expensive. Wang Chen did the math himself, and a projectile of a 380 gun was about $100,000. One shot is a Tesla flying in the sky. And the 20mm caliber rapid-fire gun costs almost $1,000 a shot. If it is calculated at 1,000 per minute, it is $1 million. 100 cannons fire 100 million in 1 minute. Sure enough, war is a money burner. Even Wang Chen couldn't use all of this stuff, at most it could only be used in a targeted manner. Traditional kinetic steel rods are still used most of the time. Don't ask, it's cheap to ask. After all, a 380 special main gun can make a bunch of ordinary projectiles. This thing must be used as a killer. The meaning of is more of deterrence. After all, although the cost of $100,000 is exaggerated, but it is very cheap to expel these net worth against the standard aircraft carrier. Not to mention, as long as you can paralyze your aircraft carrier, you can make a lot of money. The cost of a fort is tens of billions of dollars, and if you replace it with special projectiles, there are hundreds of thousands of rounds. As long as it is within this range, one hit is a blood gain. Wang Chen pondered that after this thing was built, it could be sold to the top. The electromagnetic gun must be the protagonist of future wars. You can sell the electromagnetic guns cheaper, as long as you have enough hunting equipment, you can make a fortune just selling the shells. After all, the most profitable business in the world, apart from technology, is arms. Strictly speaking, technology and arms are the same thing. The formula of the material is already in Wang Chen's mind. Although the materials needed are quite expensive, fortunately they are not too rare metals. It's just that the processing is cumbersome and requires a lot of complex processes for repeated processing. And you can't do it in your own lab. The equipment required here is quite large, and it can only be reconfigured by a factory. Wang Chen has asked Jin Sanshi to vacate a factory at the company's production base. Related equipment and materials will also be delivered continuously. Wait until the rest place and the computer are installed, Wang Chen can go to work. I don't know how long it will take this time, but now I have artificial intelligence and robot assistance. This efficiency is certainly not too low. As soon as April arrived, Wang Chen secretly took Li Long to the newly built factory. Speaking of which, this is Wang Chen's first visit to his own production center. It was only when Wang Chen arrived that he found out that this place was close to the sea. Although the cliffs below are not within the sand. But the scenery is really good. Even if it is a little far from the center of Magic City, there are 2 or 3 small towns scattered round. Especially after the production center of the Gate of Technology is determined here. The speed of development of the surrounding towns is called a rapid one. The officials of the Magic Capital are all ready to set up this place as a new development center. The 2 inerring expressways that lead directly to the Magic City are also under construction. Once opened to traffic, it will take less than 30 minutes to travel from the Magic City to the factory here. And the factory vacated for Wang Chen happens to be in a clearing on the edge of the cliff. This was specially chosen by Li Long. It is a little far from the central area of the factory, the surroundings are quiet, and the view is very wide. It is convenient for them to protect Wang Chen's safety. By the time Wang Chen and his party arrived, several points had been set up around them. The students who like it can click and follow. Love you all. It's really crazy to change the outline. I'm starving to death. Chapter 145 Hercules and Luban. Chapter 145 Hercules and Luban. I said, what are you planning to do? What are you doing? Do something. Hey, what's up? Very interested? Fortunately, the main reason is that Boss Do wants to know. Alright. Help me push this thing over. In the workshop, Wang Chen is wearing short sleeves and pushing a piece of equipment to the corner. There are 7 or 8 eight-legged robots crawling back and forth. Li Long next to looked around curiously. Although I don't understand it well, the equipment in it just looks expensive. He helped push the device to the corner and put it in place. Wang Chen plugged the network cable into the control panel on the side and said, it's almost there. We'll have to live here in the next few months. Do we want to buy you a bed? Wang Chen himself has a small room in the factory. Although it is not luxurious, at least there is no problem in taking a bath and sleeping. Is suffering from the surrounding security team, and can only go to the special security base of the factory to rest. As Wang Chen's bodyguard, Li Long couldn't even go to the base. No, I'll just hang a camp bed here. It won't affect your work, right? Li Long waved his hand, but his face was calm. It's just sleeping, I don't pick it up. That's okay, if you can't sleep well, tell me, and I'll ask someone to make a bed for you. Haha, come on, I'm not that delicate. After chatting with Li Long for a while, it was already noon outside. Li Long ran to the factory kitchen to fetch lunch for Wang Chen. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Chen also sat in front of the workbench he just set up and turned on the computer. Click on a small icon on the screen, and after about 4 or 5 seconds, Erguzi's voice came in from the headphones. Boss, are you here? Well, it's here. I'll give you permission, you can access it. It is good. All machines in the factory have been connected to the intranet by Wang Chen, soon through the server built by Wang Chen himself. Erguzi successfully completed the control of the device. After a self-check, Erguzi typed the subtitle of OK. By the time Li Long came back from the dining hall, Wang Chen had already started pouring various raw materials into a purification equipment. Lunch is relatively simple, a piece of maxi wang, fried spicy chicken and side dishes plus a large bowl of soup. These are the small stoves that the dedicated chef at the cafeteria opened for Wang Chen. While eating, Wang Chen also looked at a small open space outside the factory building facing the sea. This place is really good. Not to mention that I like the sea. The field of vision is very wide. When you test the weapon platform yourself later, you can also launch it directly at the sea. But what Wang Chen is thinking about now is that it is a bit reluctant to supply the electromagnetic weapons with the electricity from the factory. For convenience, it may be necessary to move into the dedicated line from the surrounding high-voltage lines. And to be on the safe side, enough Grafton batteries are also needed to store electricity. I don't want to drive directly through the cable. In that case, it is inconvenient to control the amount of energy. And if Grafton batteries are used, the risk factor will naturally be reduced a lot. It happens that there is also a Grafton battery factory here. Wang Chen plans to design a large container first to facilitate the power supply of the weapon later. Grafton batteries are already quite mature technology for Wang Chen. Just design the parameters you need, and leave the rest to Urguzi to improve. It is estimated that in 2 months, you will see this extra-large battery specially used to store electrical energy. It is necessary to temporarily occupy a production line of Grafton batteries. It is estimated that Lao Jin will call again to talk about it later. Hey, there is no way, the global production is still in short supply, and one less production line will have a big impact on the overall supply. Wang Chen's actions on the factory side were fast. The development of electromagnetic weapons was also divided into 3 parts by Wang Chen himself. The most troublesome custom projectiles are handled by himself, while the assembly and production of electromagnetic weapons are carried out by Urguzi. In less than a week, Wang Chen had already mobilized 18 8-legged robots in the factory. At the same time, a humanoid robot is helping out. They will complete the assembly of the equipment under the control of Urguzi. The last part, energy storage, is that the factory has specially adjusted the production line for development. Although Wang Chen didn't go much, he was also under the supervision of Urguzi. Relying on the cooperation of artificial intelligence, the whole project is progressing very fast. Especially in the assembly of electromagnetic weapons, the high-strength efficiency of the robot is fully revealed. Just when Wang Chen was busy studying artillery shells. Inside the door of technology, Jin Sanchi is also fully preparing for the production of robots. Not only the 8-legged robot, Wang Chen, the production line of humanoid robots, has also handed it over to himself. According to Wang Chen's request, it is best to complete a certain amount of paving within 1 year. Then you can connect Urguzi to your own factory to improve production efficiency by cooperating with robots. It is no surprise that it will be the first company in the world to adopt fully intelligent production. That is, the materials and funds required here are not a small amount. After all, these robots are currently produced for personal use, and the cost of the 8-legged robot alone is as high as 200,000 yuan. The price of humanoid robots has reached 400,000. Of course, the high cost is also related to their multiple functions. After all, a large number of modular designs are used, which is convenient and expensive at the same time. At present, the company has also completed the selection of the code names for these 2 robots. The 8-legged robot was named Hercules. And the humanoid robot was named Luban. It is estimated that the cost should be reduced by about 50,000 when it can be mass-produced, but it is still a lot of overhead. On the scale of the current technology gate, if robots are fully used, the bottom line requires nearly 200,000 Hercules and nearly 50,000 Lubans. And this requires nearly 50 billion of funds. Jin Sanchi is now very fortunate that he has borrowed some money from the company, otherwise this expense, plus the fact that the current company on the island can go bankrupt in minutes. Even now, the funds on the company's books are very unimaginable. To be honest, as one of the world's top gold-absorbing companies, it is really surprising that the funds are so tight. After all, it's still the island spot. Even the top is very worried about the finances of TechGate. You must know that the boss of the finance department of the Gate of Science and Technology is the person above. For such a large expenditure of the company, the above is also worried that the capital chain will be no broken one day if it can't bear it. Seeking attention. Chapter 146 The chip from the A family is here. Chapter 146 The chip from the A family is here. Company pressure. Wang Chen knows it. As far as the equipment in this factory is concerned, the cost alone is 7 or 8 billion. But the best way to solve the current company's funding problem is to continue to develop technology. For example, the electromagnetic technology in hand, or the various novelties in the back. And Wang Chen believes that as time goes by little, after the mobile phone, automobile and other fields are upgraded, their own profits will definitely increase year by year. But speaking of these places, since entering April, the global electronics market has been filled with smoke. With the official launch of a new generation of video glasses by the January Flower Factory, nearly 3 million units were pre-sold in just 3 months. Is paired with the latest generation of mobile phones from Huachang, which also sold nearly 7 million units. Under the bundled sale, the previous decline of the flower factory was swept away. Due to the current global blockade of flower factories, it is already only in name only. The flower factories that can repurchase chips have also begun to contact TSMC and other manufacturers to continue producing Kirin chips. It is expected that at the new phone launch at the end of the year, the flower factory will reuse its own chips. And in China, the sales of flower factories are also rising. Without all kinds of restrictions, the market share also rose rapidly to 18.6%. You must know that flower factories were limited before and were about to give up the mobile phone market. Such a violent recovery speed also made many colleagues jealous. Is now second only to rice phones in domestic mobile phones, and it has been back and forth with Apple on the second list. Not only a flower factory, Nokia also officially returned to the mainland market at the beginning of the year. Relying on the feelings of the older generation, it also occupied nearly 10% of the market share in just 3 months. Although there is still a little gap from the top 3, we can already see the strength. In overseas markets, Apple and Nokia are even more inseparable. In Europe and the United States, with the withdrawal of the flower factory, Rice can also wrestle with these two companies. As for Samsung, it is already waning. After almost all of its peers have more or less access to the key technologies of the gate of technology, Samsung's technological advantages have disappeared. Currently in the global market, Samsung's share has slipped to 4th, and there is no sign of breaking. Many people are wondering whether Samsung can still have a place in the mobile phone market after the flower factory fully recovers, or when domestic mobile phones begin to face the world. You must know that even now, the gate of technology has not reached any cooperation with Samsung. It is said that the boss of Samsung is now smashing the table at home. In the face of the door of science and technology that cannot be entered by oil and salt, they have no way to do it now. Talk, people don't listen. Threats, people are not afraid. The rabbit is standing behind, do you dare to say something harsh? This is the opportunity that Rabbit finally looked forward to, and can completely enter the high-end technology chain. And the gate of technology is the most important part here. Not to mention that they are in the cold and the Republic of China, even the world's lighthouse would not dare to have any unreasonable thoughts about Wang Chen. To be really anxious, a certain rabbit will bite. So, now Samsung can only rely on Google to suck blood from brothers in the same camp. Relying on that little bit of grabbed share, it barely maintains the market. And now, Google is not having a good time. In particular, Mr. Le's withdrawal has caused Rice's domestic reputation to plummet by several levels. There is basically no possibility of keeping secrets for a character like Mr. Le to run away. On the internet, the matter of Mr. Le's break with the board of directors has been well informed. Fortunately, the operation department was relatively strong and managed to stabilize the situation. But as far as the current situation is concerned, the overall public opinion is still getting worse. Many netizens shouted that the person who bought the rice came from Mr. Le. Who would buy your rice without Mr. Le? Isn't the flower plant fragrant? Not to mention that Mr. Le has now started to promote his rice phone online. Even if it is just a PPT, it has already attracted the attention of many people. Fortunately, Google has cut off Qualcomm's supply channels through relationships, and the flower factory will probably not provide them with chips. After all, if nothing else, the output of Kirin chips is not enough to supply themselves. Without a good chip, the so-called rice phone is nothing but a mirror. But what didn't let Google think is that in early April, there was news from the inside that Thunder the chip channel has always been opened. And the source of supply is Apple, which no one thought of. Apple, which has always pursued an independent ecosystem, would deliberately release its own supply at this time. According to the gossip, although Apple does not intend to provide their next-generation flagship chip A15, even if it is just A14, its technology is enough to support rice phones to open up the mid to high-end market. If this news is true, then Mr. Le has brought in a foreign aid that is not weaker than Qualcomm and Huachang. No one knows what Apple thinks inside. As we all know, the most advantageous hardware in the iPhone is actually the A series chip. Because compared with Android chips, it is not a problem to be ahead of 2 generations, but 1 generation ahead. For example, Apple's previous generation A14 can tie the current generation of Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. As for the A15 of Apple's generation, it is estimated that it should not be a problem to tie Qualcomm's next generation flagship. The chip that is ahead of the Android generation, coupled with a unique iOS, constitutes Apple's unique competitiveness, which is also the enduring charm of the iPhone. Authorizes its own trump card to competitors, and Apple is not afraid to raise a father. Don't look at Rice as a new company, but with nearly $10 billion of funds and a development team behind it, it is quite mature. Especially the development team, almost 80% jumped over from the Rice. As long as they are given a complete supply chain, it will not be long before they will have the ability to conquer the world. And the boss of Rice is Mr. Le, who is a legend in himself. Many colleagues who got the news were stunned. What is Apple doing? Is the authorization to open the chip at this time to compete for Qualcomm's territory? If the chip is really authorized, will it even open iOS in the future? If this were the case, the current mobile phone landscape would be even more chaotic. The charm of a chip plus iOS is really unstoppable by ordinary manufacturers. After all, Apple itself is a golden sign. However, before everyone guessed how long, Apple announced that in order to better cater to the market, Apple internally decided to open all chip models except the flagship version. But for the iOS system, Apple still has no open ideas. To put it bluntly, Apple is also very clear about its own competitive advantage. A chip is a customized version used with iOS. Although it can be used with Hongmeng, it is definitely not as comfortable as iOS. Le will not cause too much threat even if he uses it, but will expand his income on the chip. But the chip can be sold, the system is definitely not. This is the basis for Apple to differentiate itself from everyone, and it is also the basis for Apple to stand in the world. An iOS that is no longer closed, can it still be called Apple? Chapter 147 Roll him up. Chapter 147 Scroll him. However, Apple's move to open up its chips has made peers nervous. The chip itself has a strong publicity effect. After all, as Apple's royal chip, it will be very good to just market it. Although Rice has not signed an agreement with Apple, it is definitely not rejected from Apple's current attitude. It may be that the two sides have not reached a consensus on some details. But it will not be long. Once the chip problem is solved, the biggest problem of Rice mobile phone will be solved. Google really wants to discuss it with Apple now, but after thinking about it for a long time, it's okay. After all, it is impossible for Apple to listen to them. Strictly speaking, the current Apple is also a proper hostile player. How could be helping Google at this time? But if you don't limit apples and let rice develop, the problem is also not small. Les influence is still there, especially in Rabbit's realm. There was a saying in the marketing department when I was at Rice. What little fresh meat please, put Mr. Les' photo on it and you'll be an internet celebrity. Maybe a bit exaggerated, but it also reflects Mr. Les' popularity from the side. After several days of meetings, Google's internal decision was that since Apple wanted to play like this, Google had no other choice but to fight. Although the chip problem of Rice mobile phone can be solved, it cannot compare with its current counterparts. It's easy to suppress. The most intuitive way is to snip directly in the low-end and mid-range fields. They know Mr. Letter well. This person likes to start from the low-end market and then climb up step by step. A lot of experience in the low-end field will bring a lot of increase to his judgment. Especially in this chaotic situation, it is most important to stabilize your own situation first. They judged that Mr. Le would definitely not give up his experience and rush into the high-end field. In fact, they did judge correctly. At present, the 3 projects created by Rice Phone are all concentrated in the low-end market. Since this is the case, it is simple. Relying on the strong competitiveness of Rice, it directly suppressed Rice in the low-end market. As long as the Rice can be defeated, the current rumors on the internet will be self-defeating. Even Rice will get rid of Mr. Le's own influence on the company in one fell swoop. If you count it like this, it is really a good opportunity. Lest someone keep saying that the Rice was brought by Mr. Le every day. What kind of international joke? Without our capital, Rice can develop so fast. Is the overseas market Mr. Le talks about? The supply of all parties is not our resource. How come became his own credit? If you want to step on the Rice, I will blow your stall. Let everyone have a good look. What is the capital of trademark? In mid-April, in a building in Mojo City. Well-packed boxes are constantly being transported into the building. This is the Artificial Intelligence Inspection Directorate, created above. In the future, this will be the supervisory unit of all civil artificial intelligence in China. This building cost a lot of money. There are a total of 26 floors, of which 20 floors will all be placed with servers. And the rest is used as an office area. Now the Magic Capital has been regarded as the focus city of the world. Of logistics, new energy vehicles, artificial intelligence networks, etc. have all set up the first practice points here. Some time ago someone took a video. There's a group of workers using various equipment to plan the flight route of the drone. In consideration of safety reasons, the main flight area of the drone is currently set above the road. That is to say, the drone will follow the road to the destination from the start. Although it will waste a lot of time, it can ensure the safety of pedestrians to the greatest extent. After all, if there is a malfunction, the vehicles below are protected, and people will not be smashed if they fall. And after the latest amendments to the regulations, all drones will fly in the interval of 50 meters to 100 meters. And all drones require a small parachute. Once there is a malfunction at high altitude, the parachute will automatically pop up. And the opening mechanism of this parachute is also an independent device. Is responsible for special equipment. Even if it loses contact with the headquarters, it can function normally. The purpose of is to ensure that the drone will not fall directly after the emergency hover fails. For such a small thing, the cost of the drone models currently developed by GI is also rising again and again. But there is no way, domestic is no better than abroad. The flow of people is too dense. It can only be to spend more money to ensure safety. Currently, the projects of Giant SF Express are also progressing rapidly. In the suburbs of, a huge spherical building has been built about halfway. And related career change training is also underway. During this period, SF Express's expenses were not too big. But the effect is also obvious. As marketing continues to deepen, after all kinds of advertisements were launched, everyone basically knew this epoch-making logistics method. Many retail investors also began to choose to use SF Express again. Seeing the effect, SF Express also seized the opportunity to create a so-called old customer VIP. As long as you use SF Express for 100 pieces per year, you will get a 10% discount on all channels. This discount is already very fierce. You must know that the involution of the express delivery industry has already reduced the profit of a single piece a lot. 10% off, which means that SF Express's profitability will be more difficult. But no way, what matters now is the market. Although the domestic express delivery industry is very prosperous, there are still too many express delivery companies. 4 links and 1 reach, plus JD.com and myself, plus my own Father M's, it is too crowded for so many express companies to share this cake. What SF Express has to do now is to clear the field. Even if you are at risk of being wiped out, you must find a way to reduce this number. Bear the brunt of the 4 links and 1 reach. M's is definitely not going to collapse, so only the biggest ones can be used for surgery. The advantage of discount is that although the price has been reduced, it still maintains the basis of high price and high service on the bright side. This is the brand image that SF Express has managed to create, and it is also the biggest trump card now. Have you ever seen cheap high-tech products? To put it in a bad way, if it is high-tech, do you still dare to use it when the item is cheap? This price may be a little expensive, but what you buy is efficiency, service, and after-sales. SF's previous situation was not rejected by the market because of high prices. It's just that it's a little stretched because it doesn't have a few major e-commerce platforms. Since e-commerce does not take me to play, then I will absorb all small retail investors as my own customers. It is said that SF Express intends to call out a new slogan. 5 days in the world, 1 day in the whole country, and 6 hours in the same city. Don't you all like rolls? Come. Roll. Let's see who gets skilled. Chapter 148. Are you fat? Chapter 148. Are you fat? 6 hours in the same city is a bit too cruel. And it's the kind of home delivery. This is not just the field of drone express delivery, but a major strategic adjustment of the entire SF Express. Continue to climb the speed and quality to make your service worth the price. SF Express is really ruthless this time. After all, there are so many funds blocked. If you lose, you will have nothing. The big guys inside SF Express don't want to see the drone express being pushed up, but they are dead. On the smart network side, the leading flower factory is also making adjustments to the 5G network in Magic Capital. Is expected to add 80% of devices within this year. And this will fully cover all underground passages, tunnels and other low-signal areas. At the same time, it will also distinguish the overall network of the Magic City. Except civilian signals, all intelligent networks will be independent from the big network. In addition to being monitored by the top, this intelligent network is also for the convenience of the flower factory to adjust it. After all, there are many places where artificial intelligence will be used in the future. In order to prevent too much information from burdening the operation of artificial intelligence and intelligence, independent network is a necessary choice. Service all the devices connected to artificial intelligence separately, which can not only reduce the pressure of artificial intelligence, but also improve some efficiency. At present, both authorized artificial intelligences have been distributed to the hands. Is just not officially used yet. Flower Factory has also purchased a building in Magic Capital and is undergoing non-stop renovation. Not to mention SF Express. The flight control center is still being built. Although it has not been officially launched, The corresponding adaptation software has been developed based on artificial intelligence. All the next home can copy this software back first, and then deploy it on their own system. No, with the latest release of Hongmeng, Bide, Honky and other manufacturers have also started the docking work first. They will install Hongmeng on their own driving software, so that they can obtain corresponding intelligent support after the successful deployment of the intelligent network. Remove them. Baidu Map, Penguin Map, etc. are also taking the time to upgrade accordingly. This is also a great opportunity for software vendors like them. Artificial intelligence will greatly improve the operating efficiency of software. As long as artificial intelligence can normally identify its own software, it will draw a huge gap with others in its use. One can be flexibly controlled by language, and the other requires different points to come and go. This gap is quite fatal. However, there is still no agreement on the unmanned driving proposed by car companies. Even in theory, the car driven by the system will be much safer than the human being. But the impact on electronic products is too great. The current technology is not yet able to support this level of intelligent use. The suggestion above is to put the driverless thing aside first, and concentrate on taking advantage of this opportunity to occupy the market before making plans. Although it is a little regrettable that the above did not agree, it is also within everyone's expectations. Is just a little gimmick in the publicity, it doesn't affect anything. On the contrary, the results of the foreign auto market have been separated in the past few months. First is the North American market. Due to Apple's disruption, although Tanker has not said anything yet, most of the car companies have already made both preparations. The car market of the Flower family is now the focus of the battle. The Grafton battery used there has naturally become the focus of their current research and development. Various resources have already been tilted over. Even if there is also supporting research on hydrogen power, but the end of Tanker has not been determined, so that car companies can put it on this end first. After all, there is no hydrogen-powered refueling point in China. What is the use of researching it? Might as well hurry up and invest money in Grafton. After all, the battle of the rabbit car market has already begun. The North American market is like this, and the European Union is naturally about the same. After the German cars were fully turned to the door of technology, although the British cars were still swaying, the side of the hall was about to be determined. Although I don't know what we talked about with Rabbit, what we can know is that Nuniu and Golgi both intend to promote Grafton batteries as their main new energy sources in the future. There is a gossip that the Rabbit bought a lot of planes from the Gallic chicken family in one go, and also gave Nuniu a bunch of benefits. Although I don't know if it's true or not, the current situation is indeed turning towards my own side. Panasonic is embarrassed right now. Although Japanese cars have been determined to use hydrogen power, this is far from enough. Especially the label of Japanese cars is durability. If there is not enough market, this advantage will be a bit uncomfortable. Especially on the North American side, although it is still being discussed, car companies have already begun to gravitate towards the door. When their investment becomes larger and larger, they are naturally reluctant to reinvest more funds to research the field of hydrogen power. After all, hydrogen power and Grafton batteries are completely different in the way they work. Technology is also unable to achieve interoperability. North American car companies will definitely hope that they can use Grafton batteries in the future. Who is not happy with a surplus of R&D funds left? Not to mention that the market pressure of the Rabbit family is so great now. If you don't concentrate on dealing with it, it may wait a few years for these domestic brands to counterattack their own territory. Therefore, Panasonic is also in a hurry now. They urgently need a large market to ensure that they will not be at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the gate of technology. The ups and downs in the global market seem to have nothing to do with the current Wang Chen. Hiding on the factory side, Basically no one was seen except Jin Sanshi Wang Chen. I study technology every day. I have an outdoor BBQ when I'm hungry, and sleep when I'm tired. Although I am a little lonely, my days should not be restless. Especially after Wang Chen discovered that Li Long still had a very strong barbecue technique. It was roasted every 3 days. Up to the lobster abalone, down to the pork ribs. Every day comes with a different pattern. Li Long has been complaining that he has gained weight these days. Forced Du Gang to get him a bunch of fitness equipment. Saying that if I continue to develop like this, I am afraid that I will be abolished. Don't talk about protecting Wang Chen. If something really happened, he couldn't even run. Actually, when Li Long said this, Wang Chen was still a little despised. What are you talking about with your 8 pack-ups? If all of your 8 pieces of hard meat are called fat, what is Lotz's 9 and any own? Pig. Damn, just jumping around outside the house when you have nothing to do, you must be able to eat the oven? Follow a little bit. I beg. The rich support the money market and the poor support the personal world, starving to death. Chapter 149 Hurry up and report to his mother. Chapter 149 Hurry up and report to his mother. TSK. Okay boss, are you going to contribute yourself to science? This is an accident. Don't get excited. I'm not excited, I was almost scared to death. I'm fine. Okay, I'm going to clean up. Looking at Li Long's cannibalistic look, Wang Chen shrugged and walked to the other side. Just this morning, when I was testing the alloy formula, I accidentally dropped another box of powder on the table into the furnace. Seeing that Wang Chen was running very fast, he hid behind the sofa in 3 or 2 steps. Then there was a loud noise, which scared Li Long, who was exercising outside the house, and fell off the horizontal bar. After rushing into the workshop, I saw a plume of black smoke inside. Li Long swore that his heartbeat was half a beat at the time. Thought that Wang Chen had lost his play, but as soon as he ran in, he heard a coughing sound from behind the sofa. Looking at Wang Chen, who was a little embarrassed, Li Long was also amused and uncomfortable. I really want to scold this guy, but I don't know how to say it. Can only be a few yin and yang complaints. Wang Chen, who knew that he was wrong, could only laugh twice, patted the ashes on his body and returned to the place of the incident. The equipment used to debug recipes has been blown up to a pile of scrap metal. Even the special alloy table was cracked into several pieces. If Wang Chen hadn't run fast, I'm afraid he would have been honored in an instant. Patted his chest in fear, and then Wang Chen instructed the robot to carefully clean up. It took a few hours to get the scene in order, and Li Long had already reported the incident to the above at this time. In addition to Wang Chen's appearance here, Du Gang's original words were that he hoped Wang Chen could love himself more. Let the robot operate the dangerous things. There is no need to do everything by yourself. Now the Gate of Science and Technology has become a representative of the domestic technology field, and as the boss of the Gate of Science and Technology, how important is it to you? But then again, it is impossible to stop a researcher from developing technology. Can only hope that Wang Chen can ensure his safety to the greatest extent possible. In addition to these, he also asked what Wang Chen was researching. The explosive power seems to be quite large. Could it be a new type of weapon? Wang Chen didn't tell the above about the electromagnetic weapon before. He just said that there was a small problem and it exploded. Let the above do not have to worry, I cherish my life more than anyone else. Research and development, there will always be danger, this is normal. But this time, Wang Chen learned his lesson. Sure enough, people's hands-on ability is limited. Although diffused thinking is beneficial to creation, it is not conducive to work. The mistake just now was that Wang Chen's mind was interrupted, and he thought of other things before the accident happened. Maybe in the future, These things will really have to be done by robots, and you only need to watch from the back. It's just that there is only one humanoid robot at present. It needs to do many things. It is still a bit difficult to take care of several heads. But anyway, there is only one life, so you must take it easy. Although there was an accident during research and development, which caused a wave of explosions in the factory building, Wang Chen's research and development speed was not much affected. In the periphery of the factory building, the Hercules have built a simple table. And on the side of the table are all kinds of spare parts. The assembly work has not yet officially started, and special high-pressure alloys are still in small-scale production. Because the processing technology used here is very high-end. Many of the core parts and components Wang Chen were handed over to the military factory above for completion. It's just that these factories need to wait for the alloys on Wang Chen's side before they can officially start construction. Now there is a small production line in the factory where Wang Chen is working to refine this special high-pressure alloy day and night. The cost of this thing is also very expensive. The whole metal is extracted to be golden yellow, with a little golden feeling. But this thing is much tougher than gold. As the main material of the electromagnetic gun, it can not only resist the huge energy produced inside the electromagnetic weapon when it is charged, also has many properties such as radiation protection, insulation and so on. It is estimated that when this thing is given to the top for secondary processing, it will definitely be included in the technical reserve by the military. But Wang Chen doesn't care, as long as it doesn't affect his normal production and use. In the corner of the factory, a cylinder with a height of 4 meters and a diameter of 2 meters has been placed on a special base. The perimeter of the base is connected to 6 arm-thick cables. This is an oversized graphite battery specially designed and produced by Wang Chen's own factory. Wang Chen forget it. Just such a cylinder should be able to supply the energy for 15 shots of this electromagnetic cannon. It takes about 2 hours to fully charge. Of course, Wang Chen is here for the sake of safety, and he did not directly use the cable to supply power to the electromagnetic gun. If it is an emergency, you can definitely connect directly. Just in order to fill this large battery, Wang Chen has already paid an extremely expensive electricity bill. To put it badly, if the Power Supply Bureau has a VIP system, it will definitely be a proper top customer. Take a look at the things that I have developed in the past few years. There are a few who are not big consumers of electricity. Now that the battery is ready, just wait for the spare parts of the electromagnetic gun to come and start the assembly. Wang Chen pondered that this process would not take too long. After all, he can now send orders to almost all production units in China. Is backed by a system of halls. As long as there is no problem with the theory, it is not simple to produce something. After all, the speed of the rabbit is the first in the world, and everyone knows it. Throughout April, the plan has been pushed forward step by step. There are spare parts sent from all over the country every day. After entering the factory, the Hercules will classify and mark these accessories one by one. It was finally mid-May, and the most important base of the electromagnetic gun was finally sent from a secret factory. At this time, Li Long, who had been puzzled all the time, finally saw some scrutiny. After all, no matter how you look at this thing like the base of some kind of weapon, it can't be the swivel chair that Wang Chen flipped over, right? I haven't seen anyone whose swivel chair is made of alloy. Stone hammer. Wang Chen is definitely researching weapons. Think of the explosion last month, and think about the battery currently stored inside the factory building. Li Long felt that he was about to find out the truth of the matter. Don't mention Li Long, even Du Gang is now suspecting that the project in Wang Chen's hands is a bit unreasonable. But even if Wang Chen is researching weapons, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, in order to facilitate their cooperation with Jai, the Gate of Technology has issued the qualification to privately develop weapons. Compared to this incident, what they were more curious about was what weapon Wang Chen was researching. Hurry up and report it. Chapter 150 World War II Antiques. Chapter 150 World War II Antiques. In mid-May, the anxiously awaited Artificial Intelligence Supervision Bureau finally officially opened to the public. Although more than half of the servers in the building have not been installed, it has not hindered the normal operation of the Supervision Bureau. The Supervision Bureau opened at 9 a.m. It took less than 5 minutes for the door to open, and people from Giant Huachang arrived. Soon, too, applications were submitted to them. Flower Factory's Artificial Intelligence Codes OI, Jai's Artificial Intelligence Code Kunping. The name is very good, but the core system is actually castrated from Urguzi. Along with the Supervision Bureau, there is also the Military Artificial Intelligence, Li Jiangyuo. This is not a father-son relationship with Urguzi, although the core framework of Urguzi is still used. But all the things learned in the incubation stage were selected by the Chinese Academy of Sciences team alone. In their words, artificial intelligence as a military doesn't need as many emotional simulations. All they need is precision and loyalty. So this Li Jiangyuo has been with Urguzi since he was born. Urguzi's communication is a bit stiff, but it can be clearly felt that this guy is constantly learning and making friends with users as much as possible. He jokes, pretends to be angry, and occasionally feeds chicken soup. But Li Jiangyuo will not. His words and deeds are extremely rigorous, and there is no extra emotional element in his words. Wen was born in April, Wang Chen had a special chat. That is, the Chinese Academy of Sciences invited you to do an inspection. After all, this is the first time that they have incubated artificial intelligence by themselves, so they are afraid that something will go wrong. Wang Chen did not find any problems after checking for a long time. After all, the frame is still the frame of Urguzi, and the possibility of problems is not high. But it is the communication state of this artificial intelligence that makes Wang Chen a little uncomfortable. Is too serious. In Wang Chen's words, it's boring. Although Urguzi's emotional simulation is also fake, fake is better than nothing. Can only be said to be the unique aesthetic of the military, and Wang Chen can't say anything. Now, the first thing Li Jiangyuo does after he goes online is to supervise all the artificial intelligence currently on the market. All civilian data of Zoi and Kunping will be monitored by Li Jiangyuo. And their computing power is also controlled by the Supervision Bureau. To put it bluntly, as long as there is a problem, Li Jiangyuo will take over as soon as possible. It's a bad thing to say. The computing power and resources of this guy may not be able to resist even the two dogs. And on the bright side, the Gate of Science and Technology is also supervised by Li Jiangyuo. Unless you wait until you go to the island later, then the two dogs are qualified to challenge Li Jiangyuo. The two went in as soon as they opened the door and declared the permission to use artificial intelligence for civilian use. Got the relevant authorization at 3 p.m. It can be seen that the internal review of the two artificial intelligences has already been completed. Are the cubs of Urguzi, and there is nothing to see. The main thing is to see if the two companies are working on the core framework. On the safety of artificial intelligence, the above and Wang Chen's attitudes are quite consistent. That is, it is forbidden for others to modify the frame structure without fully mastering the technology. With the official approval documents, the Flower Factory and the internal publicity and distribution of Jai also started with great effort. All kinds of overwhelming advertisements basically cover the entire internet. Many foreign companies see this as a no-brainer. How can you be the best? Since the Flower Factory can apply, then we apply too. The global market is a whole, and no matter how eccentric they are, they will not dare to blatantly restrict them. Sure enough, in the face of the incoming applications, the above really did not say it directly, and let them wait first after receiving the materials. The reason is also very simple: artificial intelligence is still in the trial stage and needs more time to debug. It made them even more uncomfortable if they agreed and didn't seem to agree. You can refuse if you have the ability. Is it fun to play like this again? Every day makes people's appetite. Sure enough, even if the rabbits didn't refuse, they wouldn't let them easily get this thing. And now the conversation between Tanku and Tanku is still going on, and there is a lot of noise about artificial intelligence. Although there are already some signs of slack, but it is not so soon to be able to reach a cooperation. Many companies in Europe and the United States are in a hurry. Especially on the side of car companies, BIDE's docking work can continue, and the preliminary test has been completed some time ago. It is said that the effect is very good. Therefore, this is not a matter of disagreement, but at a suitable time and a suitable place, and the negotiation cannot lower the price before agreeing. Tanku's idea these bosses are definitely unable to understand. A bunch of technology that is about to be outdated, what's the point of putting it aside when the baby is covering it? Hurry up and get things from the rabbit to be true. Technology is the first core competitiveness, everything else is nonsense. You have to bear the historical responsibility for going on like this. The quarrel between European and American companies and Tanku is not once or twice. But they want you to keep arguing, don't reach a consensus. It would be better to quarrel for another 3 or 4 years. Anyway, they are not in a hurry, and they are not panic at all when they have something in their hands. So what the heck are you? You guess. I guess a turtle. Tell me quickly, I'm very curious. You don't want a non-disclosure agreement? Ask everything, be careful that Gang chopped off your head. That's not it, I already know enough. Don't care more. On the sofa, Li Long, who was having hot pot with Wang Chen, asked curiously. The thing that is suspected to be a cannon outside has already stood up. That Lu Ban and a bunch of Hercules wandered around that thing every day. All kinds of sophisticated accessories are loaded day by day. Now that the base is almost installed, the chassis alone looks quite big. It's just that Li Long didn't see what kind of weapon base this thing was after looking at it for a long time. Fang Fengxing is completely different from the current mainstream artillery. Picking up a few pieces of mutton from the hot pot, Wang Chen said with a smile, you can guess this thing is a ghost, but I can remind you that this thing is the mainstream weapon of World War II, I'll change it a little bit. Changed. I? Li Long was even more puzzled, because it was also related to the antiques of World War II. Is there any development prospect for things from that period? It's all outdated stuff. Could it be that Wang Chen is planning a wave of retro sales? But the military is definitely based on actual combat. If you sell your feelings, others will not eat this. If something works, it works or it doesn't work. Who wants antiques? Do you want to show cuteness to others? Seeing Li Long's expression of incomprehension, Wang Chen said nothing more. If you can't think of it, forget it. Anyway, it will be done soon, and you will know what it is at a glance.